The main character sat with his comrades at the table. He thought whether he could work with the team at all, because it was a curse. He also thought whether or not today it would be possible to create something new of available materials using this force. At that moment, the blind guy called his name. Gail looked at him and called himself in response. And then the blind announced that they violate the agreement. The guy said that he was expelled from the wolf play team. The protagonist heard it and was stunned. He did not understand what was happening. Gail scratched his head, trying to understand why all this was happening. In response, the cash chief repeated him several times that he had been released. The rest of the team began to make fun of it. Melissa asked if she had to reassure him again, but Luke asked her to stop. Then Nora added that some seemed to think that he could not be released. The main character jumped on his feet and asked them to wait. He further wondered why they decided so suddenly. The cash asked what was suddenly here, and then added whether the protagonist did not really understand what the reason for this decision. Gail remembered how 3 years ago they became a team for the first time. Because of his low rank, he helped others, creating the appropriate curses. He confessed aloud that he still did not understand much. Koss replied that he himself took a long time to understand everything. He sighed and confessed that his class was terrible in support. Everything he is capable of is to weaken the enemy with a one-time curse, and this is where his capabilities end. In addition, the team has the lowest level. The protagonist confessed that his class has no special abilities, but thanks to his curse, the task can be easily accomplished. Although these curses are not too powerful, the priests can shoot them. They still benefit in business. Gail noted that he uses not only costly items. He pulled out some decoration from the collar and explained that it has a passive effect on monsters. Hearing this, his team immediately expressed dissatisfaction. Is he in his mind if he wears such a thing? After that, the cash reported that they had already found a replacement. It is a supportive Megan named Moore who can and strengthen allies and impose negative effects on enemies. The girl said welcome that I was glad to meet him. Gail considered herself very pretty. The rest of the team greeted her, saying that he was glad to get acquainted. After that, the cash turned to him and asked if everything was clear now, adding that they would not need it now. The protagonist asks them to suffer a little more and give him another chance. He confesses that he has a powerful curse that he still has not used and many other hidden opportunities, but he never finished his speech. He was stopped by the strict view of the chief. Gail asked if they would regret their choice. He confidently denied. At this point, he remembered how always supported the team since the first days of their creation. The cash did not cease to get tired of him, inciting to surrender and still try himself in the shop. Melissa has confirmed that they can really sell them to suspicious persons. Norris promised to advertise his store, and Luke added that at least he does not feel hatred. More as is left to stand in silence. Then the protagonist said that now he understood everything, thanked everyone, and went quietly, but no one even looked after him. Gail wondered what happened between them. They were so long together. He also mentioned K-Shed's words about the rent. You need to take care of her. And he already calculated how much he would cost this curse, so no earnings were expected. The protagonist looked at the symbol in his hand and wondered. He could not tell them all the truth in the face, but instead fascinated their equipment to strengthen their abilities. Gail decided that this was no longer his business, and decided to cancel the spell. A magical seal appeared above his head that caused him slight pain, but in a moment she disappeared. The main character stopped for a moment, trying to breathe. He wondered that not all damn things carry only evil. Some of them are able to increase certain characteristics and give unexpected advantages. After that, Gail felt relieved. He became better. His body seemed to be filled with new forces. The team no longer pursued the curse, but Gail no longer worried about it. Now he decided that he would just join another team. Then he opened a window with his characteristics. He now noticed that Karis was about 50, and his own level rose to 48, and now he belonged to the class of Masters Cursed. Other parameters and personal scores have also increased. The protagonist noted that Cursa had about 5,000 units of attack and 3,000 protection, so he raised his level well. But here he was approached by the hotel owner and wondered how much he would remain, because he had already made eviction. He had to go further, so he sincerely apologized to her. After a while, he left the hotel. His thoughts were confused. What to do now when there are no pennies in his pocket, but on his shoulders dozens curse. It was at this moment that he heard the seller calling the passers-by, offering fresh apples nearby. Gail was really thinking about opening his own store, but he does not like it when everyone is saying that dreaming of their own store is the most important thing in life. He likes the idea of a workshop with tools somewhere in a cozy, distant place. But after all this, the main character realized, Now he is free. He can sleep and eat when he pleases, hide the curse as he wants, and finally do his favorite research. Now he decides what to fill his days. A smile appeared on Gail's face. He happily raised his hands up and shouted loudly about his admiration. After that, Gail decided that he would start making money on sales now. At this time, in the silver pavilion of the hotel, Melissa settled on the knees of the cash and cheerfully told how the dishes were refreshing her, and that she liked that the main character had already left. Norris turned to the sea and noted that she was burning only because he was new. The Hatch added that they had to expel him for a long time. The girl was silent then. The boys, casting his eyes on her figure, immediately became discouraged and scolded. The cash told that they have been familiar with Gail from the very beginning of the team. Melissa shared the feelings that he was adjusting to each of them, as if he were witchcraft. And it was at this moment that magical seals appeared above the whole team. The cash jumped instantly and hurried to find out what happened. They talked about how their equipment suddenly shone. The sea wondered if it was a scattering. At the same moment, the protective seals began to disappear. The boys began to discuss with each other that none of them understand what was happening, but everyone felt how their magical power was weaker, and it became more difficult in their soul. The sea was stunned. She wondered the boys, what they had just said, and then expressed the idea that it was probably an improved form of scattering. The boys immediately began to ask her about it. The cash asked immediately if it was Gail. Melissa replied that it seems this is true. He clearly did something to them. Norris added that everyone is sure that he will reveal them. The Hatch said they had to kill him. The more she thought about it, the situation seemed strange. She could not remember whether he really imposed a curse on them, but usually when you remove the curse, it did not cause bad feelings. The cash confessed that he does not know what they are, but he has no idea what Gail is now. Melissa agreed. She said that if he conceived something, they would respond faster than him. The sea explained that it was not an attack but a spell. However, no one paid attention to her. Cash stated that he was the leader here. If he sees the enemy in front of him and does not talk to him, then this one automatically becomes the enemy of the whole group. He even quoted Tima, "When you are in Rome, behave like Romans." Norris said that if he sees him again, he would just burn on the spot with his magic. The Hatch replied that he had already warned. He became a real devil, but even worse than it seemed. Norris just waved, they say. It all seemed to him. The Hatch said that if he was in his place, he would cut his finger so that he could never be able to impose any spell again. He wants to see Gail, who was on the street. Norman noted that the Hatch was really capable of this. The more she thought about it, the more she understood. It was not just her imagination. She really felt something. After she had a spell, she has a slight anticipation. She feels fear that their status has fallen. In her thoughts, she often pop up as they have always been on top thanks to the main character. Moore turned and Melissa noticed it. She wondered if everything was okay, and stretched her mug of hot drink. The magician thanked her. In her head she thought, if the curse has such useful properties, it is something special. More and more thoughts were spinning around the fact that there is some cursor in this world. Who was capable of this at all? Could this be done by the S-joint group Wolves? She quickly rejected the idea, deciding that it was simply impossible. And then she was mentioned the same participant who once left the group. At that time, she did not know that he was expelled from the team, both as a friend and as the main power of a flock of wolves. And at this time, Gail wandered the forest, muttering the husky to the owl and demanding to return him his own curse. After a while, the protagonist reached the Traders Guild. He addressed one of the men and wondered if he really wanted to open his own kiosk. Hearing the affirmative answer, the man immediately began to offer him different options for accommodation. When they stopped near the bench, the man reported that one night was worth 4 gold coins. The place was prestigious and costly. Hearing this, Gail immediately began to pour in his pockets in search of money. He pulled out of the coin pocket and saw that he had only 3 silver. And then the man added that the counters on the street leading to the square have cheaper goods. The guy remained silent without answering anything to this advice. After a while, he finally got to the place. The protagonist felt that the day was successful. He stopped at his jumper, which looked completely unpresentable. Gail smiled, thinking that all this looked a little dirty, but it was enough for him. He mentioned a conversation with a merchant who shared with him a set to open an outlet. Gail thanked him and thought with warmth that he was a good man. At this point, the protagonist decided that you can sell several magical tools and various home equipment. He just finished decomposing and sorting his goods. Then Gail wondered what price to sell his product. But in the end, he decided, if he succeeded more than he spent on materials, it will be profitable. The protagonist, looking at his goods, thought that they did not look attractive at all. At this point, the merchant ran up to him and reported that he had forgotten to explain something. Then he added that the appearance of his counter really leaves much to be desired. The man immediately rushed to help and assured that he would quickly correct everything. A few minutes have passed, and everything around became much better. The protagonist thanked him for that, to which the merchant answered, "The store can have its own character, but if he does not see what he sells, then he will not be able to sell. And if you do not sell, the store will have problems." The man reported that now, when the workout is completed, he is back. Gail thought that he had many sad memories related to the team, so this act was very moving. The man really turned out to be a good person. After that, the main character pulled out his mascot from the gate. He thought that he did not like him, but he could not wear him on his neck, so he just hung on the counter as a regular product. Then Gail smiled and decided it was time to sell. He has never done business before, so he felt excitement. He was interested in how the residents of the town would respond to the spell, whether they would perceive it, whether they would be satisfied. The protagonist shouted loudly that the adventurer was always at the services of everyone, and can impose a curse on anyone at a very small price. The guy approached him and asked if it was really a curse, because it looked quite unusual. Later, the girl noted, "Would it be more efficient to use magic that can be weakened instead of imposing a curse?" Gail said that this curse is a one-time subject. It can be used by anyone, even without any magical abilities. That is why some seekers have a demand for such things. One of the men noted that 5 coins for a poison general are a favorable offer. The protagonist replied to this that he would advise to buy. He thought about himself that making such a recommendation, mainly because it did not cost him. Gail said that there are also curses for different conditions. For example, those that impose negative effects and reduce characteristics. In addition to its effectiveness, these curses are also quite cheap, so it can afford to buy them. Then the man paid attention to the weapon and wondered what it was. Gail explained that it was a cursed dagger. If you use it, the monster is imposed on a weakening of protection, and even as a side effect, all its characteristics increase 1.1 times. The man took the dagger to his hands and suddenly noticed a clear curse that appeared on his blade. He shouted with horror, and Gail watched his strange behavior. The man wondered what that means. The main character explained that this reduces protection. Then the potential buyer immediately stated that he did not need anything else, because the dagger was cursed. Then the man turned to Gail and said, "All this is good and honesty is right, but who will buy these damned goods?" Then the protagonist decided to approach him on the other side. He showed that this dagger could be a great decoration for the interior. He asked the man whether he seems to him that the sleeve is really cool. The buyer noted that this product is quite suitable for the interior, and the design does not bother it. In addition, he chose a few other things and added that he will also buy this product, because it will be perfect for decoration and protect the house from evil forces. Then the protagonist gave him an additional spell of dispelling, 3 copies for free. The man was surprised and gratitude to noted how caring on his part. This is how Gail explained when he sold the spell, talking about the possible consequences. For example, if you use this curse on the subject, all its characteristics will increase 1.5 times, but people will be cursed. He understands that the design is really beautiful and sophisticated. Of course, he will always give a magical spell to remove the curse. He also has cursed shoes. They increase agility 2.5 times, but instead impose a curse. They can be forced to get a servant or try to remove the curse. Of course, he agrees. He still has a cursed crossbow. These weapons increase all the characteristics by 1.3 times and guarantees a well shot, but carries a curse. He was put up for sale specifically for the annual hunting tournament. The protagonist finally broke away from his thoughts. It was then that another man asked about this curse. The guy smiled, they say. This story is already familiar to him. He remembers her well. It was said that the legendary hero in the team had a berserker. He was always seen in the damn armor, so it was soon rumored that such a weapon gave incredible power. The word curse can sound unpleasant, which is why they entered and a spell for removal of the curse. He also added an explanation for the effect of this spell, because it can really be eliminated. He also told about possible side effects and even how the spell can improve the mood. After he told his story, a large crowd gathered before his counter. People discussed his goods lively, wondering whether he actually adds a spell to them to remove magic. After a while, the protagonist was in front of an empty counter. He said that everything was already sold. Today there were strangers here. One of them boasted that his curse, Metal Death, is a real power. The protagonist thought that the stranger looks truly energetic. Then Gail noticed how several people came to him. They began to ask if it was the only place to find damn things. Worried, people also wondered if there was something else left, to which Gail replied that they had already bought everything. Men fell to his knees, pleading to impose a curse right here and now. But the guy just said that the store would open only tomorrow, said goodbye to them, apologized for today, and quickly escaped. One of today's buyers told his friend, who tried on a cursed ring which they have just purchased on a kiosk, and see what will happen next. He joked his companion, they say, but not unconscious from the curse. In response, the guy assured that he was not going to lose consciousness. Then they saw that his status really grew 1.5 times. It seemed incredible. Only one ring was able to influence the indicators so much. Everyone immediately began to ask how it was possible. After that, the buyer asked if he knew how much the spell of Bogle Ubuff to spell. The buyer noted that the resale of this spell can be easily enriched. He replied to this that he did not even decide to talk about such things. The blonde noted that there is a real master charm. The brunette replied, "No such event will miss." The blonde explained that it was not the very presence of magicians, but this boy, because he was the most amazing sorcerer they have ever seen. Many adventurers were talking to each other, not suspecting that there is still a cursor among them, which wears a curse of 4 people. Despite its poor health, he continued to help his team. Moreover, a lounge capable of creating a curse of such a force that it would be classified as a rank S. No one could think that he had been deducted from the team, and he had to sell damn things on the streets to survive. Meanwhile, Cassian's team fought with the monster. Their leader flew into the tree, hitting his back so much that he stood hard. Other participants froze from shock, not understanding why everything went that way. Hearing these words, the Orp suddenly shouted to the throat, and Kaus, squeezing his sword firmly, asked in despair why this monster would not be defeated. Once upon a time, the team doubted whether a newcomer was to be taken for such a dangerous task, because it was a S-level quest. The leader reassured everyone. They say he found out, and even heard that this newcomer was one of the best in the guild. Then the guy turned to the sea and said it was what they needed. After that, they saw a huge orca and decided to act. It was time to figure it out. After a while, Melissa began to shout at the hatch, indignantly asking that he was creating it all, and called him a fool. In response, the hatch only replied that he did not work. Then the girl stated that he was a bad man, but did not have time to register, as she had rejected her in a strong blow. At this point, Norris moved sideways and began to read his spells, and the cash asked how much he would sing. The guy jokingly replied that he would wait a little. At the same moment, a magical seal lit up in front of him. When the seal disappears, only a small flame remains in its place. The cash wondered that it was for magic, and then added that the orca did not win. At this point, the monster swung on him, but he cleverly evaded. Morris confidently stated that she would do everything, revenge for everyone, and use all the strengthening one by one. The girl swore to fight to the end, although she felt the stocks of mana rapidly depleted. She raised her rod and struck with force on the ground. At the same moment, a magical circle was lit under each of the participants. The girl announced that their abilities are now twice as usual and ordered to go into battle and destroy the monster. Kalsh rejoiced in her words and, full of determination, rushed to the monster, waving his sword. But Orgri easily stopped him with one hand and in his nose asked his own language whether Kalsh really wanted to fight. The team commander did not believe his eyes. His blow was stopped so. And it was at this moment that the orc took the boy on his sword, took him off his feet, and sent him to fly away. The cash was seriously beaten. When the monster swung on a new attack, he rushed to flee, and Moira quickly built a small magic shield. The cash began to blame her that she was a bad magician, and indicated that she had double her characteristics, calling her in vain. She retreated a little, and then said she was about to use this damn item left by the previous owner. The girl said it would weaken the organ. Hearing this, the cash suddenly jumped to her, grabbed her clothes, and asked with excitement if she was really going to use Gail's curse. He also added that this curse does not happen. She remembered a letter in which Gail wrote that in her experience, she wanted to share important things with her. He promised to list several ways and techniques of support used by earlier, and also to tell about some curses. Morris told that she learned that before her arrival, they were already cursed, even before they fought with someone. Hearing this, the porridge immediately released her, and Morris fell to the ground. The guy confidently stated that he knew is not a spell, but a real curse. The rest of the team agreed with him and confirmed, yes, they also felt that they were a curse. The boys still laughing at Gail, pouring abusive words. But later they decided to move further. There were still many roads to the mountains with hippopods. Only hear about more they completely forgot, as if the game was already over. Kaishesh wondered. This road was truly dangerous, densely populated by the monsters of Class A. They talked about not running away, but just retreating with their mind. In addition, Now their opponent has lost vigilance. The cash summed up that it was even for the better. If it were the curse, he is indifferent. The main thing that worked. The sea wondered, are they already seeming? Isn't it too early? The cash with a smile replied that everyone was just surprised that she had not even shown her true strength. The girl was stunned. Other members of the team supported him, adding that she was completely new and almost did not participate in the battles. After that, they decided to leave. The sea was angry with them through such words, because it is a supporting magician and does not have the skill to attack. She shouted after them that if it is true, then it could not be done. They turned, smiled, and told her that now it all depends on her, and then quickly disappeared. At that moment the girl stayed on her own with a monster. Agris told her that she also sympathized with her. Morris stood nearby, trembling with anger. She screamed that she was probably a joke and then quit the curse. After that, she vigorously rushed to catch up with the boys. She just said they were behaving wrong. For a while, the Cash and his team decided to relax. Tired and aroused, they began to share emotions. Someone confessed that he felt awful. Someone complained that he lost his favorite wand. Melissa was quietly confessing that she thought she not survive. Norris assured that he usually copes with several spells at the same time. The Hatch noted that after such a short race, they would not have to be tired, and Melissa, in turn, accused of all Morris and began to talk about her own great virtues. Norris noted that this is not the only reason, because even before the use of auxiliary magic, all moved awkwardly. Luke wondered why he did not take this spell twice as much time. He didn't like it. To this, the man shrugged and replied that, in fact, he was a little overdo it. If he had a good mood, he would have completely burned everything. Cash stated that in any case, the main character was to blame. He wondered what kind of way he could take revenge on them. At that moment, the Sea appeared on the lawn and reported that she had finally caught up with them. The leader met her in words as if she had already coped with the task, although in fact she was late. The Sea was angry, and a little monster clung to her cloak. Koss asked what it was, but Mora was silent. At this time, the main character strolled through the city streets. He glowed with happiness, sang various songs, and spoke loudly to himself that working a street seller is a real pleasure. Some look at the store, but they never buy. Just look at the showcases. Even when the curse is trusted to solve adventure, most visitors are only interested in spells, no more. The merchant, seeing him, noted that they did not see themselves for a long time, and then asked how things were going. Gail replied that he thought about changing the store's location. That man asked where he wanted to move. Gail immediately remembered the aristocratic quarter. He spread his counter 10 meters from the main street. Richard aristocrats seek to look fashionable and do not want to look like common people at all. They like to be in the heart of fashion trends. At this point, Morrow explained to other members of the team that she had come here not for praise. Behind her, the monster suddenly returned to its original form, because the action of the cursed object ended. Everyone around felt as they were pierced by cold fear. The girl shouted to them that she would manage herself, and now they say, passes the baton to them and quickly rushed away. In response, the Cash only quit that it was not bypassed, what she would do now. All team members turned their gaze on the monster. Melissa immediately began to command the boys, ordering them to act. And Lucas, turning to the monster, arrogantly said that the meat of women is tender and tastier. After that, everyone decided to escape from him, and he looked after them and added that he was in fact a kind of vegetarian. 4 days have passed. The team returned to the pavilion. They sat down at the table, lowering their heads, as if they wanted to hide from all over the world. The Cash complained that she was dreaming of a sip of water, and Melissa confessed that she was okay to give everything for the bathroom. They discussed how they could not even imagine that they would have to run so desperately that it would bring them into another forest. Everything was awful, and the smell of them was just unbearable. At that moment, the hostess asked the Sea whether they were from one company. The girl in response said they chose such a fate. Suddenly the words were heard from the table. Gail was guilty of everything, after which they called the mistress. The Cash appealed to the woman to give them water, or at least a towel, and Luke supported him, inquisitively asking where her service. At the same moment, a glass of water appeared in front of them. She stated that she could give only 1 glass of water, because it is not free. Her words immediately caused indignation. Guests did not understand who she was holding them, and how he could talk to them in general. However, the woman only added that you should not forget about the cost of living. The owner also told them that they were low-class clients. These words were outraged by the Cash. He asked sharply what she meant. The woman explained that she was already paid in advance, and if they drink water today, they would have to leave the hotel. After these words, she reached out and asked if they wanted to pay extra for another day. Cash was angry and reached for money. But suddenly I realized that they were absent. Friends began to push him. They say, already fees, and then the hostess will still think that they were not. But when they looked at the porridge, they noticed. His face became quite pale. The guy tried to deny what was happening. He looked at Melissa. A new dagger has already appeared in her hands. She just loves everything unusual and new. The hatch had a fully repaired equipment. His gloves were damaged during the battle. At the same time, Norris received a new book and a magic wand. But all this was lost. The custom sword of porridge was also repaired, but during the same collision with the monster blade again broke up. Suddenly, each of them came to awareness. Their company has no money left. The hostess noticed their embarrassment and immediately wondered what had happened. She reported that the night for 5 with excess experience will cost 5 silver coins per night, and if even food is 6. After that, she wondered if they would pull that amount. The boys instead were noticeably angry. At that moment, Melissa glanced at a glass of water and felt a strong thirst. Having apologized to everyone, she hastily reached for a glass and greedily started drinking. Friends tried to stop it worriedly. The sea did not even look in their direction. She appealed to the hostess to bring a mug down and a snack. Meanwhile, the team silently watched as Melissa calmly drank all the water, without showing any emotions. Then Morris noticed that the whole team was looking at her. She was told that there was a problem. She has never made money into a joint fund. The girl began to be nervous because the whole situation looked quite lusty. She confidently stated that this money belongs to her personally, and all the money for the group is only collected for awards for the tasks. Moira recalled a long-standing conversation when the cash reassured her, they say, it is not necessary to worry about money. They would be well paid, and then they would come up with everything, because they are as smart as the morning. The conductor strictly warned her not to speak nonsense, because all this had to do with their task. Melissa confirmed his words and then firmly grabbed the girl by her hand and stated that from now on, everything belongs to her, and in common is for everyone. Moira tried to stop them, but on the faces of these people the thirst for violence was already red. Nora threw, they say, if there is an insult to Moira, then it is worth mirroring to Gail. Then they grabbed the bag with money and stated, now it will be common, and Morian's money too. They unleashed a wallet with money, surprised how many coins were there, and joked that a Sayport magician was a whole wealth. Morris only smiled and said confidently that one day she would exceed them all. The cash laughed at her, stating that it was difficult for him to believe that a magician may have an attack, because it would be like a mosquito bite. However, it was at that moment that he suddenly got a blow. The guy flew away, knocked his chair and crashed into the barrel. Melissa immediately shouted at him, and then swung his chair to strike the sea. She added that she should not give her good intentions to take a mountain over herself. Melissa rushed forward, but in the place of the girl lay only a cloak. It was at this moment that the Mora appeared behind and struck Melissa. Luke and Norris immediately urged her to stop, reminding that she did not seek the girl at all. The angry Moor roared on this so that they fell silent, because she was not even worth her attention, and Luke and Norris threw her in response so that she would not joke, because it could end in pain. A dispute broke out between them, during which the girl dealt with everyone. A happy smile appeared on her face. She apologized to the owner for the mess and said she would compensate for the loss, but the owner assured that she did not need to pay anything. Morrow smiled, hearing these words. After that, she approached the boys who lay on the floor and calmly told them that today they were leaving their group. At this time, the protagonist was selling his goods. A blonde woman with a fan came to him and noted that there were some strange ancient objects among his things. She especially distinguished lizards, whose performance was unusual, but really attracted attention. Gail suggested that it was probably the basilisks. He even noted aloud that she had a sharp eye on such details. It was his damn canter. The girl was genuinely surprised. The woman immediately spanned and asked again the dam, adding that she was very scared. Suddenly, a man with a mustache jumped into the counter and suggested that everyone trust him. The protagonist was confused by such a sudden initiative. The stranger threw him reproach. They say, "Did you dare to sell this damn thing?" Gail replied that everything is not true at all. It is only an interior decoration. The man was immediately interested in and asked to tell more details. When he told everything, they went. The protagonist sat on a box and wondered. She was really a noble woman. Even if he called too high a price, she would still be bought more expensive than she really cost. But even if these spells are sold, it is his own invention. Fast, spending combat spells are not particularly interested in anyone here. Gail noticed that almost everything was sold. so he decided that it could be closed. Remembering today, he felt that he would not go to his store. People shuddered on the threshold, only having seen these damaged things. Although each of the nobles noted that it was unusual and interesting, a strange idea, but no one confessed that he liked him. He understood their true opinion, but he simply could not waste his time. The protagonist noticed how a young girl approached his bench. At first glance, she seemed to him a noble maid, though it looked too simple. He decided that she probably hides something, but suddenly noticed how someone else was secretly watching them. The stranger asked him whether he was working here and then considered one of the items carefully. She noted that it was a pretty bizarre design, but she liked it, and after her words she gave him a radiant smile. Gail said she was surprised that she liked it. She held a ring in her hands. The protagonist thought that he really did not know who she was, but realized she was here in the case. He added that he is already going to close, so it can be cheaper. She was satisfied with this, but she confessed that all her money remained in the castle. Gail again asked to talk about this castle. The girl explained that she forgot her wallet at home, so now she has almost no money. He laughed sincerely. The main character noted that the price was so high that she could afford it. The girl tried to deny, but the guy just smiled and replied that she was the first to praise his design, and added that he had a discount for regular customers and winked her. Then the girl stretched out a big gold coin. Gail looked at her with surprise. In her head did not fit if such a coin was really worth anything for her. He wanted to stop her, but the girl already ran soon, smiling fun and waving his hand. And then it came to him that he forgot to tell about the action of the curse and how it disappeared. He looked around, but the stranger disappeared somewhere, leaving no trace. He grabbed his head and wondered what to do next. The effect, of course, is not too strong, but the protective force increases 3 times. Even if it has only resistance until instant death, as soon as it is put on this thing, it will not be able to remove it, because it is a curse. Gail thought that because of her rich appearance, he was convinced that she could break the spell in the temple. She decided that next time she would apologize and give her a damn spell. However, when he remembered the castle, he thought that she was meant. At that moment, the stranger was seized and dramatically dragged into the passage. She screamed of surprise. She asked to let her go, and then scared it, where they touched it. The girl of the night whispered that she was finally taken away. It took some time, and they moved to the castle. The 4 guards were sitting on the floor, and the night darkness whispered strangers that she did not even worry about them, addressing her as a princess of punishment. At this point, the main character quietly walked the street. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the shoulder and said he was looking for a young guy with black hair and a blue jacket who had recently sold something here. The man noticed similarity and asked him to show him the face of the hero. Gail turned with a smile on his face and noted that he still looks young. The man realized that he made the mistake, so he apologized to him. It turned out that the protagonist used the damn thing to change his appearance. He wondered why the royal guard was looking for him. The hero realized that he needed to gather as soon as possible and leave the city. At this time, the princess castle reported that the thing she bought was considered holy on the church. The princess only calmly replied that she did not see anything wrong with it. The girl of the night looked around and confessed that she could not solve how this room was predicted. The princess just laughed at that and said she was still far from unraveling, turning to her in the name of Vivian. He replied that in the morning they had a meeting with the ambassadors of a neighboring country, so it is better to prepare for it in advance. At the same moment, the punishment carefully put on the ring on the finger. Vivian asked if she was really going to meet this heel. The girl only replied that she just tried her. At this time, Gail sat in the Adventurers Guild. He flavored delicious food and plunged into the thoughts that often accompanied it when he remained himself. Now Gail realized that he was in any desire, because he was not lacking in either talent or opportunities. He needs to get the right material as soon as possible. The career is about to close, and collect or restore things that have already been written off will be quite easy. At this point, the Cash and his team were surprised why they were denied the loan, because they were a S-class team. They politely asked to borrow at least 10 or 20 gold coins. However, the administrator hesitated with the answer without knowing what to say. She noted that since the increase in their search, she has not advanced forward, but to say nothing about financing. She wondered if they had at least encountered clients, because they had already begun to receive complaints because they were not visible anywhere. The Cash replied that it was a real monster that no one was waiting for. The administrator noted that this monster was only a rang, while they are themselves. But the guy added that it was some mutant, unusual, and exactly not like others. The girl smiled at them and said that she knew about their training with the organization near the city with others. She hinted that they did something more. Did they really underestimate the guild? The cash became angry with her. She said that a few days ago, Moira left their group. The boys also had a complaint in addition, the account of the hotel owner in the pavilion, so they had to pay everything out of guilt. Gail watched them, and mentally noted that they had a bad thing. The face of the administrator was even greater. She asked strictly if they really wanted to borrow money now. Friends were a little scared, and then the cash quickly tried to justify, saying that it was all Gail's pranks. Gail herself was surprised at these words. Melissa explained that due to the curses of the main character, their characteristics decreased, and the strengthening no longer work. The Hatch added that Moira also became futile. The administrator only sighed hard. She then said that Moira is among the best support magicians, which are among the top 5 in the whole capital. She had difficulties with the previous group, so she suggested creating a new, best team instead of the old one. The Cash and his comrades were surprised by her decision. The main character was convinced of her skill, but still she managed to lose them. The girl also noted that she was not sure whether Gail was really bad. However, as a witch, he is exactly different among others. Few people can witch as skillfully as he is. She immediately remembered the potion of the Anti-Dorota and wondered how much they cost. And at that moment Gail remembered how he once created such spells for the guild. The Cash no longer wanted to listen to it, so he called the whole team and said it was time to go. Melissa wondered what would be with Gail, but the norm said that the task should be chosen by teeth. The Hatch supported him. The team leader asked everyone to silence. They began to ask if they were a S-rover, and Koss replied that he thought so. But it seems to be wrong. Gail wondered if everything was fine with them, what they meant by curse because he had lost his time. The main character, looking at the clock, decided that it was time to go, because he did not want to meet them again. Thanks to the cook for delicious food, he moved to the exit. When he went outside, he noticed 2 guards who hurried somewhere on the road. One of them asked where everyone was in a hurry. Did anyone really attack them? To which the second replied that he heard, "The princess will quarrel with Vivian again, and this time the dispute is much more serious." They talked about that many adults would need to stop them. Gail thought that even in such a situation, the army of the kingdom could be sent. Going the street, he suddenly thought about it. At this point, the guards in the palace tried to stop Vivian, reassuring her in words that she was in the palace and should remain calm. The princess, wrapped in a blanket, looked angry at Vivian. Vivian shouted loudly that the ring was cursed. It scared all present. That night, the knight remembered how the princess only promised to try the ring and again remove it from her finger. She barely did it as dark shadows began to click around her. The girls were confused and frightened. None of them understood what it was. The older man sat in front of the punishment and asked her to quickly remove the ring, but the girl replied that she couldn't do it. Then Vivian said that there was no other way out. It was necessary to cut her finger. She grabbed the sword and waved it. And at the same moment, a noise rose in the room. Someone called for saving the princess. After a while, the princess entered the hall. She sincerely apologized to her expensive guests for delay. She was told that she was looking very good, and the punishment thanked for the compliment. Then she wondered her finger, and the girl explained that she had a little damaged. Meanwhile, the guards reported that guests from a neighboring country had arrived. The princess suggested that everyone probably tired after a long road, and offered to drink tea. However, she was told that it was not necessary, and at this point, someone pointed to a big chest, explaining that there was high-quality tea and delicious sweets inside. Kara noted that there seemed to be a lot of them here, and agreed to taste. She was told that they were really brought. Suddenly, 2 bandits jumped out of the box. They armed and arrogantly stated that everyone would have to taste the taste of their empire. Vivian exclaimed that the enemies were here, and urged everyone to prepare for battle. The guests who came also got their weapons. They warned, "There is a poison on the arrow that works instantly. A person will die quickly and without pain." The guards immediately shouted that the princess should be protected. Many arrows flew towards the punishment. She only closed her eyes and closed her ears with her hands. However, none of them was able to touch it. The enemies were amazed by this development. Vivian also couldn't believe she saw. The opponents tried to attack it again, but the arrows again came across an invisible barrier and hitting, crumbled completely. Princess Kara opened her eyes and asked in surprise when she managed to raise the barrier. She was convinced that this was only through the help of the protagonist. Vivian sat in front of the girl and asked if she had not been injured. In response, the girl assured that she was fine with her and thanked her for his care. Meanwhile, Knight wondered, why do these guests expel the empires? However, there was no time to think. At first, everyone had to get a safe place. After that, two men approached the princess. Vivian appealed to Mr. Uriel and Ari to find out their opinion. Kara wondered if it was really such a terrible curse. To this, the priest Ariel replied that the process of removing the spell is simple, but the problem is that this spell is too difficult. It seems that the one who created it is very well aware of the creation of damn things. This ring was created with the highest level of complexity to bring maximum benefit to its owner. It is clear that the status of the one who wears it grows to unprecedented heights. However, a few curses were imposed on the ring, which can disappear. The man also added that this will be done by Arazul. Adam, however, apologized to the princess. Then he took her hand. Vivian immediately turned to him. The guy, carefully examining the ring, said that this ring belongs to the cursed relic. For all 10 years, he never imagined that he could see such a wonder. But at the same moment, Vivian gave him a light kick on his head and asked how much he would be going to hold the punishment. She also noted that, in her opinion, the church artifact Angelic Shield has a similar property, to which Aristotle replied, if he is not mistaken, then he also has such a skill. The priest confessed that he had never heard of something so powerful, capable of instantly protecting against death. The princess replied, yes, there is a similar thing. The treasure of the empire known as the Heart of the King of Demons. It is an item that gives the owner powerful properties, increases the resistance to instant death, and accelerates the witchcraft. However, every time you use it, it sucks vital force. It is dangerous to admire. You can pay for life. Viva noted that in order to achieve a big result, you need to be prepared to pay for this high price. Here it is, the truth of this world. In fact, you don't have to pay anything. It is not about any ordinary relic. It is something much significant. The princess turned to Vivon, calling it by name. She asked if the boy remembered. Vivon replied that she remembered him, and at the same moment she realized it was the guy that the punishment purchased the ring. The knight smiled mysteriously and wondered if the princess really wanted her to catch him and killed him. The princess replied that he really wants to thank him, so she asks to bring him to the castle. Although it is a damn thing, it was this ring that saved her life, and it is the most important thing for her. Therefore, she wants to meet him again. The main character purchased new clothes. It was a cloak with internal pockets, gloves, boots with built-in shins, and strong clothing stitched with steel wire. He looked at himself and decided that it looks good. Its luggage consisted of a few and homemade daggers. Now it was only necessary to get it all where he was going. Looking at the city in front of him, he decided that it was time to go. He became interested in what the royal capital would look like when it would take a little time. With these thoughts, he exhaled quietly. Gail stepped up the street with a good mood, and suddenly his gaze fell on something strange in the shade of the lane. He stopped, interested, and decided to look more closely. It turned out that they were the participants of his previous team. They froze and tried to warm up. Melissa asked not to be nervous, but Norris replied that he had nothing to worry. The girl began to be indignant because she was called a board, but the boys assured that they did not say anything like that. It seemed to the protagonist that these people reminded him of someone. Gail got to the market. Here he bought an apple and slowly began to bite. Suddenly the riders swept past him. These were guards. They discussed that they were lacking people, but there are guards near the castle, so everything should be calm. The protagonist looked closely at them and wondered why royal knights appeared here. In addition, he also noticed the presence of royal guard. Returning, he noticed on the wall an announcement of the search. It depicted a young man with dark hair who sells invisible jewelry. Everyone who saw something was asked to go to the castle. At this time, the knights turned to the guards, asking whether they inspected the area. The guards confidently replied that they had already checked everything, and added, "Now the army of the royal capital is patrolled there, so even the fly will not go unnoticed." These men tried to find out whether this young man was in a tractor or a guild. Gail felt admiration every time he was stopped, but this time he did not approach their description. Suddenly, one of the knights noted that the main character was a little like him. He had no passion for jewelry, and did not give the impression of a person who would sell them. Hearing this, Gail noted that such words are quite rude. The knight continued, noting that the guy was not dressed too tidy. In addition, the jewelry he sold had destructive power, and from that they seemed even more dirty. The man told Gala that he could go. Gail was angry. It seemed to him that he was behaving like a fool, allowing emotions to master himself. Now he had to leave the city as soon as possible. Looking around, the protagonist noticed that there were many crews with mechanical horses here. Now he could choose where to go. If he wanted to find a job, he will have to go to a big city. He carefully studied the map and noticed that there were a shopping city of Ambulante and the military city of the Gratius Fortress. He could also choose the way to the ancient city of Granche. Then he noticed that only 2 months before their departure, so they had discounts. The man began to seduce him, they say, for only 1 silver coin. They would bring him to the farm city of Farmag. Gail imagined a farm with a bunch of vegetables and immediately raised his hand, saying that he was ready to go. Suddenly, another hand appeared next to him. The main character looked at her carefully, feeling that he had already seen this girl somewhere. He decided to ask her about it. It was Moira. She took off the hood and asked if it was Gail, to which he replied that she was from the cash group. After that, they sat down to the carriage together. He was mentioned that he said something offensive, and she struck him in his face. Gail noted that they were delayed for a short time. She also expressed his hope that it would be. The protagonist laughed quietly under his nose. At this point, the girl noted that he was too close. They tried awkwardly to move away from each other. He shrugged and explained that you would still do nothing here. The girl just turned away. He looked around carefully. On the market, imported goods from neighboring countries and iron products were sold. There were mercenaries nearby. The ordinary locals fussed among them, and a strong girl who was not afraid was distinguished nearby. He remembered how early she left their team. The protagonist felt he wanted to relax, but did not find peace. He voiced his thoughts, adding that they have their own point of view, but they are not going to intervene too much. The girl suddenly stated what she did not even think before. Gail believed that the reason for his injury was not in the girl. Most likely the porridge was attracted to her. Judging by his behavior, it seemed that he had long tried to do something with him, so everything happened for the better. The protagonist asked her why she left. Moira finally dared to tell him what she kept in herself for so long. She was sincerely wondered how he managed to stay with them for so much time. The girl said that the cash is a leader and is not able to fight at all, and 3 others are so awkwardly holding the sword that there is nothing to say. She did not even mention the bow. The protagonist asked her whether it was a basket, and she confidently replied that so. And who else could it be? Because of this, she was taken by the guild, and now she will not be able to stay in the capital for a while. Mary said that when there were problems, they always blame each other, and then just forget about it. She is sure that he understands everything. She apologized to him for her words, to which he replied that everything was fine and he was sorry that they had created so much trouble for her. But the girl assured, "You should not apologize." The protagonist looked at her and thought that she probably left their company for a long time and easily left the city. He got food from his backpack, prepared a sandwich, and reached out to her. They said they both were victims of the company, so he would like to know more about it. In response, she smiled and answered something that would be difficult to express more accurately. When she saw food, she immediately flowed into saliva. She thanked him. Gail handed out sandwiches to other passengers. Morris praised the dish, saying she was delicious. She was surprised how he cooked it quickly, and he in response noted that everything was due to the wonderful ingredients and guilt. The girl immediately wondered what he conceived with her, treating her wine. She noticed that the wine was expensive, and asked if he really wanted to spend on such a drink. The guy just smiled and replied that he made that money on his kiosk. Moriv said that there are already rumors on the streets about artifacts found on that counter. He immediately asked who it could be. The girl made a sip of wine and said that it seems that the princess herself was looking for this man. At the same moment, a sweet girl appeared before his eyes. Then he shook his head, deciding that it is simply impossible. Mary assured that she had no idea about his earnings on the counter, and in response he only smiled kindly and wondered whether the person who sells artifacts had the appearance of a person. The girl laughed and agreed with him. He just sighed. What a injustice. He wanted her to say that it was true, even if she was deceiving herself. The sea said that for a real big business it is necessary to go to where the place is more sacred than this city. Gail agreed, and added that she could be a hermit. Laughing, she supported this opinion, and they moved on their way. The girl confessed that the guy made her laugh and she likes to spend time with him. In response, the protagonist sincerely noted that he also does not consider her unpleasant. After these words, they had fun with their palms. If one of them became the advanced warrior, they could combine the forces. Mora would help from the rear, and he would maintain the attack by his omenic spells. It was at this moment that the carriage stopped suddenly. The orcs blocked the way. It looked as if they had attacked the column. Judging by the sounds from the outside, the situation on the battlefield was not the best. One of the warriors reported that the mercenaries had died and asked for help. Looking out, they noticed several organizational people. Mora was worriedly said that the things were bad. It seems that they have already noticed their carriage. The girl thought that even if they were with Gail in a harrow, they would still be difficult for them. But no one else is fighting here. She asked the protagonist whether he had a weapon, and then added that there was simply no other way out. the very magical staff and a small knife with him. Gail replied to this that he had only a few disposable curses and a small dagger. Then she offered to go together and deal with enemies. The Mora assured that he did not die, much worse than to die in battle. She was confident in her magic support, so he should trust her. Gail explained that he was aware of his role in the forefront, so he asked her to watch and cover the rear so that the enemy did not come unnoticed. She agreed, and also asked him for possible trouble. Gail only waved his hand and assured that everything was fine. The hero smiled and suggested that the enemies to see what the former owner of S was actually capable of the enemies. They jumped forward instantly. Gail believed that they still underestimate the opponents, and understood that it should be attacked immediately to at least destroy someone. But suddenly he noticed something interesting. The protagonist said that the protective wall would be able to withstand several more attacks. Mora assured him, "Go, don't worry, I will support you." He nodded to consent. Suddenly, she noticed how something dark and incomprehensible stretched on his part. She asked what it was. In the hands of Gila shouted a dagger. Mora explained that the strengthening does not work instantly, so it is important to follow the right time. If you guess the moment, you can destroy the organizer with one blow and then impose a curse to stop the enemy. While he is under the action of the curse, they will have time to deal with another opponent. Gail shared his considerations. If you tighten everything, a patrol will definitely appear and ask what happened here. So they could not lose. The girl was angry and thought about her words. The wall wondered that he had in his hand. He replied that it was a regular dagger, only cursed. She clarified again, but he only asked her to stay behind. The girl tried to stop him. She dropped on one knee and began to draw a magical seal. This will not ensure absolute stability, but the strength they will still have more than those who are against them. At this point, she used the skill of increasing maximum force. At this point, the protagonist felt the power in him. He swung the subject in the direction of the enemy and said that the current position and distance would fit perfectly. It's time to act. There were inscriptions on that subject that immediately began to influence the monsters. Moro could not believe his eyes with surprise. She wondered if it was really Gail's curses. It seemed that their strength acted only on the monsters. Meanwhile, the condition of the latter was just deteriorating. The protagonist suddenly shouted that he cuts everyone into small pieces, trying to stop him more, because it was too early for it. She noticed that Gail did not completely hang in the air. He waved his head with one powerful blow, the girl frozen from shock. I couldn't say anything at all. And at this time, the main character calmly neutralized another enemy, skillfully cutting off his head. He ran further, without stopping and destroying every monster who stood in his way. His determination was trembling with fear. The main character looked at his dagger and laughed. He then turned to Moira and said that her reinforcement was wonderful. However, Moira replied that it was not in reinforcement. The girl thought that this debuff was a curse that works in the whole territory. It was extremely difficult to survive here. Ignoring protection, refusal to recognize the truth. Even if this is true, it is little different from constant influence. And even then he calls the legendary item a regular thing. She does not understand anything. She puts his hand to his forehead and calls him a fool. It is at this moment that Gala's body envelops magic. He noticed the seal under himself. Due to the strengthening of the sea, its ability has increased significantly. The young man confessed that he copes only through her support. However, the sea denied. They say, it's not at all. The protagonist assured that he was ready to fight further, and the girl immediately noticed that he did it even without any intensifying magic. Here she noticed that his level fell, but the guy did not even pay attention to it. She apologized to him and promised to correct everything immediately, because the action of the Bafu was already over. The protagonist confidently stated that as long as their team is acting together, he was not threatened. The Mora was surprised to ask if he did not sometimes get crazy. Gail again rushed into battle with organs. Kenny, meanwhile, dealt with one enemy, but he had to turn back as there were several more. They made spooky sounds, and Kenny realized that these creatures were getting more. After that, he threw an artifact in their direction, which, hitting their bodies, caused them to lung paritza, and then their bodies gradually began to dissolve. The main character immediately rushed at the opponents with a dagger in his hand. He noted that thanks to the reinforcing action of the Orca Sea, they were delayed and literally fossilized in place. The girl, watching it, thought that he really called a monster, so she began to worry, although in fact everything was wrong. Then she saw the guy attacking one of the biggest monsters. He dealt with him surprisingly quickly and immediately stretched his head. At the same moment, the ghostly silhouettes of skeletons seemed to thicken. Many thought that this is how the moments of death look. This is a real rarity. It is really impossible to do it yourself. But she does not seem to understand it at all. At this point, the protagonist stated that the victory for them, and he agreed they say he really defeated them. Gail then noted that it was cool, especially considering that most of the time he acted as support. Other passengers in the car were cautious because of it. Gail and Mora waved their hand warmly, and they immediately ran to them with joyful smiles. Subsequently, they stopped at a break. The protagonist confessed that he first fought with the monsters. He was a little worried and even afraid. Mora immediately remembered how he behaved during the battle, and asked him again. He only nodded. The girl wondered how long he was working as a team with Quiche. The guy calmly replied that he was just among the first to join. Nothing special is. He is just a master who knows well on cursed objects. Mora said the cash was wrong when he expelled her. Gail replied that he said the same, but thought it was the only right choice. She added that he just had a low self-esteem. The girl said that dandelion coffee is very tasty. He replied that this drink has many useful properties. Then she joked what sounds as if he was almighty. The guy just smiled and noted that she was exaggerating a little. She got up, thanked him for his coffee, and reported she was going to bed. He wished her good night. Gail wondered that he was omnipotent. Previously, such thoughts did not even think of him. And even today, everything is fine, all thanks to the support of Muraza. The protagonist remembered the times when he was in the group. Then everyone fought together, and he stayed in the shadow behind their backs. Today, when he faced the monsters, he no longer felt any discomfort. Then Gail laughed and said that the girl was very good. A smile appeared on his face, and the girl herself at that moment tried to fall asleep. The new day just started, and they went on the road again. It passed for a while, and Morris announced that they were already on the spot. These words were caught by Gail by surprise. And then they ran forward, heading to a rural town where rich farmlands are spread everywhere. They had to walk. When they got to the houses, they were already extremely exhausted. The protagonist noted that it would be about an hour to the border, and it would be better if he did not get off the cart. In response, she confirmed that this path really stretched a solid road as expected. Mora wondered what he was going to do next. He replied that he was first visited by the guild, handing out the materials obtained from the monsters and then searching for interesting tasks. She said they needed to know if someone was looking for people in their team. As long as this seems, they stayed together. He supported her, admitting that he wanted to be among ordinary people. In addition, their task is unlikely to be so simple. After a while, they reached the Adventurers Guild, which was located on the outskirts of the farm. There they began to view various tasks. The sea wondered if someone could handle it on their own. He confidently replied that everything would be fine. Then Gail wondered if she could go with him to help get rid of the undead. This is the mission of Class A. She replied that they both belong to the cover detachment, so their success is unlikely. He thought she was ready to help him. He confessed aloud that for him this type of task is the only chance of salvation. Suddenly a girl appeared near them. She looked at them as if she saw for the first time, and said she didn't remember them. Then she wondered if they were here. Gail replied that they were from the royal capital. Hearing this, the stranger happily noticed that it was wonderful. She gently held the main character by the hand and looked in his eyes kindly. Behind them, the sea watched this scene angrily. Then the girl wondered in the magician whether he considers them friends. The magician replied that they were comrades on the road. Then the stranger smiled and explained that he was a support player. There are many who want to play in this position. She wondered in Gail what role he chose for himself. He replied to this that he also stands in the reserve and is able to impose a curse skillfully. She was immediately interested. He then added that his main role was support, but he is able to enter into battle. Hearing this, the girl apologized and confessed that when it was possible to meet a real master curse. She joked that she chose the perfect profession for herself and winked. She said she would like to offer them some tasks so they could get used to the case. Then she looked at the quest and noted that they chose a truly good task, and added that there were several similar ones. There was almost no priest here, but already evil spirits who could talk to them, especially it did not smell. Moreover, there are very little ones who want to take up such a business. Then she assumed that they may be lucky. The stranger wondered if they were ready to try, because it was like a fight with death. He agreed. The girl also added that she was going to give them some tips. As she warned earlier, if someone refuses the task, she will not be able to send him a rescue team. The protagonist wondered if she had a map in this area. She smiled and replied that she had a map, and also offered several other things. However, the hero said he only needed a map. After that, the girl put a guild seal to the task. The stranger added another detail. He brought with him the skull of a person who was recently found. It was later revealed that it was the skull of one of the adventure seekers who decided to overcome this mission alone. She came to Gail and advised him to be careful, because they had little adventurers, and there is little left, and the situation in the city is now restless. Then she cast her gaze at the sea and laughing, stating that they were really good friends. Suddenly the girl remembered something. She greeted them in the town of Farmonic and introduced, saying that her name is Himley. After that, Gail assured everyone that now everything is fine and they will start the task tomorrow. Then the sea wondered why they were in a hurry. It would be better to relax after the road. When they came out of the guild building, the girl was indignantly noticed that Gimli was so annoying that it was just horror. The protagonist asked what she was talking about, but the girl quickly calmed down and said she did nothing. Mora lowered her head and said he was now obliged to go with him to this mission. Gail replied to this that he did not deny, but asked why she suddenly changed his mind. The girl immediately screamed that she was indifferent. She was only worried about him, that's all. Her cheeks were blinked immediately. Then the protagonist smiled and calmly said that she is better left here. It is not necessary to cherish unnecessary hopes because it will be easier for him to go. Mary told that those who dare to challenge the undead are a serious danger. Because of this, she is very worried. The protagonist replied that this is not a problem for him because the curse will be on his side. He was looking forward to tomorrow. At that moment, Gimli sat, plunging into the reflections on Gail and her words. She was amazed by the fact that he was so skillfully possessing curses, and at the same time surprised. Could he not have any ordinary curse? A new day has come. The main character and Moira had breakfast together. She smiled and joked that he had slept again for a long time, almost dinner, and he just woke up. He only shrugged and replied that nothing could do with it. They noticed that they were watching them closely. After all, in this city, almost do not meet armed people or adventure seekers. Such is a rarity here. That is why all the views were to get them to them. For a while, they got the places where the mission had to take place. The protagonist explained that they need to accomplish this task to make money. Gail wondered she brought with her. In her bag lay a silver knife, amulet with incense and holy water. He noted that this is not enough. The protagonist assured that everything is fine because he specializes in the undead. Then the girl confessed that she was really more concerned about this area. They went down. Mora warned that if something is terrifying, it would run away immediately. Gail agreed with her, adding that it was worth staying nearby because the dungeon was not easy. She also advised him to run with her if it is dangerous. They moved forward, heading to the light that flicked at the end of the corridor. When they came to the open space, a horrible picture opened in front of them. There were skeletons everywhere. Mora said with fear that it was just awful. Gail suggested that he may be the case of non-state. Then he began to carefully sort through the skeletons, and it was there that they noticed traces. The girl said that there was once a prison here, and now this place became a cemetery. A very sad place. Everywhere bones, and for that no one ever paid the punishment. Gail asked this. If they went down even deeper, could she say the same thing? At that moment, she only wanted to give his bones. The guy joked, they say, she is so religious. At that moment, the protagonist raised the skull and lifted him to the girl. She remained indifferent. Then he began to stir the skull jaw, and suddenly the girl hit him sharply, exclaiming to die. Gail apologized to her, explaining that he did not want to scare her. She in response said they were real monsters, and asked not to do so. Gail thought that if she was so afraid, she could just wait him outside. The protagonist said he wanted to receive more rewards, so he decided to go further. If she is afraid, he can wait outside. Gail noted that the use of holy water, wastefulness, then stretched her lantern and, apologizing, reported that he should go. Mora was amazed that he just took and left, leaving it himself. She turned and saw a dark corridor in front of her. After that, she shook her head and immediately rushed to the main character, asking him to wait for her. Together, they were in the middle of many coffins. The girl pressed him tightly and said quietly that she heard something. He tried to reassure her, they say. It just seemed to her. She apologized to him, confessing that she was very scared. At that time, Gail said it was just a bat, and Maurice replied that she was just a little scared and in general, here was really full of undead. At that moment, the girl turned and saw behind herself a skeleton. He made creepy sounds that frightened her, and she jumped into the arms of the main character. Closing her eyes, the girl whispered that something was moving. The guy tried to reassure her, asking not to worry. She jumped to the ground and tears rolled through her cheeks. Mora could not believe what was happening and asked not to shout so loudly. Suddenly the dead appeared in front of her, and the girl turned a real panic. The girl grabbed the protagonist by the collar and began to clear the way using his body against the skeletons. The guy was amazed and could not believe what was happening. When some time passed and all the undead were destroyed, he asked her if everything was fine and whether she became a little calmer. She nodded and apologized to him. The main character said in surprise that it is a little unclear. If she is so afraid, why did she follow him? The morality replied that she simply had no other choice. To go on the task of his own is too dangerous. She said she was worried. Then Gail smiled and assured that everything was fine. Moreover, he even likes to fight the cold. He thanked her for the care, smiling warmly. The guy said he was going to get the bottom and asked her if she was ready to go with him. He suggested that she close her eyes, and if she is scared, just take her hand and follow him. The sea really obeyed it. She closed her eyes and carefully took his hand. Both were scattered. Gail thought it was only a joke, but she really did so. At this time, in the capital, shortly before the main character left the city, the events unfolded in the blacksmith. The cash with the team wondered if it was really a smithy, and then offered to buy the equipment from the owner. However, the man replied that they were too dirty and advised them to get away. It has passed some time. They were sitting near a wall wrapped in rags. The cash complained of hunger, Melissa complained to the cold, and others said that they definitely needed to find money. It was already clear that this night would have to be spent again in the field. Fortunately, Luke brought some new tasks with him. The cash looked at everyone and said they were the level of S, so all these tasks are too simple for them. Norris asked them to calm down. The man said that today everyone is very tired, so they could not accomplish a difficult task. The rest was necessary to gain strength again. The cash watched the list of tasks again, but there were only those who paid badly. The most expensive of them was to kill one Orga. 60 coins were promised. It reminded them of an old enemy. At that time, Melissa suggested taking the task of C, because the tasks of ranks D and E were paid too little. Others have expressed an opinion to try to accomplish the task of the organization. Cash noted that they could choose at the most level C. The girl smiled and said that it is easy to handle the skeletons. And Luke confessed to himself that he did not plan to meet the night in the field even hungry. Norris turned to him and said they would do it, because they had already decided to do so. He added that these skeletons are just a small fish. The Norm wondered if everything would be okay with Lemon Balm and Kashek, to which the Cash in a joking manner replied, "But we will quickly deal with them, and then we will eat steaks on the bone." The man noted that these two were the most serious injuries. The Hatch calmly replied that the most important thing is to protect his health. After some time, they reached the abandoned church on the outskirts of the city. After looking at the place, Luke reported that many people were around. He drew a scheme and said that 20 enemies were hiding in the cemetery in the darkness. The Cash just smiled at this. It was an easy thing for him. Melissa immediately supported his confidence. She wondered at the rest that they were thinking about their unexpected invasion with the leader. The leader confidently replied that he would now show what he could one night. A little time passed, and they finally came to business. The Cash used the holy light. Melissa rushed to the enemies and began to strike her dagger. She also gave a sign of Norris that he would also take action. He pulled out his book and began to read the spell. At the same time, the Hatch dealt with several more enemies. Both of them rejoiced in their victory. "Kaysher, is it fun?" It turned out that this was his plan. He explained that the knight has such abilities. During the attack of Melissa, Norris will burn the enemy and the Hatch will reach it. Everything happened to the best. Norris explained that everything should work. The Hatch added that they will remain behind the wall and go to the rescue as soon as their turn. The leader nodded as a sign of consent. Then he, along with Melissa, approached the gate. The Cash asked if she was ready. She confidently replied that yes. It was at this moment that the spiritual barrier was temporarily removed. They both rushed straight to the skeletons. Karis stated that now he would take them all away, and Melissa grunted that he had been in the sun for a long time. At the same moment, they both jumped into the air, preparing for the attack, but did not even have time to start as the skeletons ahead of them and immediately struck. Cash and Melissa turned back, rapidly flying into the air. Luke and Norris were watching it without any emotions. They seemed to know that it would be in advance. The skeletons surrounded the couple and began to beat them. They screamed with pain. The Hatch called Norris loudly, warning that everything is very bad and they can die. In response, Norris quickly revealed his book. He immediately created his own flames, however. It was very small. The Hatch asked what benefit him, but the man replied that he had concentrated in him all the power of heat. The flames were small but extremely powerful. However, when the attack reached the skeleton, it did not harm him at all, only caused him anger. Then they grabbed their comrades and rushed. The mission ended in failure. The next day, they decided to go from the organization. Melissa said she would take care of him, and suddenly jumped on his back, knocking down her feet. But suddenly he grabbed his feet, took her hands firmly and lifted it. She shouted for help. Looking closely, the creature released the girl and just went away. The man only quit that she was not in his taste. The girl burst into tears from the insult and was indignantly asked, "What about this funny?" At that moment, the porch said the orgies was in vain, and swung on him with a sword. However, the weapon suddenly slipped out of his hands and flew away. OP, angry because of this, turned sharply. The leader only sighed. Things are bad. Then the monster with force swung his mace and rejected them all sideways. This attempt also ended in failure. A few days passed, and the whole team gathered in the capital guild. Their appearance was depressed. Everyone seemed sad and gloomy. They sat down at the table and began to discuss that all their failures were guilty of the protagonist. The pockets of them were empty, and all the coolers had to sell. Norris noted that they need to make money and catch up with Gail. Then Luke suggested opening the shop. He replied to this KRC, but then he recalled that today they have a clash with goblins. However, after some time they returned to the guild. Beaten, bruising, and scratches. The administrator wondered if they were not successful again. Cash stated that something was not clean here, because he remembered how they first got to this village. Then they were told that S-rang fighters were rare. The head assured that with their appearance residents may no longer worry, and the residents promised to help them in everything they could. The man noted that this was their first meeting with the goblins. The cash replied that they did not have to do anything. They would take the whole initiative. But when the issue of battle with goblins arose, the peasants decided to cope with them on their own. A group of porridge from this clash suffered great losses due to these monsters. The cash told the administrator that the peasants consider them in vain. They say they are not beneficial from them, so they are not going to pay. Then the girl suggested that it is worth reducing their rank even more while the skin is whole. In response, the leader immediately grabbed her clothes and began to ask them to give them a simpler task. The administrator sharply pushed his hand and hit him. It was already his fourth defeat in a row. At this point, the protagonist wondered. The deeper you lower, the more there are lost souls there. In the underground cemetery, you can only wait. Morris sat next to him, still closing her eyes. They both stood on the high stairs, and Gail screaming, asking if there was, although someone was alive here. But silence prevailed in response. They went down, and he noted that there was nothing to cling to. But someone else felt something. Suddenly, a huge bony hand crawled out of the pile. The girl immediately screamed that she knew. Something was there, and immediately asked if she could open her eyes, because she became even more scary. The protagonist thought that with the open door seems even more scary, and making sure that no one was here, he decided to impose magic on this giant skeleton. The runny nose immediately began to disappear. Gail turned to the girl and said that she may now open her eyes. Mora was surprised to ask if he had just destroyed the runny nose by dispersing. In response, he also wondered if she really saw it. It was easy, but time to explain everything he did not have. The girl wondered if he at all realized what was simple. The scattering spell, she explained, usually used to remove the curse. However, she has not yet been heard that she was working against the undead. He explained to this that priests and other ministers used it. She immediately noted that it was the ritual of expulsion of evil. After all, the task of the priest is to clean people with the help of divine magic. The protagonist confessed to this that he is aware. This is not quite right. The girl asked in surprise what he was talking about. Then he promised her to explain everything. They will start from the very tie. In his case, he not only listened to the dead, he held a skull and looked at him with a light smile. The protagonist returned to the girl, and she looked confused. She did not restrain her and asked what he was referring to when he was talking about the listening of the non-state, and as it was related to the work of the priests. The guy asked her not to rush with the conclusions. He promised to explain everything. Gail asked her if she knew where these dead came from. She replied that it was a matter of magic, evil will. Her words were confirmed by lemon balm. But suddenly, another inanimate emerged from the back. The protagonist continued to tell his story and deal with him. He noted that such a tendency is especially noticeable in the cemeteries. When he wondered whether they hated the runny nose of exile and purification, the interlocutor only nodded and said it was quite natural. Gail said that for him exile is when a stranger suddenly begins to shout at him, although he is still holding on to this world through an ancient image. Moira wondered what he was doing, and the main character calmly replied that he collects the liquid of a gull. Then he asked her if she merged when she was quarreled as a child. The girl immediately remembered her childhood. Once her father told her that she would not be able to cope, and she argued and said that many girls became travelers. In response, she was ordered to be silent, they say. She was talking too much. At that moment, the protagonist called her by name, and she returned from the world of her memoirs. And then she apologized for what she thought. Gail said he always listened carefully when someone has some image or pain. If a person has died of starvation, He dreams that he can eat well. If someone is left alone, it is sworn in sadness. And there were those who were mercilessly spoke and tortured. And it also hurts him. The protagonist explained that every person holds the image, is the usual part of our lives. Therefore, he decided to show directly that he understands their feelings. Thanks to this, he managed to calm the runny nose, and everyone around you felt happier. Suddenly, another skeleton emerged from the next coffin. The sea shuddered. This was much larger and looked fierce. The girl again rushed to the main character, jumping at him. She looked at the inanimate and decided that this skeleton was the same Dark Knight. She clung to Gail firmly, thinking that even his support would not withstand such a monster. If this creature is closer, it will become much more dangerous than leeches. In the meantime, the guy asked him to let him go, because he was not enough air. The protagonist rose, still holding the sea in his arms. The girl asked why he was trying to hug her, but he replied that she did not let him go. At that moment, the girl noticed that the skeleton was about to hit, so she screamed. But it was at this moment that Gail approached the skeleton, touched his skull with his finger, and a magical seal appeared in that place. He used the spell again. The skeleton stopped immediately. The protagonist told the wall to go down, because everything ended, then turned to the undead. The skeleton suddenly changed to the silhouette of a young man. He widened in the air just over the remains of the bones. Gail smiled at him, while the girl froze from shock. With gratitude on his mouth, the spirit of this guy dissolved in the air, and only his soulless skeleton remained on the ground. Mora watched with everything with the open mouth. Gail explained that this is what happens. She confessed that she did not understand anything. After all, a creature of Class B was in front of them, and then a young man appeared from it and suddenly disappeared. The protagonist replied that the guy never had time to say goodbye to his bride, and he had a long, regretful decision. Moira asked him where he knew it, and Gail replied that when he creates damnable objects, he somehow began to understand the souls of the dead. Then, listening to his story and understanding the essence, he finally calmed down. Moore wondered if he really implies that the runny nose desires only sympathy. To this he replied that they were once ordinary people. The protagonist said that this is his unique way to expel evil spirits. In his opinion, compared to the gross cleaning, which is carried out by priests, his method allows you to get the best materials for the creation of cursed artifacts. The young man explained that after the removal of magic, there are no components together with the remnants of the curse, and the runny nose is an enemy that cannot be destroyed. The girl listened to him with dissatisfaction, and later angrily replied that he destroyed all her notion of the runny nose. The guy and the girl walked the sidewalk, both dressed in short cloaks. The girl in her hands had a weapon, a stick, and the guy carried only a bag. The girl did not look at him until he could withstand and asked why she was looking so carefully at him. The girl suggested that he really considered the runny nose something simple, which would be able to handle without difficulty. He tried not to frighten her, reassured her, but thought that for him these creatures were just ordinary material for work. Here the girl was very angry. She turned to him sharply, angrily repeated his words and demanded that he apologize to all the priests for her statements about working material. For some reason, she was sure it was right. But the guy did not understand the reasons for her reaction and asked why she was so annoyed. The girl with the boy stopped at the huge stairs leading down. The guy hesitated whether to go down and reflect aloud. They say, to use the leaning on the runny nose. It is profitable for everyone. But still the task is not easy. Suddenly the girl straightened sharply and exclaimed that his way of thinking was just awful. The guy immediately asked her not to shout. The couple descended the stairs. The young man carefully held the girl by the hand. They walked nearby, almost leaning against each other, constantly looking back. Finally, the guy smiled and said they came. The young man replied that they were on the lower floor, where all the runny nose gathers. Quickly hiding behind the column, the girl dared to say that, although it was a dungeon, there was more light here than at other levels higher. The young man began to tell the girl about the inhabitants of this floor, trying to surprise her. Here are livids, skeletons, and dark phantoms and ghosts in white. All of them are somehow related to this strange world, he added with a mysterious smile. They continued to hide behind the column. The girl looked very worried. Her gaze stopped at the dead. There were about 50 bodies in this place, so it was so brightly glowing around. They came from a blue spiritual glow, the girl said quietly and slightly in a shaky voice. The guy immediately realized. She is very anxious here. To discharge the atmosphere a little, he asked if she should close her eyes. But the girl was immediately angry, assuring that she was already accustomed to this. However, the guy thought she was just pretending to be bold. The guy thought, and his friend immediately noticed it. A quiet, invisible conversation flew between them, which lasted for a long time. Finally, the guy said that there was no matter in fact. The girl glowed with happiness. She had the hope that they were about to leave this place, because they could not do without it. "Then we need to come back," she said, but her voice was not confident. Suddenly, the rod slipped out of her hands. The loud sound came so much that he laid his ears. At the other end of the city, a young and pretty girl sat solemnly, dressed in a gorgeous dress, and a crown shone on her head. Nearby was a girl in a strict form. On the table in front of the owner of the crown lay a photo of a guy who fought with the cold. The girl returned to her companion and asked if she knew this boy. The boys noticed that the monster did not touch them, and at that moment, having heard the threatening sounds, the girl pushed the boy in his back, quietly asking him to hide. A spooky runny nose appeared from the dark passage, slowly hanging over the ground. The girl was standing around the corner and watched the runny nose. She immediately noticed that this creature did not look like those she saw before. He felt confidence in his behavior. He was truly the master of this place. Once on the surface, an archimag of death appeared, the most powerful among all necromantists. It is said that one of its appearance was enough to create an innumerable army of undead. People called him a sign of evil and a messenger of death. The girl could not understand why he appeared here. The guy suddenly cut off her reflections, saying that he was looking for this dead man, and he appeared on time. The girl looked at a friend in surprise without understanding his words. The girl whispered, asking what the guy said in general. After all, a sorcerer of this level requires a priest of the highest class. While they discussed all this, hiding behind the columns, the dead had already felt the appearance of unwanted guests. Suddenly, the magical attack broke down in the direction of the couple, breaking one of the columns of the building. The guy managed to evade, immediately grabbed the girl and pulled her away, protecting from danger, and at the same time answered her question. The young man warned his companion nearby, and together they ran away, evading the mag's attacks. The sorcerer continued to attack, but they had fun evading his attacks. The girl suggested running the enemies and quickly run out of the room, because one attack is already corpses. The young man replied that they still had one thing from the magical arsenal. Hearing this, the girl asked in surprise what he meant. The guy stopped and plunged into the ground a charming object with a skull. The debris suddenly flashed the flames and twisted in a frantic dance. A magical circle with the blessing to remove charms appeared on the floor, and the magician was in the center of the trap. The girl was delighted with the mysterious art of priestly magic, which is commonly used to save the damned, and surprised where the boy came from such a rare artifact. The girl watched with the delight of how the guy coped with a whole herd of monsters with one blow, and suddenly the spirit of a man who was among the dead. The monster began to disappear one by one, and instead a quiet, peaceful peace spilled in the air. The couple got out of the dungeon into the fresh air under the clear sky. The protagonist inhaled in breathing in the clean air, overcoming fatigue. The girl, pressing against herself, categorically promised that he would never go to the cemetery again. Moro was stunned when she realized that they were able to defeat the army of the undead in just one day, and just couldn't believe it. The guy, trying to reassure her, said she was wrong because the sorcerers are everywhere. But the girl denied, emphasizing that the temple knights, which are sent by the church, are usually handled by the danger, and they eliminate the threat of rapid blows. If the sorcerers are truly pouring everywhere, as he says, then this world would have long been doomed. Gail rose, surprised by the girl's answer, and added that they usually find themselves on the old and large cemeteries, explaining that the sorcerer was once a nobleman who directed this place. The girl replied that this is why the sorcerer wanders the cemeteries of the whole city. The guy gladly hugged his bag and admires that it was cool to get so many different materials. Now he will be able to create even more new ones. The girl knocked her friend and noted that he really had a special love for damnable objects. The guy, pulling things out of the bag, said with a smile that to do them was a real pleasure. Putting his favorite necklaces with spells, he took a knightly sword in his hand, and in the other, a rod, and glowing with happiness, asked if he looks cool. The girl replied that he could not share his sense of beautiful. Gail warned her that, without understanding it, she loses a lot. The guy was offended, turned away and muttered that there were no more people left around who would understand him. I also remembered that the guy remembered his small store. Gail replied that she was a girl who really liked his design, and many said it was something new and stylish. After all these cursed items are popular. They are often used as an interior decor or even mascots. She thought again. The guy said that once the whole world would understand and appreciate his special style. The girl assured him that this would never happen, and in response she heard a horrified question. The guy gladly stated that he would definitely try to achieve it. Moreover, a smile appeared on his face when he remembered how he first met Gail. Moral was just talking to the girl as suddenly heard the conversation that came to the side. The guy reproached Gail for his slowness, and the girl who was next to him stood and asked the boy a little patience to the hero. Morass with sarcasm noted what kind of friendly team. The girl on the reception was told that it was a flock of wolves, each of which was difficult. They were part of the Marine rank team and had already managed to prove their skills. Moira noticed that a man was coming behind her. It was Gail. The girl confidently addressed the employee and reported that she would take this task. Gail was kicked out of the team. The girl stayed with him. Moira remembered how for the first time, due to the betrayal of his comrades, Gail was frightened and could not lift his eyes. He just looked into the ground. But now that they were together, the guy seemed to be blossomed, and in his eyes there was a hope for the future. The girl inadvertently thought how well she shared with Gail now, but in response, she heard a surprised question. The sea confessed that she had fun with him. The guy was red and turned away, not understanding how she can say that if tears in her eyes. The girl objected to, shouting that she had no tears. The guy with a smile apologized and decided to thank her. Gail told him that he was expelled from the team, and now he came to the village. It would be sad if he stayed completely, the guy confessed. When connecting his hands, the guy replied that even if there is money and the city is not bad, it is still difficult to stay alone. Gail, hiding his eyes, smiled and said that he was very pleased to laugh with someone, and for that he is grateful to the sea. The girl went closer and looked closely at the boy. The girl blushed and lowered her eyes, embarrassed. Departing from the guy, the girl asked why he was so frank, embarrassing from his good words. She sighed and, hidden in the hood of the cloak, thanked him quietly. The guy did not hear her words and asked again, because of which the girl decided that he did not understand other people's feelings. Moira asked the guy what they planned to do with a reward. The guy replied that it was worth dividing her equally. The girl was struck by these words of Gail. Others denied, they say, the girl did not do anything. She only accompanied the young man on a trip, just walked around and did not help anything. But the guy replied that everyone in the team had a role. Then the girl took one bag and said that the most that she can help now, it is to bring a little things. Gail took away all the other bags with the award, and, surprised, asked how strong her companion, because even an experienced carrier could hardly lift so many things at the same time. The young man pointed to the bracelet with skulls and said that all his strength, thanks to this artifact, which enhances endurance, physical strength, and allows to tolerate harder. The girl opened her mouth with surprise, realizing that such a thing can radically affect the course of the war. To this the guy calmly replied that he made a bracelet on his own. The girl only sighed tired and covered her face with a palm, and the guy looked at her in surprise without understanding such a reaction. Moore asked the boy if he had previously seen damn items in stores. On this, Tats noted that the girl behaves impolite. The guy also replied that he was a master of damn things and explore that he was popular, but he did not like all these items. The girl also denied that his remark concerns the appearance of objects, although it is actually about their abilities. Usually each item has only one property of a damn thing. Otherwise, the object itself may not withstand the load. It would be good if it was possible to at least 10% to increase its effect, the girl exclaimed. Moore explained that things that have 2 or more properties and are much more powerful than usual are called artifacts. Gail laughed, they say. Once it was a real national property, and he perceived his inventions only as little things. The girl believed that the strength of magical objects was growing with how the master improved her understanding and thinking. But she was annoyed that the guy never listened to the opinion of others. The young man replied that it does not matter what effect this thing would have. It all depends only on ingenuity, because they can be combined as you want, just as sorcerers combine their spells. The girl thought about the words of her companion. If you think then, following the logic of the guy, the damnable objects can be compared to ordinary toys. However, he denied and explained that it all depends on the quality of the subject itself. The girl, like everyone around, knew perfectly about the terrible consequences of the use of cursed artifacts, so she was silent without being answered by the boy. The risk of being cursed was very large, because it is worth a person to wear a damned item at least once, and it will no longer be able to remove it on its own, because it requires a special skill. The price for the use of this item was very high. In exchange for a more powerful blow, the user could lose strength under the scorching sun on the battlefield and fall, unable to even move. and there was a risk. Due to exhaustion, it was possible to lose self-control and attack even their comrades, not distinguishing between allies and enemies. Perhaps the owner of the cursed artifacts could control things as the master manages his own hands. If the curse is removed, with it will disappear and the influence imposed on the thing. However, the question was, could the creator so skillfully control his creation to remove only the curse, but leave a useful effect on the user? Thinking about it, the girl stopped. The sea asked the boy if he wanted to stir the very essence of their world, calling him a terrible master. The guy gladly agreed, explaining that that is why he needed to create the perfect item. Hearing this, the girl smiled at Riley. The girl replied that Gila's arrow would not fly here, and the guy denied that he should not let go of his hands. The sea supported his opinion. As long as the power of the cursed objects has boundaries, the world will not even notice Gail. Morris stopped on the road, and the bull, which was ahead, noticed the turf and offered to lead a cart. Gail quickly ran to the peasant with a cart. The girl thought about the owner of the damn artifacts. Laughing, the girl thought that the guy was really funny. She wondered if she could at least sometimes be with him in this team. Towards guests, a dark elfian named Gamli came out. She sincerely greeted them on behalf of the Guild of the Adventure and invited them inside. The girl recognized the boy and turned to him, calling him Gail. She noted that he came too early and asked if he wanted to be released. The guy disagreed with her words, saying that everything was not at all, and opened the packages to show their contents. Gail assured that he was not a fake, and suggested that the girl see herself. And LPN had to look at the skeletons. The man threw the girl's skull to the girl's feet, which brought unhappiness. This amazed the elf. The girl's eyes played with lights, and she gripped that she would buy everything 10% more expensive than usual. The sea immediately intervened, insisting on an increase in price by 30%. She explained that in the letter, they were tasked with only cleaning the terrain, but in fact they went much further into the dungeons, and unexpectedly, there appeared there. Only miracle they managed to get out alive. The hero's companion strictly stated that the information from the letter was unreliable, which is why she asks only 10%, which was absolutely unacceptable for the guild. Gemli looked at the girl puzzled. The hero politely apologized to the participants, explaining that their guild was still completely new, so the information could be inaccurate. He tried to negotiate, proposing to reduce the reward to 20%. Moira reluctantly agreed, but she was clearly annoying. The guy could not understand why his companion was angry. Then Mira said directly, "It is necessary to say honestly how it is, because when performing any task it is necessary to plan immediately." She explained the example. For example, if you take a quest for the destruction of fiery monsters, then in fact, the young man with a smile replied that the Mora in any case was very good, which the girl denied. They say, that's not. Suddenly, Gamli intervened in their cute conversation, apologizing in advance for being able to spoil this gentle atmosphere, and apologized to the boy, confessing to his inexperience. The young man gently assured her that everything was fine. The girl was blaming her head, confessing that she naively believed the words of the burial ground and realized that she was wrong. Gail felt the cheeks flashing from shame when she thought what kind of cute this elf was. The guy tried to hide his excitement and admiration, assuring that the cemetery is his special trail, and he would come here from time to time. Gimli, with a happy smile, rushed to the boy into a hug, confessing how he was soothed by his words. The young man thought that the girl really looks like a real guild master, and for the first time he felt that he was so highly appreciated. But their arms suddenly interrupted Moira, strictly ordered to stop it. The Elfian hurried to the second floor, explaining that time to start checking the goods, and warned that she would return soon. After that, the sea addressed Gail to the question of whether he liked this girl. The guy asked what she was talking about. The guy wondered why suddenly she had such interest, and abruptly refused, assured that she did not feel anything like this. The girl in response noted that she was very sweet to him and even posed for him. Gail was discouraged and assured that there was nothing like that. Mora resigned and left. Gail did not understand the behavior of his girlfriend at all. The girl, all blushed, browned her eyebrows. Mora, a little annoyed, shouted in response that she was not angry at all, but simply trying to convey to the boy, the elf for over 100 years. A spear flew past a couple and with a frantic force fell into the floor. Gimli apologized, saying that her hand was pulling on her own. The boys were well aware that she had done very accurately. The girl just smiled in response and said that it was time to receive their reward. The coins were put in front of the couple. Gail immediately proposed to split them in half. The sea wanted to deny, but the guy gently reassured her. Gimli gazed them and said that they would return later for the rest of the reward. Gimli studied the new product carefully and annoyed, hearing the girl talking about his return. Gimli approached the shadow and asked what happened because her guest appeared very rarely here. In response, there was only one thing from the darkness. She needs to wait a little because now the voice will tell you exactly what Elfa wanted to know so long ago. He decisively ordered the information. The girl began to tell her story slowly. Elf mentioned the fuss in the capital, which everyone was called an attempt for murder. Gimli wondered if Princess Carla was alive and answered her in the affirmative. The reason was that the princess used to use a cursed artifact that protects against instant death. The girl was doubtful because she knew that only a shield had such a property. But the voice from the shadow replied that nothing was known about church relics. The Elfian smiled, looking at the mysterious artifact with a terrible force. She asked who was the killer, but the girl confessed that she had no such information. She only knew that one of the military was involved. Gimli smiled, looking at this confusing business, and decided for himself. The offender probably belongs to the special unit of the Imperial Division. The girl assured that the details would tell later. The elf asked the informant to find out if there was something interesting, but in response, she received a refusal. She boldly ordered another last task to find out more about attempted attempt. Having received consent, the girl disappeared instantly. Then we learned that the Empire secretly took a decisive step. I planned to kill the heir of the throne, thinking that the struggle for power was underway inside the country. At this point, the girl remembered the cursed object, and with him the image of Gail and their acquaintance appeared before the eyes. She noticed an incredible number of cursed objects under his cloak, but despite this, the guy remained absolutely calm. And this guy, along with his partner, was able to defeat Lich. The girl thought that he exactly was dealing with damn things. Desperately taking the soul, he plunged into the thought that they were dark elves, sacrifices of damn things, and remembered their original desire to create a real family. Lee Game remembered how she bowed her head in obedience with her people. The girl was very sought to obtain the saying of the King of Demons, because only so could it remove the curse from her family and regain herself lost rights. Working as a guilder, she gathered valuable information at the same time, because she dreamed of getting to the Imperial Guard. The girl thought, if there is a conflict between the capital and the Empire, will she have a new chance? In addition, she has recently been lucky to meet a master specializing in cursed items. Having made all the pieces of this puzzle, she decided that Gail was created that artifact. Dressing, the girl confessed that for her the young man who came with the wind was really very interesting. In the city church, the man asked the visitors whether they were a curse on them. Former Gail's comrades looked at the priest of the church. The man assured that the curse did not work, and they were absolutely clean. However, he immediately heard the objection. The captain of the team reproached Gala, accusing him of imposing a curse on them, so they wanted to get rid of him and regain their forces. However, the man replied that the traces of the curse still remained on them, and the fact that they survived was a real miracle. However, with the disappearance of Gail, everything returned to the usual state. A group of people gathered in the corridor. The boys realized that what they have reached now is their true level of strength. The commander became angry and began to reproach the priest for his helplessness, because the boys also hoped that he would do something. The man in the hood looked at his hand and could not believe that he was an ordinary magician, not someone special. The commander ordered him to listen carefully and suggested that Gail find. The guy suggested that their former friend is now begging in city lanes. Then the man shouted, hoping to find money. The man asked the boy to stop, because the same misery was waiting for them. The boys sold all their equipment to take off the curse and at least live. Now they had no place to stop. The usual hotel could only dream. Their clothes have long turned into rags, so they looked like real homeless people. The young man grabbed his friend and asked why he was so depressed and what happened. Comrade asked to let him go. The guy stopped erupting from the commander's hands and asked to pay attention to the bulletin board. The cache looked. The cache asked what was happening here. Seeing the ad, the guy rushed forward and grabbed a piece of paper. The comrades wondered what the announcement was about, and then Luke replied that, as their commander said, they were not just like that. There is a special reason. The cache laughed, confident in his correctness, and said they were incredibly lucky. In the meantime, the guy showed the announcement and asked to look carefully. The piece of paper depicts Gail, and next to the royal decree of the search, which refers to the reward for its catching, alive or dead. The special features indicated this guy, and no one could believe that he was wanted. The boys laughing, and passers-by looked at them with surprise. They were fascinated by the idea of catching Gail and passing it to the kingdom, dreaming of getting a reward for it. The princess, along with their knight, slowly stepped and discussed the informant. They were united in thought. No more fees for false information. The knight noted that the informant is a member of the guild and has the rank of the adventurer of Class C. The girl added that not so long ago he had participated in hunting for people. The wolf spot team sat at the table without any manners, surrounded by knights. The boys discussed that the furniture was very expensive here and the food was just incredible, and at the same time they were happy to chew. The cash threw his feet on the table and began to complain that such informants as he could not be handled. They say they were forced to wait, so an additional fee should be required for it. The princess, along with the knights, quietly sat down at the table, hiding behind the backs of the defenders, and whispered to lack the education of their guests. The guy noticed the presence of two women and immediately announced that they were the best adventurers of the city, and only the royal family had the right to speak with them. The princess stopped her knight from unnecessary actions and answered calmly that she was delayed because she was busy. The princess called her name, Karl de Glosken, and the guy realized that he was dealing with the princess of this country. She remembered his previous words when he asked her to apologize for late, and with annoyance needed forgiveness. The girl sat on a chair, and the adventurer bowed in front of her, standing his knees. The cash has sincerely apologized for its boldness. The girl quietly asked to go to business. She asked directly if they knew the guy from the ad. The boys looked around and with cunning smiles confidently answered that everything was aware. The knight proposed to start with the description of the special signs of the wanted person. The cash replied that this guy has ordinary physique and dark eyes. The girl immediately noted that such information would not help them. The girl from the Kara team said that he wore a simple blue cloak, and the princess asked to continue the story. Then the guy remembered how he made uninteresting little things and had a disgusting taste. The princess replied that he was wrong. The team froze with surprise. The princess could not tread why such things were called little things, and the guy just muttered something and asked to wait a little. The man in the hood was called Gail. He once was their friend and became famous as a master of cursed artifacts. Gail stretched out 3 amulets and suggested looking closer. The girl confidently replied that there could be no mistake. The princess was wondering what it was about, and then the girl explained. She understood it when she was looking for a boy. The man told the guard of the princess, and if he is believed, they searched for the owner of the shop trading cursed things, as well as the amulet that he added as a gift. The princess, offended, said she had never encountered such earlier. The girl replied to it. Maybe they just didn't have time to prepare it for closing, or the princess was too hurried. The girl turned to the hatch and asked if he had something else from the pond. It was from Gail. The guy replied that he got this thing from another man, but he had another item. He had a ring with a beast foeman, mastichin, on which the mucus, and the chain on which the witch powder was stored. The boys, stunned, asked the guy why he always wore it with him, and thought that it was because of this thing that they were not happy. The princess, barely holding back tears and covering his mouth with his palms, was amazed with strange things. She gladly accepted all these things and was genuinely happy. The adventurers were stunned by the girl's act. When the emotions subsided little, the princess sat down and decided to trust the informants. The princess ordered them to be awarded. In the eyes of adventurers, the sparks of joy were shown. The girl wondered in her princess whether she was really fascinated by these little things. The princess, as a matter of indifference, shook her head and hid her true feelings. The princess stretched the cache of money, explaining that it would be in advance for the work done. Carl came closer to the boy, saying that she needed to thank Gail and wondered if he understood her. The guy dropped on one knee and asked to trust him. The boys were happy to the award and were getting ready for Gail's search. The commander distributed the task between the boys. Melissa instructed to check the pitch on the street and the trading guild, Morris, to find out about everything in the guild of the adventures at the permanent court. And Luke ordered the carts. The cash could not understand why the princess should thank Gail. The man said that for such a gift from the princess he should be thanked properly. The Vovlonga team is completely misunderstood by Princess Charles. Meanwhile, she, along with her knight, watched adventure seekers in the window. The girl asked Her Majesty whether she really trusts these people. Clara replied that she simply had no other choice. At this time, the knight watched the announcement in which the princess painted and described the boy. The princess decided to check them to find out what the C-Civ rank adventures are capable of. The princess strongly turned the table, grabbed the sheet, and began to talk about Gail. The girl pressed an advertisement with his photo and replied that she wanted to know more about him. The town called the corner of farmers. There are hard-working peasants who care about their lands from morning till evening. Gail sat and created a new artifact, and the man suddenly sneezed and said with a smile that there are probably true connoisseurs of his damn things, because they are so hot. The young man quickly accepted it and continued his way. Gail laughed and explained that if you polish the rib of the dance, it would increase the resistance to magical power and improve the properties of the dark element. However, it has a side effect. The properties of the light element and physical protection are reduced, but if you add powder from the bones of dark skeleton, these disadvantages can be compensated. The young man added a grace and flame to his mixture, which increased his resistance to light magic. Gail, with delight, completed his amazing work created from the ashes of the Lich Climora. This creation was the first truly significant achievement for him, since he settled in the corner of farmers. The young man forged the Sage of the Sage and called his split, and gave him the best properties. The guy was about to swing when the girl suddenly hit him on his head with words to silence. Gail asked what she was doing in his room, and she complained of noise in response. The guy never understood the problem. The girl first wanted to forgive him the unpleasant living conditions, but changed her mind. The girl wondered at the boy if he planned to open his store today. Moira replied that she would join him because the weather contributes to successful trade this day. The man nodded, agreeing with her. Gail, like other sellers, called buyers to his counter, trying to interest them. The girl was confused and did not know what to say. On the street, passers-by turned to everyone, but only Gail remained away. She was not noticed. But the man tried to adjust the two guys who had just bought meat. Gail offered the boys to food sticks made of skeleton. However, the boys politely abandoned such an unusual offer. The guy offered the man a unique sword made to order, but only when he heard it, the buyer fled. Gail frightened and rushed to flee. The girl asked and annoyed why he did so, and the guy only supported her astonishment. The guy stretched out the girl's sword, assuring that for her, as a girlfriend, he would make a special price. But the girl without hesitation rejected the sword sideways. The guy instantly rushed to catch him with the whole body, shouting that this sword is very valuable, and it could not be handled. Moira told the guy that he was not in his mind if he decided to sell such in this city, just in the middle of a series of food. The guy replied that the trade is going well only in the morning. The girl explained that it was not at all. She asked if the concept of supply and demand was familiar to him. The young man nodded, they say, knew, and said it was a connection between the buyer and the seller. Moira strictly advised him to make these words in his memory. The guy wondered what could come here, and eventually came to the conclusion that these ill-fated dressings on his head. The girl pulled the boy back, insisting that they needed to come back. Gail asked her to stop, because the store is still open and everything can stretch. But she just waved her hand, saying that no one needs his old junk. The boys came to Gimli. The girl told her what had happened on the market, and confessed that she could no longer cope with him. The offended guys sat away and said that Moira was no longer his partner. Gail, hugging his sword firmly, said that the sea was not able to appreciate the beauty of his creations, because he worked on this sword for 3 days. Gimli advised the guy to listen more often to the thoughts of others. But the guy denied the words of the elf. Gimli explained to him that it was worth considering what a person and for what purpose he could buy this product from him in this city. The guy thought about it. The guy assumed that it was necessary for interior decoration. Gimli had already felt how serious everything is. The elf wondered why they generally decided to open the store in such a place. The girl noted that the appearance of a store with damn things next to the grocery bench can interfere with trade and attract the attention of the guards. The guy reproached his companion for complaining, and she justified, they say, chatting as if with a deaf wall. The elf, with a smile, joked that this couple was perfect for each other, but they immediately denied. The guy, a little confused, confessed that he gave the trading guild the whole gold for the market, and the girl just frozen at surprise, not knowing what to say. Moira was indignant in this city, and Gimli only shrugged and said that someone just earns it. The guy could not believe his defeat. Elf calmly explained to the boy that a large number of people on the street still does not guarantee the sale of goods, because this part of the city is unlikely to be interested in cursed things. The guy was noticeably upset. Then Gimli tried to cheer him up and assured that this does not mean the absence of buyers, because there are also adventurers, members of the guild. Gail, these words were comforted. But this did not solve the problem, because at first they needed to change the place. Gimli wondered if they were discussing a profitable place for trade. The young man replied that this place was already busy. The girl wondered if he really saw the place and whether there were many traders. The guy mentioned that there was quite a space on the square. Even there was a lot of free space. The elf understood everything and explained that there are guilds with their own branches in the capital, which opens shops even in small towns. So the boys had to go there. The couple asked where they needed to go. The girl replied that she was heading to the blacksmith's guild. Meanwhile, the blacksmith heated metal and forged a new weapon, preparing for future battles. Guild of Blacksmiths. The guys come in search of a good place for their mall. Gail wondered why the blacksmith had a skill, not a merchant. Gimli explained that a special balance of strength was at the corner of the farmer. The girl explained that there is almost no power here. Because of this, they will lose the guilds of blacksmiths both for money and by the number of people. And the guys from Glass came with an official visit. Mora added that the trading guild seeks to become the first in the city. Elf praised the girl for her wit. In the countryside, Koval became famous for his skill. He made excellent metal products, repaired inventory, and helped build new buildings. In addition, its tools, designed specifically for locals, were exactly what was needed for work on Earth. That is why the popularity of the smithy did not surprise anyone. The guy suggested that if they were greeted with influential people, then they might have helped them open the store. The girl agreed and asked if they prepared a gift for them. Then the guy pulled the damn necklace and sword. This division, as Gail called it, could make everyone happy. He was certain. It was only necessary to give them it, and they would certainly betray them. Mora tried to reassure the guy, and Gimli asked with horror he was a sword. Then Mora recalled that Elf asked them to gather in a circle to go shopping. The satellite suggested the boy just bowed, promising that the gift from her would definitely receive, and the guy, on the contrary, was convinced that blacksmiths would appreciate his gift. Then the girl asked him to look back, because the blacksmiths were already paying attention to them. The boys went into the room where the work was boiling on the full. Moira noted that she was hot from the plate. Gimli replied that there was no reception room here. In fact, it is a workshop, although it is officially seen as a guild. The man turned to his guests and noted that they behave uneducated. Gail immediately apologized. Then the guy asked if it was possible to move on. But Gimli denied, they say. First they needed to be called. Two travelers exchanged views, and the sea apologized loudly. Gimli also noted that she was not enough, and decided to call them herself. The elf shouted loudly by the name Shalin, and the hero was so surprised by this cry that he was frozen in place, as if he were killed with surprise. A hammer fell to the call of the girl near the roar, and the boys were instantly scattered in different directions. Gimli muttered something in response to this way of greeting, but the girl ordered him to silence him sharply because she prevented her from working. A girl with 2 ponytails on her head and glasses on her nose answered that it is only necessary to call her once, and she would definitely come. The boys were surprised to see that this girl was a dwarf. Gimli sat on the hammer of the interlocutor and, laughing, replied that yes, she really called her, but she did not come. For that she deserved the image. The girls began to spill over with flashing words, and the characters immediately felt tension between them. Then Jili turned to the boys and waved her hand. They say, "Don't pay attention, it's all nonsense." Gimli introduced Dwarfka. Her name was Shalin, and she was a master of the Blacksmith's Guild. Raising the glasses and smiling, Shalin gladly reported that she was very pleased to meet her new girlfriend. The guy shook her hand and immediately paid attention. The girl's palm was larger than him, scratched, with rough skin. It is evident that these hands had already seen many trials. I was in surprise to return to her partner. Gail and Shalin spoke at the same time. The boys quickly realized that each of them is a real professional in their business. Gimli, smiling, suddenly interrupted a friendly handshake of the master and asked, "Why are they so strangely looking at each other?" The owner objected to the girl. Mora also called for to go to the case. Gimli replied that today a guest was important with her, who dreams of opening her own shop. Shelley could not understand why those shops were needed at all, and asked not to distract her for such conversations. Shalina thought that if they let them open the store, it could create difficulties for the trading guild. The girl confessed that she had nothing against, but there is one problem. The girl explained that they had no intentions to capture the city. Unlike residents of the city, they not only created new things, but also were able to repair the broken. She confessed that she would be much easier if only one thing had to be done. However, everything became more difficult. It did not have time to look back, as it became a guild. The girl asked the boy's name again and warned him. It is not necessary to believe everything that Gimli tells, because half of her words are a solid fiction. The guy was silent, and the girl denied that Shalina had a cruel. She said she was ready to sign the document now. Gail and Mora were glad that they coped with this task. Shalina turned to the boy and said calmly that everything was not so easy. She explained that in this world it is impossible to remain naive. Everything is being built here on mutual benefit. If she needs permission, then it is no longer about kindness. Everyone pursues their interests. The boys did not understand what she was talking about until they mentioned gifts. It was the girl who brought them a tub. Moore bowed low and asked for strong alcohol. Gail also decided to make a gift, his saber, but instead received an angry look from Moore. The girl tried to stop the boy, begging not to get the sword. However, he assured that the owner would surely like the gift. Shelina asked what the guys had just knocked it. The guy gave the girl a sword wrapped in a cloth, and when she unfolded him, she exclaimed in surprise without realizing what it was. Mora and Gimli stopped watching the boy and the dwarf. Shelina was delighted with such weapons, and looked at this focused, seriously replied that she understood everything. She said it was not just a saber, but a little more. The young man gladly said that he understood everything, and together with the girl, they repeated this word again. Meanwhile, the guy sincerely thanked the mentor, and the girl grabbed him by the shoulder. The girl asked not to contact her so officially, but to communicate easier and easily. The guy, who was passionate about her professionalism, did not hold back emotions. Tears of joy appeared in his eyes, because he finally found the one who really understands him. The guy grunted loudly and waved tears of joy. Moira looked at Shaylin. The girl coiled, and the guy immediately asked if she fell ill. Gimli also wondered what had happened. Moira answered with a sarcastic smile, to which Shaylin was annoyed in an annoyed silence. Shelina advised the girl to go out into the fresh air, because the workshop was full of dust. However, the girl refused, assured that she considers two masters close enough to herself. Then Shelina approached the boy and wondered if the girl spoke about it. The guy suddenly changed his mind, happily noting that Shelin is not just a master cool, but also a wise mentor who understands him well. The girl was enthusiastically looking at the sword, noting that such things are not just falling out of monsters. Only when he took the sword in his hands did he feel all his strength. In her opinion, these weapons had the property of vampirism, characteristic of a dark attribute, which also reinforced cutting attacks. Gail replied that the girl had an eye, like a diamond, and he was about to tell about his peculiarities when Siley unexpectedly interrupted him. She noted that this section seems easier. The girl skillfully waved his sword, which immediately attracted the attention of Mora. Gail explained that the master now checks the sword in the case. Shelina said with a smile that he also did not mind such a weapon. When the hero struck the enemy, the sword activated vampirism, so that during the battle he returned to his strength. Shelina said that such a sword looks massive, but surprisingly easy, and that is why he can be skillfully controlled even with one hand. It is the perfect weapon for the sword that leads the team into battle. Thinking a little, the girl added that such a sword will suit the single, who go on their own. The guy gladly added that this sword also protects against magic, and he himself imposed protection against dust. Such a sword was considered a curse, and this was confirmed by its humility. The girl carefully listed all the words of the boy who praised her, but when she heard the latter, she suddenly asked again. Shaylin had navigated and asked what he polished it. The sword suddenly began to mutter the curse and grabbed the girl by the hand. Shelina did not understand what was happening, and the sea noted that it was a consequence of the witchcraft of the skull. The girl asked that he released her hand. The guy still could not understand how she could not know about such power. Suddenly, Shelina shouted at the boy, ordering him to take the sword. Morris supported the boy and asked him to take the curse as soon as possible. Gimli laughed, noticing what a mess was arranged, but in her mind she noted something more important. The boy's sword received a lot of praise for his unique properties, so it once again argued that Gail was an unusual master of cursed objects. Meanwhile, the guy activated the amulet and managed to remove the curse. Gimli waved her hand and cast her gaze on the boys on the side. The girl kept a wounded arm in front of her and could not understand what she got involved. The sea apologized, explaining that they tried to be careful. The girl worked her wound and said that the apology was already belated. Shelina denied they say. It was necessary to warn immediately that the object was cursed. The guy did not understand why it was, because he could instantly remove the curse. Then the girl explained that if for him it is a daily cause, then for others it is not true, and reproached the guy in selfishness. Shelina asked her colleague whether they came to hurt her, but the elf assured her so that she would not invent nonsense because Gail has no evil intentions. Shelin, upset, realized that she fell in love with the traits of a colorless sword, and said that after that they would never have permission. Gail replied that she was too proud, because they came to her with gifts, and she would behave like that. The girl translated the conversation, and wondered why he did not give such a sword to some guardian. The guy flicked and replied that he put his whole soul in making this sword. The girl, without her resting, cut him and asked if he was thinking about the needs of buyers. In her opinion, the guy was hopeless and she could not allow him to open his own store. After all, if its goods are suddenly popular, it can turn into a real disaster for the world. Shaylin thought that such a person could be useful if he gets into reliable hands. The girl in response noted that she was not so heartless. The girl wondered how much he wanted to open his own store. The guy suggests that he really wanted it, and this self-confidence was even more affected by her. The guy grabbed the side, looking back, and already began to ask him to open a shop for him. Mora apologized and tried to explain that this guy sometimes behaves strange, but in fact he is not a bad person. Shelina looked at him from a height and said she was funny that they were still discussing it. The girl agreed to open the store, but she had to sign a document somewhere that would confirm that she took all responsibility. The girl leaned closer and said that the boy had not paid her yet. She demanded that he show who he really was, staring at him directly in the eye, when Moore wondered if she needed money and replied that it was a very bad thought about her. She was not going to take money from Bruna, but just wanted to ask for a service. The guy wondered what kind of request it was, and the girl in response said, "If you ask the adventurers, they would definitely show one special place." This place was the only mine in the farmer corner. The girl wanted to give the task, to destroy the monsters who settled inside. But everyone who dared to step on this land disappeared without a trace. She had no idea what monsters hid in the darkness of this mine. The task was complicated. It was called Inanaki Mine. The girl wondered the guys if they were ready to take up the case. Meanwhile, in the palace, Princess Knight asked what all this means, because she was sure it was a matter for the hands of those who acting on behalf of the emperor. The princess did not want to recognize her mistake. The girl assured that they were attacked by hired killers, and she has no doubt. The princess decided that the attack on the maid was not an accident, but had some sense. The girl said that someone was trying to kill Princess Carl, and a struggle for the throne broke out in the empire. Then the knight suggested that the first prince hired the killer to get rid of the princess. The servant replied that he became aware of the disease of the emperor, as well as that between the first prince, son of a concubine, and the second, legitimate heir. A struggle for the throne unfolded. The princess wondered what it was related to her. The girl knight replied that there are no plans right now, but in the future princesses can offer marriage with the second prince. She asked in surprise whether the princess had forgotten, to which the princess, a little confused, confessed that she really forgot about this opportunity and felt puzzled. The princess said that it does not mean that she agrees with her destiny. Dvoretsky replied that this decision was not in the power of Princess Charles, and that this agreement was adopted internationally. The girl replied that the marriage of the princess would raise the glory of the empire and make the kingdom stronger. Thus, the second prince will receive support, and from his behavior it was possible to understand what treats the princess exclusively for political motives. Even if the idea fails, the first prince will not lose anything. Perhaps that is what he was counting on. The girl noted that there are two ways before the fragile empire. You need to take this idea seriously, and come with a friendly visit to improve the relationship. The knight continued to tell that they needed to crush the killer whom the first prince sent. The girl screamed, but the knight replied that even if they managed to catch a mercenary and make him tell everything, it still does not mean that they would receive direct evidence. Because if the empire decides to remain silent about this case, then it will not help for the kingdom. In this case, the maximum they can count on is simply expressing their concern with events, of course, if they do not want to go into the war. Carlos stood up and stated that then they had to cancel the engagement and break the agreement, and she, as a princess, will give up the engagement with the second prince. The girl boldly met the look of her personal night gloom. Having dropped the crown, the girl fell on the bed. The knight was reminded that the treaty between the countries cannot be terminated. Lying on the bed, the princess complained that she hated it, and, looking at her hand with a heel, added that the ring had already been chosen for her. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, work in the mine is continued. Gail stated that she was a master of cursed items, and also support for the team. But Gimli emphasized that Gail was guildmaster, so she asked not to take her into the calculations. The guy asked if the participants were still needed, because he stood behind the sea, and the elf did not participate at all. Shelina lowered her head with sadness and confirmed it quietly. So they decided to leave everything as it was, without changing anything. The girl replied that at first she wanted to offer them the task of CB level, but after short thought, she decided to choose a more difficult, because the characters were already experiencing so much. The guy denied that they only recently came to the city, and Gimli, smiling, reminded that the boys did not mention Shalini. If she undertakes the case and not cope, the level of difficulty would increase. Shalina barely resisted and did not attract them, but colleagues explained that she made this decision after talking to them. The more she thought about it, the more she understood. If you do not complete the task for a long time, its complexity would remain unchanged. The guy wondered if the quest level would increase in the event of a failure, and Gimli confirmed it, warning that then the task would become a S-class. The pack replied that many adventure seekers have disappeared there lately. The wall remembered that 9 of 10 usually missed. The boys looked at a stone that resembled a monster's mouth and a tunnel that led to the mine. The boys heard some noise and at first hoped that it was just a wind, but quickly realized, there lives a monster. Their alarming thoughts cut off Shaylin, who asked why they suddenly froze. The girl wondered why, as real adventurers, they could not just meet the problem and solve it immediately. She remembered that they have been there more than once or near this place. The guy replied that most people usually did not return from there, even those who applied. The girl denied that at least 10 gold coins should pay for such a task. Shaylin told the boys that this task was considered easy, and the reward for him was quite scanty. Moro replied that then it was unlikely that anyone would want to take such a matter. Gail wondered if he would allow him to try himself as an attacker. Moro did not hide astonishment. The girl reminded that the guy recently smashed the whole army he was in charge of the figure. Gail replied to this that they were dealing with the undead then, and now they do not even know what the monster was hiding inside. At that moment, Shaylin intervened in their conversation. The girl with the hammer confidently stated that she would take the initiative this time. Shaylin decided everything for everyone, and the boys were surprised by such a proposal. The girl asked why they had such surprised faces, because she just takes control of herself. The boys were surprised when they saw that the customer intended to fight with them as an attacker, and in parallel to carry out their own task. Gimli just smiled and said that this girl was not a problem for this girl. Shaylin boasted her strength, playing biceps playfully. The guy asked if he would handle this summer, and confidently assured him that he would not worry and rely on it. She surprised her team even more. They had a guildmaster, a connoisseur of cursed artifacts, and a great support. Oddly enough, it sounded, but the girl did not even allow herself to think about defeat. The girl was convinced that no matter how monsters they faced, thanks to Gail's abilities, one could always rely on him. The boys moved forward, hoping that everything would be the best. Gimli wished them good luck and waved her farewell with her hand. The team came inside and illuminated the aisles with the lanterns. The young man turned to the side from where the sound came from and looked down into a dark abyss. The boys began to fuss, but Shaylin quickly reassured them. The girl reassured the boys who were hiding behind her, saying it was just a wind. She told about the openings through which the wind is fistula, so that it resembles a dog's howl. It was because of this place that its name was named. Shinjali threw a stone on the move, urging her to look. Mora caught him and carefully examined a piece of iron ore with Gail. Eshblina told that there was either a living or a deposit here, and from time to time they found mithril, so the mines were not bad here. The boys turned their heads and looked at the mine. The boys were at the very bottom of the mine, in the deep abyss. The heroes were amazed by her beauty. Shaylin explained that this is why she chose this place for life. It is very important for her, and therefore nothing to fear here. Moira thought that at least they were no longer in the cemetery where living dead were roaming, and there was no reason to be afraid now. But suddenly she came across something, hit, and asked in surprise that it was. The girl saw a frozen statue with horror. She retreated back, screaming loudly that there was some inanimate. The guy was happy, and Shaylin replied that this could not happen in this place. The girl hid behind the guild as a guilder, while Gaila asked why he was so joyful. The guy replied that the runny nose in such a place is a special case. The boys came to the conclusion that these are not really statues, but holistic works of art, in which jewelry work and a striking appearance were harmoniously combined. The guy replied that he seemed to see him alive directly in front of him. Shaylin asked the boy if he seems cool. The guy replied that the job was truly masterful, but the girl standing behind grunted that all this was a full fool. The sea turned, pointed to the passage, and suggested that the boys look there until they discussed the intricacies of making the statue. Moira quickly took the boys sideways, saying that now it is not time to discuss it, and asked them to pay attention to something else. Shaylin got up, looked around, and suddenly froze with surprise, as well as Gail was surprised. The room was suddenly filled with people's statues. The girl, swearing, could not understand what was happening. Shaylin wondered why there are so many statues here, and the guy noted that they were all different. Moira felt something strange and asked her friends what they were thinking about. Shaylin looked closely at the statue and suddenly recognized her girlfriend. She immediately told others, and friends were genuinely amazed. The girl recognized a few more statues. These were the adventurers she used to see in a corner for farmers. Shaylin could not believe her own eyes, because they had just found missing people. Her face strained at that moment. The boys suddenly realized that they were faced with fossilized people. Gail realized why he perceived these statues for valuable jewelry, and recognized how wrong they were. In a panic, Shaylin exclaimed that it was like a stone. The young man realized that there was a monster behind all this, and grabbed a guilder by his shoulder. The boys were in a battle rack, covering each other. Meanwhile, Mora shouted that she was already at the entrance. The girl ordered the boys to follow the rear and flanks. Gail turned to the sea and said that the things were bad, because not much of the monsters were capable of this. The girl agreed, adding that it could be except that such monsters as Basilisk or Gorgon were those that exceed the Class A. The boys noticed that the cave is filled with the smell of chicken. Feathers are flying everywhere, and yet, as they already knew, this creature is able to turn everything around into a stone. The cry of the chicken was heard. Gail exclaimed that their enemy was Cockatrix. The wall began to crack and gradually collapse. Cockatrix is a mythical creature, half a chicken, half a snake, which, in many beliefs, is considered a harbinger of disaster. Its strong shell is able to withstand even strokes of metal spears. Cockatrix has sharp claws, and the breath is full of poison, which can instantly wrap everything living around on a stone. In addition, the monster is extremely clever and thinks strategically during the attack, which makes it even more dangerous. The wall on Morosid began to collapse. The girl did not understand what was happening. Then Shalina said that they needed to change places. The guy shouted in response to the girl and quickly changed with her places. Gail rushed forward, meeting a cockatrice that was racing just to the characters. The monster rushed to the boys, ready to tear them into pieces. But the hero was not frightened. He squeezed 3 darts in his hand, getting ready to strike. Behind the giant chicken suddenly expelled the snake, showing sharp fangs. The guy immediately threw 2 darts. One hit the snake's neck and the other into the torso of the bird. The monster was struck by a strong electric wave, and the boy exclaimed happily. At first, this terrible creature thought to spoil them, had already spread its beak to attack, and eventually became a victim. Shaoli wondered the hero, as he managed to punch the body of the monster with such a strong defense, because, according to her, such could be expected from the dungeon, but those who were ahead were bosses. The guy calmly replied that it didn't matter who before him. The main thing was to attack quickly. He explained that he used disposable darts with the spell of paralysis, which ignore any protection. Gail added that such an action on the monster does not last long. But Shelley only clenched her hammer and rushed to the attack, saying that she was indifferent. From a powerful blow, the earth under the girl's legs crumbled into pieces. Shelley gathered with the forces before the blow and glanced angry at the enemy. The shawls made a series of accurate blows, and skillfully separated the head of the monster from the trunk. The monster's head flew into the air, and everyone around was noticed, as soon as she knocked it out 5 times. The guy joked that it was a real frontal blow. Shelley proudly replied that it was her heroic form. But the boys hurried to warn the girl. Everything is just beginning. Shelley fell directly into the snake's mouth and shouted. The girl turned to the sea, and she began to spell to become stronger, assuring Shelley that you could rely on her. The shawls noticed that the muscles on her hands became noticeably larger, and it was surprised. The sea, meanwhile, warned the girlfriend. The magic of the reinforcement is the main thing. To act quickly, because the effect lasts for a long time. Shelley rushed forward, put her hammer in a snake's mouth just in the air, and confidently stated that she would handle herself. The girl tried to open the snake's mouth. Charlie said that now the master of the first class would show them his strength. The boys watched closely at everything. Shalina tore the monster's mouth, showing her incredible power. The monster tore her mouth like a crazy. The girl landed near the fallen enemy, and the couple slowly rising from her. Having lost his balance, the shawls fell to the ground and laughed, announcing that it was an absolute victory. The shawls sat on the ground, and the boys hurried to her. Mora urged her to be cautious and added that they were saved by the slowness of Coratrix, because the action of the arrow had not yet passed. The girls began to ask about the artifact dart and learned that the guy found him in a ghost, who neglected the protection in the capital. The guy remembered little, only said it was a skeleton in a black cloak. The girls looked around and asked him almost at the same time. The girls wondered if the skeleton was kept in the spooky iron lamp as well as the sickle. The guy remembered this detail, clicking his fingers, and confidently confirmed. Yes, he really had a sickle. Tiny like a skeleton, Gail easily passes through the walls. The girls in horror exclaimed that it was the god of death. The messenger, the god of death, never appeared in the world of people. The girls hurried to emphasize the young man. Gail, smiling, replied that there was nothing extraordinary about it, because such a skeleton can be easily found in underground catacombs. However, when the skeleton saw the guy, he immediately was scared and fled. Mora cast a surprised look because of what he heard. The partner grabbed the guy by the coat collar and began to shake, shouting that he could not see the deity. In response, the guy only shrugged and said that he saw him only twice. The sea began to shout at the guy for what he did with him. Gail replied that he used a skeleton for the damn object, adding that he had no other way out. The sea was numb from shock. Closing her eyes, the girl rolled his words once again, and now she realized why the Drotic was so angry on the main monster. The Shawls cast a dissatisfied look at him and wondered who the protagonist really was. Remembering her girlfriend, Moira answered the Shawls that it was necessary to behave more, explaining her life could be destroyed in an instant. Shelley explained her actions, they say. It could not just sit somewhere in the corner, trembling with fear of death, and anyone in her place would eventually lose vigilance in a dangerous situation. Moore only looked at the girl more strictly until she added that she would be more careful next time. Moira suddenly remembered something and already wanted to share, but the guy suddenly interrupted her. The boys came closer to each other and announced that a difficult test called Inunnaki's Safety AA level was successfully completed. 3 comrades joyfully jumped up, celebrating the task. While Gail was collecting monsters' feathers, the girls sat down and waited patiently. Moira turned to a girlfriend. Gimli should be informed that they help the adventure seekers. After that, she wondered whether they could use the mind in which they were and received consent. Shelley replied that there were different monsters earlier, but Cockatrix was the most unfortunate creature. She added that she would be very unfortunate if she was really left here. The girl remembered how she first took up the adventure, and the guy, thinking, turned to Moira. Gail wondered if it was possible to eat this monster. The girl thoughtfully replied that she did not know, but perhaps some of her parts are edible. The Shawls denied the boy with disgust. This creature is unsuitable for food because his body is poisonous. Gail deliberately asked Charlie again, and then tried to justify. They say that the monster is very similar to the chicken that they were already used to. The sea approached the boy and asked why he was hiding in such a place, adding that even more parts needed to tear off. The guy warned the girl to be careful. The guy thought even longer, and replied that for such a huge monster, this mine was too small. It even seemed to him that the monster had taken this mine for the chicken coop. But what the chicken felt in such a situation, he could only guess. Gail lifted his head and added that he was really turning a chicken, and rotten eggs. Suddenly, a crunch came, and the guy asked what the sea came. The girl looked under her feet. Something was crumbled under her sole. The guy looked carefully and realized that it was an eggshell. The girl wondered if she was too large, and the guy nodded, agreeing. Gail asked the walls why chickens are erected. Shelley looked around and immediately understood everything. The wall explained that it was necessary for the chickens to lay eggs. Shelley swore, causing her surprised views. The girl added that there were chickens. Behind the small statues was a quiet squeak of monster boss chicks. Little creatures greeted the fertilized remains of miners. Suddenly, these monsters look at the children. A group of people engulfed horror. They silently watched the monsters. The boys looked around and finally realized that they were in the nest where the chicks fiercely rushed. The girls shouted that it was time to run, but the guy could not understand the reason. After all, the monster had just hatched. They should consider them their parents mistaken. However, babies with tails similar to a snake were already rushing to the heroes, clearly going to bang. The guy was seized, and the 3 of them rushed to flee the monster's cubs from the crowd. Moira explained that they decided to eat them. Shelina agreed and added that they needed to run as soon as possible. After all, if they are eaten, all the guilt will fall on it. The boys ran through the dark corridor of the mine until they unexpectedly realized that there was no way. There was a deaf wall. Shelley replied that the entrance was blocked, and then Gail asked what to do now. Shelley replied that the best protection was an attack, and the first rushed to the attack, asking the boys to ensure it. The girl gave one of the chickens of the slap simply on the muzzle. The monster flew into pieces. Shelley exclaimed that she would even be able to break a stone with this hammer. Seeing the whole of the monsters, she replied that it did not work on them. Moira asked the girl to withstand a little more, and she agreed. The sea is already clear. This battle will be much more difficult than the cockatree. Small cockatrixes were only slightly smaller than adults, so they could easily exceed 100. Like chickens, these creatures were very fruitful, and inherited the ability to breed rapidly from snakes. These creatures from nature were extremely fierce, and hunger only made them more dangerous. However, if you kill several adult monsters, children immediately lose their bravery and start running away in a panic. But the children of the cockatree were restless and saw only the victim. It was at this point that Shelley kept the score killed by her monsters. The girl was pleased with the battle, but there were still too many monsters around. At this time, Moira added the rune and asked for a delay. Under the feet of Shale shone a magical circle, and immediately the girl felt her forces growing, and the movements became faster. All this is due to the magic of the sea. The Shiel's body broke out strange magical symbols, like ancient runes. Shelina happily exclaimed that it just rages energy. Moro was thinking that this feeling is different from pre-strengthening. And if Shelina is able to focus her magic on this source, then her strength will only grow, although the changes will not happen as quickly as she would like. Another reason why Shaolin need only one stroke to overcome the little cockatrix. It first increased its agility, and then other skills. Filled with joy, Shilin rushed to the monster with delight. The girl's blows were like a real tornado that destroyed little cockatry. All this was added to the magic, which strengthened it and made it much stronger in battle. In such a situation, Shelley seemed almost invincible. But there was one problem. Shelley took the monsters away and screamed loudly, wondering how many babies around. The tired girl confessed that the forces were leaving her, to which the wall replied that she was already on the verge. She addressed Gail to the question of whether he had a damn tool that could defeat these creatures, similar to the one he had once dealt with the orc. The guy said with sadness that he had not felt this for a long time, but added that the case with the orc was completely different. After all, the strength of damnable objects, which exacerbates evil spirits, has hardly acts on monsters with a weak will, such as small cockatrixes. Shelley wondered in Gail what he was talking about. He replied that this spell can be compared to the conditional reflex, when the adult is shown lemon, and he immediately stands out saliva. He further explained that chickens and noise did not taste like a lemon. This meant that the spells that cause fear and confusion and affect the enemy's psyche did not pose to monsters at all with a certain level of mind. This time Persis was not going to help them. Little Cockatrix did not stop attacking the guys. The shawls barely kept tired, but she was still ready to repel a new wave of offensive. Moira could not believe in what was heard, and asked again if Gaila had any personal things that could help. But the guy just shrugged and said that his things were not fit here. The guy decided to check the contents of the bag and replied that inside the personal belongings for sale. During the examination, he came across a damn bandage. Inside the bag lay a dark mask and decoration made of hollow horns. Gail replied that creating such spooky things is a reason for pride, because they are intended to decorate the interiors. Shelley noted that the boy had a bag killed with them, but heard in response that these items had a very weak effect. Gail said with sadness that his protection was 3 times better. Agricity is twice better. The fatigue did not work on him, and the resistance to the poison has increased significantly. The girls could not believe that his damn things had so weak effects. Shelley replied that they needed that. Moira warned. Now install a protective barrier, and at the same moment the monster was already approaching a rather dangerous distance. Full of excitement, Shelina accelerated. She was coordinated to check new things faster for strength. The guy agreed, though he noted, these things were not created for battle. The girl took the bandage to her hands, but suddenly noticed some pores on it. Without a second, she threw a bandage in the air. The guy was stunned by such a shield reaction. The girl straightened and tried to assure herself that it was only a sign of growth of her strength. The guy agreed with this and explained that the peculiarity of the amulet. He gives her 3 times more protection and reduces fatigue. Gail gently tied the girlfriend's forehead while she was tense and focused. Suddenly, aura shone around the girl, and Shale was surprised to say that the feeling of fatigue had really disappeared from her body. The monsters waited patiently outside the barrier until Gail was imposing one thing on the girl by another, slowly talking about their properties. The girl suddenly changed and said confidently that she could see even in the dark, though nothing was visible under her mask. Moira noticed that the chicks were about to break the barrier, so she quickly asked the boy to put on everything else. The guy replied that the last artifact is crying horns, that significantly increase agility and strength. The girls looked at a surprise, hearing such a statement. Shelina was completely dressed in Gail's damned armor. The girl asked what happened. When 100, the guy was passionate about how cool she looks. The wall just put her hand to the forehead. Shelley, meanwhile, thought 5 times the growth of strength was something incredible. Considering her palm, she felt the incredible power in each finger. The shield cracked and Mora immediately noticed it, drawing the guy's attention to danger. The monsters rushed on the shawl, and the sea was alert to the girl of danger. Shelina turned sharply and waved with her hammer. With one mighty blow, she tore a monster into pieces. Mora and Gail have froze with surprise, watching the new abilities of their brothers. And it was at this moment that they suddenly felt their thoughts shook, even though the Galena was without strengthening from the sea. Shelina was also surprised and, without hiding joy, repeated that she was now invincible. Suddenly, a girl has a new reception in her head, and she quickly twisted, waving his hammer. Shelley called it an attack of endless rotation. The girl was crazy with new strength and laughed, without holding back joy. The boys watched the girl's behavior, and Mora decided to ask if there were dangerous components in artifacts. The young man said uncertainly that he was not, but they were able to interact. The combined influence of damnable objects can be compared with a reinforced reaction. When the cursed things with different properties are combined, their effect is enhanced, and, for example, the mask together with the horns act much more than separately. The girl noticed that Shelley was not afraid of fatigue at all, reminding a real slider. Meanwhile, Shelley herself was preparing to strike a decisive blow. She was strongly aiming to kill the last monster and hit the target. The girl stopped near the body of the last monster. Shelley removed the leaf from her mask, and the curse disappeared immediately. The girl got rid of such protection, and immediately noted that she was ashamed to go in such armor on people. Noticing this, Shaggy noted that she had recently praised her. Shelley replied that the armor deserved praise only for making her stronger. Gail sighed with annoyance and noted that these things were already worn. Shelina denied, they say. Even the things she had already worn could be sold more. The boys looked at her in surprise, not understanding what she was talking about. At that moment, Galena fell to the ground, trembled, and began to complain of acute pain in the whole body, in surprise asking why it happened. The guy asked her if she really believed that all her fatigue would simply disappear, because the action of the curse only creates the illusion of cheerfulness, and in fact the exhaustion did not go anywhere. The guy continued to explain. The girl used a 5-fold strengthening of strength and double agility, so she came out and defeated the crowd of monsters. In addition, her body is endowed with resistance to a poison that is activated as soon as the damn thing. But when this thing is removed, the curse disappears. If there was already poison in the body, it is still valid. In this world there will be little crazy who admire experiments with damn things, and almost everyone thinks that buying such items is an extra and unnecessary business. But if suddenly among these damn things happens that will help to completely overcome a pack of cabbage, its value is already difficult to appreciate with words. Gail replied that he had to wait a little. The pain would subside over time, and advised the girl to relax a little. Shelina lay on the ground, spreading her arms and legs with a star, tiredly sighing after the battle. Mora, smiling, leaned to the girl and hinted that she did not behave quite decently. In response, Shelin sharply stated that she had no strength to rise. The sea sat down and bent her head, confessing that she had spent all her manu, but later returned. The guy was sitting nearby, sorting things in his bag, and added that he also used many damn items. The guy said that, nevertheless, the task of increased complexity of AA level to ensure the safety in the Nunki mine was still fulfilled. The boys rejoiced and smiled sincerely, celebrating their victory. Mora said that if she knew in advance that it was a nest of cockatrix, would not have taken up such a task. Gail agreed with her, adding that it would be better to stand behind the counter in a trading area than to be here. The Shawls also supported her friends, saying that she would not dare this adventure. The young man thought for a moment and then asked. Gala engulfed anxious anticipation. Something was wrong. This anxiety arose just when he saw an egg. There are 2 giant cockatrixes behind the boys. The monster waved his paw, trying to crush the boys. The guy explained in confusion that the bird, which first appeared in front of them, was a chicken, and now they are standing with a real cock. He rushed to the side, trying to avoid the attack. Gail Yube explained that 2 cockatry lived in the nest at the nest, which is why most adventurers were failed here. The Shawls quietly could not squeeze why the male was so huge. The snake, which kept the tail of the rooster, grabbed a stone cow with jaws and waved it. The monster priest grabbed a huge stone, pulling it out of the old cow, and threw it from our heroes with a swing. Friends rushed to the side, screaming loudly and wondering whether it was not in vain spent. Shelina grabbed her hammer and laid a monster to herself. The girl swore and threatened the rooster, which would eventually roast him in a crunchy crust because she was tired and he prevented her from rest. Subsequently, she realized that they had to invade his nest and make a mess there, so it is not surprising that this monster was angry. The monster shouted. Shelley spoke quietly to him, explaining that he had seized this mine, and it was unclear why he was so indignant. The girl loudly stated the monster that this territory belongs to her guild of the blacksmith, not the rooster. Shelina screamed in the whole voice. The girl, anger at the monster, was already preparing for the attack. Gail hurried to stop her, preventing it cautious. Gail grabbed the girl and quickly jumped with her to the very edge, where the fog did not have time to spread. In the eyes of a couple of corpses of the dead chicks suddenly turned into a stone. Shelley asked the boy in surprise what it was. The guy replied that he had never paid attention before. He only heard about it from others. The ugly chicken finally turned into a stone. The young man just added that the cockatrice has a breath that can foss up everything around. The monster south was still produced by a thick fog. The guy explained that if it were not for him, the girl would have long been petrified. The hero added that those adventure seekers attacked a long time ago. Basilisk inflated the cheeks, and the boys rushed to the side of the new wave of fog. Another plus for them was that the breath had a small radius of the lesion and moved slowly, but the area where they were located was closed. The girl stopped at the middle of the corridor and realized that they were in a dead end. The boys distracted the rooster, and Mora at this time tried to invent for them some plan of salvation. Gail and Shaylin were unable to hold the enemy long and rushed to the sea. Meanwhile, Cogatrice was chasing the boys. The girl was surprised, not understanding why the guy did that way. Mora decided to find out the guys why they were still trapped. Gail confidently answered her, and along with Sheely, they rushed to run to the girl while they were rapidly moving. The cockatrice began an attack, waving his tail, and the snake's mouth opened widely, preparing for an attack on adventurers. The boys froze on the spot, to be bored with fear. When the snake broke through a lit tunnel, the boys did not stay on their feet and fell forward. The boys were lying on the ground. Gail and Mora did not look away from the monster and focused on what would happen. Mora said that they are protected now, so we need to find something that could cover them. The guy in response ironically asked the girl, "What?" But immediately he recalled. Kleina's hammer dropped back, and the miner car flew into piles. At that time, Chalian strongly stood before the boys and confidently stated, "Their shield," right in front of them. Gail and Mora were surprised to look at, not understanding what is being said. The monster watched the boys carefully, and in the glare of his eyes it was visible how the girl spread her hands wide to the sides. Shelley strongly stood in front of the heroes, closing them, and confidently replied that they would cope. She commanded them to hide behind her back. Gail denied the girl, not understanding what she was talking about. The girl calmly answered that she warned even earlier she would go ahead of the team. Shalina rapidly rushed into a thick cloud of fog, and with a slight smile she said that she was just doing her duty. The guy in despair tried to pull the petrified girl away from fear, and Moira only covered her mouth with her hand, healed what was happening. Shalina replied that Gail seems to her a strange man with a deep, unusual voice, but for some reason she cannot hate him. She said that if you use her body as a shield, they would have a chance to survive. Moira, tearing down, replied that they needed to stay together. Nearly fossilized with fear, Shalina dared to ask the boys for help. The girl remembered her boys from the guild and added that he was doing so for them. Shalina also mentioned Gemli, whom everyone was considered to be a good elf. The girl did not intend to keep the boys in the unknown for a long time, because she understood. There may be no other occasion. Gail reached out to the girl and took advantage of magic to dispel the magic. Shalina opened her eyes again. The girl lowered her hand. Shalina looked at him silently, then turned her gaze to her palm and could not understand what was happening at all. The girls could no longer withstand tensions and finally asked what the matter was. The guy replied that when he touched the petrified selenium, he realized he may be able to remove this curse. After scratching his back and smiling warmly, Gail said he decided to try and dispel the magic. The girls were so surprised that they did not even find words. The guy began to answer that, in his opinion, the magic of basilisk resembles a poison similar on the principle of action on Gorgon poison. For him, it became a real discovery that some monsters are able to impose such curses. Reflecting further, the guy noted that to call the fossiling poison it would be strange, and this thought pushed him to a new discovery. Shalina suddenly interrupted the boy, pointing to the monster and noting that his crest was shaking from side to side. The girl explained that such attacks are to deplete the monster, and if Gail understands the principle of spell, the monster no longer scared the boys. Mora replied that it was changing the case. It was necessary to attack the monster until it had restored its strength. She added that one more amplification could be used. Having collected her hand in a fist, the girl confidently said that she would help the shawls become stronger physically, and in response, she confidently agreed to rely on her. The girl came up with the plan. The shawls had to take care of the snake that wrapped around the tail of the basilisk, and Gail, meanwhile, had to convey the last gift of the rooster. Gail and Shulin rushed forward towards the monster when it attacked them, releasing a snake. The girl with courage rushes directly into the snake's mouth, attacking her with her hands. Lowering her hands, she waved sharply and hit the monster directly into the head, then laid gently to the ground. The shawls thought that an unexpected attack on both sides was in their own way cunning on their part, and before they could not really consider it differently than that poison was absolutely deadly. Meanwhile, Gail moved on the body of the snake to the rooster. The guy rushed forward to the monster, not even looking back at the cry that he would not prefer to restrain. Gail was already lying on his back as the cock woke up. The guy covered the monster with his cursed artifacts, saturated with various spells of weakening. He was not sure which of these cursed to this leader monster, but hoped that at least one would be effective. However, the young man just smiled and warned. Today, a special action is acting on the curse of monsters. He activated the technique that allowed many punches in a row without any pauses. The monster south was immediately stuck in a terrible curse. The girls descended from a mountain covered with turtles. The guy continued to fight, and Gail was falling down from the rooster at this time. The young man reached out in flight and turned to the monster, luring him to follow him. The rooster was increasingly plunged into a pile of turtles, shouting with pain and trying to escape spells and curses. Gail went off the mountain to the girls who hurried to meet him. Moira read a question in the boy's eyes and immediately wondered if he had exhausted all his stocks. Gail only nodded in response, confirming her guess. Seeing the mountain of the skulls, the guy confessed that he did not know for sure which of the cursed the leader, so he decided to use everyone. The girl stared at his back, and dark rays broke out of the mountain. The girl shouted at the boy, warning, if all his charming objects simultaneously activate, the end of the world would come. The guy just laughed in response, assuring her that she was exaggerating. The monster lifted a scream from a fallen mountain slope. Dark rays broke out around it. The shawls noticed this first, though in fact the guy said so earlier. She thought that it was not necessary to hold back, but he, as always, overdone. The guy hid from the bright light that radiated the curse. A moment later, an explosion came. The boys were thrown back by the wave of the explosion. Red rain began to fall next to the explosion. Shalina woke up, twisting and noticing that she would smell unpleasant. She got up and called the girl. In response, the wall was barely audible that it was barely alive. Meanwhile, the girl wiped dirt and disgusted with disgusting how she was bored. The sea was annoyed and said that now she would have to buy a new cloak because she did not drink so much blood, and immediately removed the contaminated clothes. Shalina asked where Gail was, and the girlfriend pointed to a place nearby. There the guy lay upside down, leaning on a pile of stones. The girls trembled with fear. Mora, walking forward, could not believe what was happening. The guy woke up and, as he got up, asked that it was for shaking. The guy was surprised, but quickly understood everything and exclaimed that his mind was losing control. The girls in one voice answered that Gail was guilty of everything. The boys were rising to the exit without losing a second. Mina gradually destroyed. From the ceiling, huge stone cliffs fell. The mine completely collapsed. The boys barely got out, gladly fell to the ground and exclaimed that they were saved. And behind them was Shalina. She thundered adventurers on her heads. Shalina shouted angrily at a guy who laughed and destroyed the mine, because their task was only to remove here, not to break everything around. Gail stood up, shook his dust, and said with a smile that they still completed the task. Shalina remained surprised. She did not understand this guy at all. Moore confidently stood on Gail's side and announced that all the monsters were already defeated, so now they have a generous reward. Shellin heard it and exploded. She almost rushed at the boys, convincing that no one would pay them anything, because in fact they were in big debt. Gail replied that it was cruel, because she promised to agree with the trade guild on a place for his bench. The sea was also indignant. They were ready to risk life and believed that they deserved a reward. And Shalina added that she was the most risked, remembering how she stood on the front and became a live shield. Shalina was indignant at her finger with the boys, saying that they were fraudsters and imitators of real miners. Then the girl grabbed her head and began to list her misfortunes. She used the damn equipment on herself, then lost her hammer, and the mine was completely blown up. Standing at the entrance to the mine, Sean shouted loudly, not understanding how strange she seemed to her. The boys were curled and teased the girl, for which they eventually had to silence. Not far from the shaft barrel, from where the main gallery, fenced by pillars, suddenly led from the ground, someone's hand appeared. The bench coughed and tried to get out of there because she was sure that death was chatting there. She thought about what a complex rival the cursed artifacts Gail is, because at first Gimli planned to watch him from a safe distance. But even from there he was able to break his mind, and Lavka could not escape from this trouble. The girl ran up the bark of the tree, watching the characters from the height. She saw her own eyes what the guy's strength really was, and it exceeded all her ideas. Gimli wondered if the boy would use her. She looked at the boy and decided that he was just creating some kind of junk with curses, but in fact his things acted almost as powerful as real artifacts. Soon the boys and the girl returned to the mine. They carefully approached the fossil statue of the boy. Gail destroyed the magic, and the stone began to fall out of the guy. At first, he did not understand where he found himself, and suddenly a girl with a ponytail and tears in his eyes rushed to him. The guy asked Penelope in surprise what she was doing here. The girl replied that he disappeared and she was very worried, so the adventure seeker helped her find him. Chatal did not restrain her tears, watching a couple in love, and joked that it became even hotter here than in the forge. Mora, laughing happily, said they would now restore the mine and save the rest of the adventurers. The lovers thanked everyone for the salvation and promised, If they managed to get out of this adventure, then they would certainly get married. Gail slipped his hand into his pocket and got his cursed tool, stretching it as a gift. The guy began to actively advertise his store, but the girls immediately warned him so that he did not even think of pushing some damn things as a gift. Mora quietly whispered Molly that she did not need anything like that. The couple watched the discussion between travelers with interest and did not hide their joy. Gimli opened the door without even looking at the guest and said the usual words of greetings. As he noticed the shawls, she had a sadness of what he needed, and Shalina, in turn, worsened what problems this girl had to her. The blacksmith sat near the rack, where Gimli was already standing. The girl drew attention to how empty the tavern was. Gimli, with a seeming smile, wondered if the guest came to sell something, or just wanted to get kicks into his face. Shelley had fun saying that she would be pleased to have sold something if she had a relevant price. Shalina laid the dart that they defended against cockatrix on the table. Gimli wondered that he was wrong with this dart, but instead heard a warning to look more closely at the artifact. The girl looked through the monoclaws and asked in surprise what was there. In response, Shalin wondered what she noticed in the dart. The girl replied that it was a real artifact. Shalina noted that Gail was giving such things for a penny, and wondered if the interlocutor knew about it. The girl in response added that this guy was just incredible, and asked that she knew about us. Gimli smiled happy and, giving thoughtfulness, said that he knew only one thing. The guy is originally from the capital and previously belonged to the team with rank C. Shalina looked at the interlocutor, who smiled at her. The girl resigned to her position and carefully wondered what a guy like Gail was doing in this forgotten wasteland. Shalina leaned her chin on her palm and told how this guy found adventures in the mine, who were wrapped on the basilisk stone, and he cured them all. The shawls added that the guy somehow pulled the church into his healing thanks to the curse. Gimli swirled, repeated this word, and asked what kind of curse Shalin was talking about. Shalina replied that she almost turned into a stone. In the deepest corners of that mine, one by one found fossilized adventurers, and it was Gail that he treated them all, explained Shalina. The girl said that now the only sanatorium in the city is managed only by the church, and this is simply not happening. Shalina realized that she was cheated somewhere. Gimli remembered how the girl told him about the scattering used by the guy. Shalina listened carefully to the words of her interlocutor. Shalina smiled satisfied and said whether the guy was interested in her interlocutor. In response, she heard not quite clear but still consent. The girl thought that this situation is clearly different from the usual, and if you remember the fossil from Basilisk, it was dispelled instantly. Viral said that the guy did not use any elixirs and did not seek help from the church. Shalina thought about it and then quietly swore. Shelley could not understand why he had still a wandering adventurer with such abilities. Gimli agreed with her, adding that a newcomer was always a newcomer. At the same time, given the fact that he coped with the curse associated with salt in one fell and rescued other adventurers, the girl wondered if he did not want to apply for his rank. Shalina replied that she was not changing and wondered why she should do it at all. Himli asked Shalina that she was going to do next, and instead saw her thoughtful look. The girl turned around. Shalina replied that she had taken the boy to the blacksmith's guild to make sure that he really has a great talent and has a taste for this case. Gimli confidently stated that she was trusting the boy every 100%, and added, "No rule obliges a person to enter 2 guilds at once." The girls smiled warmly to each other, and then they thoughtfully fell silent and went in different directions. At this point, Gail and Moore spoke in the mine. Suddenly, the guy sneezed unexpectedly. The girl turned away from the boy and, without hiding the annoyance, advised him to turn away when he sneezes. The guy apologized to explaining his behavior by the fact that there is a lot of dust underground. The guy noted that Shalina was behaving quite rudely with his people. The girl in response said, if she forgives them all that they have done, maybe there would be some kind of benefit. According to the boy, his interlocutor looks too optimistic about the situation. The girl jumped on the boy's stream of accusations. They say he was guilty of everything because he activated all the curses at once. Now it turned out that he was a hero who saved adventure seekers, but at the same time became a thief because he destroyed the mine. Gail listened silently. Moira asked the guy if he joined the blacksmith's guild, and he nodded carefully in agreement. There was a plate on his neck which stated that he was a member of both adventurers and blacksmiths. Gail added that they decided with Sheely. She would help him with the store. The girl, mentioning the blacksmiths, noted that it was really strange, because the guild took only real masters of her craft and never accepted ordinary adventurers, even if they were engaged in rudocopy. Moira wondered the guy what he had to do here. He replied uncertainly that nothing special, simply lent a few cursed objects created by the guild. The girl asked if he had approved his work. The guy agreed, remembering how his products were immediately sent for revision. The girl remembered how Shalona got angry when the guy gave her a damn sword. He replied to this that he perceived her request as a request for decor, so he did something in the same spirit. The guy reached out the sea in the shape of an inverted skull, inside which there were flowers. The girl, with horror and misunderstanding, asked why he turned the skull upside down and made an ikebana. Mora asked the guy no longer to carry such things with him. The guy was upset because of her tough words, because he spent the whole day on this vase. The girl wondered in surprise how it was possible to turn the vase all day, but the guy denied, explaining that he wanted to achieve a special shine and polished it for several hours. The girl sharply answered that it was not necessary to polish other people's skulls, and added that the guy made a senseless homemade. Gail pressed the vase to the face, carefully examining her pattern and asking if she is beautiful. The guy said, "If you put this vase in the room, it creates a sense of constant recovery of strength, and if you drink from it, wounds heal surprisingly quickly." The girl was enthusiastically commented that for the magician such a thing is a real dream, because the speed of recovery can save his life, and the guy simply turned this artifact into a regular decoration. She was sincerely wondered that he did not even suspect how unusual thing he created. Throwing her head, the girl exclaimed that in fact everything is much more complicated than it seems. The recovery of man is something like a return of forces after fatigue. Quality food and full sleep play a major role here. The recovery rate may vary depending on whether a person consumes alcohol, sweets, and other flavors. It happens that during illness or poor well-being, the mana is more difficult, so magicians always take care of their health. The girl squeezed his fists, remembering how to drink potions to restore mana, although they had no taste for her. She meditated for hours in a gloomy room, though, in fact, she could just put a potion in a vase and forget everything. Closing her face with her hands and standing his knees, the girl thought it was simply impossible. The wall replied that Shalini would not like this vase. At that moment, Shalina herself came behind with a package in her hands and wondered what the boys were doing. Shalina noticed how the fastening of the mine began to collapse from the screams of the guy. He explained that he showed Muri his new experimental invention, and the girl became bad. The wall, leaning on the wall, decided to go to rest. Shalina looked at the vase in the guy's hands. The girl said that if he tries to sell her in the city, he would just be expelled. The guy replied that he did exactly what she asked and stretched out his work to the girl. Shalina screamed to the boy, explaining that she asked to create something useful for her, and threw a bag of a boy. Gail sat on the ground, putting a bag between his knees, and asked what it was. The girl replied that inside, the head of the basilisk, whom he killed. Shelley replied that she could sell Gimli's head and warned that the monster's body was still not buried. Gail asked the girl once again, because she coped with him on her own. Shelley said that she really killed only little cubs of the monster and another chicken, so it is not necessary to admire her. The guy reminded the girl that he still did not receive the promised reward from her. From these words, the girl froze with surprise. Shalina grabbed the guy by the collar and said with the threat that the simple "thank you" was not enough. The guy replied that he agreed to take the task because she promised to help with the store. In response, the girl screamed that now they have spoiled everything and should restore the mine. The girl entertained the boy by the fact that when the mine was restored, she will help him with the shop. The guy had already started to dream aloud about the future store, but suddenly he was interrupted and asked to look forward. Shalina returned to the van, in which something was hiding under the tarpaulin. Something big and scary, hidden in the shadow of the monster. The girl asked the boy with interest whether he guessed what inside, and took the edge of the canvas. The guy suddenly realized what was there, and was genuinely surprised. Then the girl explained that inside, the organ by which the basilisk could use her fossilized breathing. Shalina explained that it was a stone breathing, or more precisely, the organ that created it. She reminded the boy that he once called it something like a curse. Gail thought about these words. The feeling that the guy swept was reminiscent of the stone's breath. It was the same transformation into a stone as in Gorgon's gaze. However, he managed to remove this curse, save Shalin and all adventurers, so they received strong evidence that it was indeed the curse. The girl came to the conclusion that this material suited, and asked the boy if he would agree, and whether he could create a magical artifact from him. The guy asked if she was sure to use such a tool in her decision. Shalina noted that a considerable amount could be obtained for the sale of such an instrument, and it suited it. The young man had already reached out to the subject, but the girl stopped him with words. Shalina came up with how to thank the guy for his work. But this idea did not inspire. The girl promised the boy to teach him what demand and supply were, But the guy was only dissatisfied in response. People were amazed by the cursed things created by Gail, and therefore gradually disconnected from the farm corner to different corners of the empire. In the heart of the Imperial Palace, there is an underground treasure repository. The senior prince had no doubt. It was the artifact who thwarted his attempted murder. The young man leaned to the girl lying on the ground and strongly took her for her chin. The prince told her that the excuse would not change anything, and directly asked the girl why false rumors began to spread about him. He emphasized that he was the first prince of the empire, and with contempt asked who she had it. Without holding back anger, he collapsed the curses on the girl. The leader of the guild of assassin. The girl asked for forgiveness, but the guy grabbed her hair and pulled it through the tile. He said that she was just bragging, but in the end, she had failed the case, and added that they came out of the murderers who only creating unnecessary problems for him. The guy brought the girl to the chest, and she froze with fear. The prince stated that it was the most released instrument throughout the empire, the true heart of the devil. Once upon a time, the news that someone owns this thing has been caught by horror on the whole world. This artifact radiated a sinister. The prince warned that this heart sucks human life and asked if the new food was making it happy. The guy confessed to the girl that his favorite dish was people like her. From these words, the girl frozen in silent fear. The guy sharply grabbed the girl by his head and pulled her to the devil's heart, asking if she understands why he brought her here. The girl did not know the answer and quietly asked for forgiveness. The girl begged for a mercy. The poisonous dream sucked out of her vital energy. The prince said that touching the heart could kill even the most fondly warrior. The girl begged to stop. Her tears flowed cheeks. The prince retreated, announcing that he stopped on it. The chest closed quietly. The guy asked how everything happened. The girl began to say that the operation was successful, at least until she sent spies to the elite. The girl said that the purpose of the princess is to get the artifact mentioned, because it reliably protects against any technician. The prince ordered to repeat the words again to make sure. The guy wondered if she really said that the princess had repelled several of his attacks. He further denied himself. Such just could not happen. The girl also explained that the artifact gave protection against instant death, and had some more beneficial properties. The guy was amazed at the existence of such an artifact. The girl acknowledged that it is really hard to believe. The prince could not be stopped, but even if the princess had been killed by hired killers, nothing would have changed. All the complexity was that no one knew what artifacts were in the empire. The principals were understood that the situation was critical, and asked how the artifact affects everything around. The guy became angry, learning that the kingdom managed to seize such a valuable artifact. The prince was indifferent to Charles, because if his brother got married with her, it would not be in favor of him. In the meantime, the girl wanted to share some information and ask for permission to tell more. The girl replied that in fact she bought an artifact from a young merchant. One evening in the distant corner of the tavern, where the adventurers from the capital are often visited, a team of the highest class adventurers gathered. They sat at the table, thinking why Gail went to such extremes. Melissa noticed that they were talking too loud. It was necessary to be more careful. But the black magician lifted the mug and jokingly asked how someone will hear their conversation and take the reward for his caution. Luke suggested that the team return to the conversation. He had something interesting. Interesting rumors go among the taxi drivers. The cash immediately reacted and asked what rumors were about. Maybe Gail didn't pay for travel? Paladin thundered a mug against the table and roughly called a waitress. With his dissatisfied expression, he waited for the girl to hear his voice, hurried to him. He shouted, slamming his palm on the table and demanding indignant at the slowness of service. The girl apologized, but he did not quench, insisted on the whole barrel, and continued to quarrel, even despite the soothing words of the hatch. The guy continued to say that one of the carts went straight to the village, but the orcs attacked it on the way. It is rumored that they were killed and allegedly done by someone from the rear guard. Paladin immediately jumped out of his chair, indignant, because such just could not be true. In his opinion, if those who stand in the rear could also hunt the monsters, there would be no point in dividing on the vanguard and arserguard. Robert was angry with Bilboa Cash. He really wanted to speak to the end, because he learned something more important. They say that man was an old, shabby lax, as if from ancient times. He waved his dagger on all sides, knocking down everything that happened on the way. They say that these weapons were cursed artifact. After telling his story, he addressed the team captain and asked if the gun was reminiscent of this description. But the man calmly milked his dinner, chewing food carefully and in no hurry. He assured that he was not capable of such tricks, because even they barely cope with the orcs, and to hunt them themselves, it is no longer impossible. The hatch, disagreeing with the thought of Kesh, replied that then they just listened to what others learned. Melissa added that she heard, someone saw a man who was very reminiscent of Gala. The cash jumped on the spot, slammed his palms on the table and demanded to hear more details. The warrior replied that at first, as it should expected, the guy began to trade the goods in the store. He apparently cheaply sold his damn things. And then, in the trading area, he offered meaningless little things as decorations for the interior. At that time, Melissa sighed heavily and said that after that, the guards quickly closed his shop. Paladin laughed and acknowledged that it was indeed his hands on the right, because his disgusting damnable objects always left a trace. They probably had horrible negative effects and often caused complaints. But he could not forget one thing. Gail seemed to earn it well. Norris confirmed that he also heard. His product is very popular, and somewhere in this hotel there is another same person. In addition, Luke noticed that the guy was dressed in completely new clothes. So he decided that he probably had money to pay for a trip in a post. They came to the conclusion that at least as a persistent royal soldiers did not seek it, even using all possible ways, their detachment will still not be able to find the slightest trace. Melissa became aware that he earned a considerable amount, and therefore he had to spend this money. The cash did not understand how to connect it all. However, the black magician seemed to have guessed something and advised to combine all the facts together. Norris realized that Gail has changed his place of activity, and now his work was not limited to the capital. The team wondered if he was hiding true intentions. Gail has always been with a weird behavior. It was obvious that this guy was selling something. And then everyone agreed. It seems that he was not in the city. Then the warrior added that he seemed to have some attitude towards a man from the trading guild. He may have applied for permission to trade in the store. When the girl gave him a document and an order from Princess Charles, a man from a trade guild reluctantly shared a crumb of information, explaining that this information was generally secret. She even wondered whether he considers her a girlfriend, as he had a mood. Then the hatch summed up all what was said, and it turned out that he already had experience in trade. He may even be doing things in several cities. The cash looked into his empty mug. He said he was indifferent that he was selling. All the same, if he had money, he would open a store with his sweetened little things. The young man grabbed the mug with both hands and loudly offered everyone to drink together. Paladin shouted loudly that he was already tired of waiting for his beer. At this point, the waitress's steps came, and all the views turned to her instantly. While the cash insisted that all these expenses were Princess Carl, behind him Melissa and Luke froze from surprise. Behind him was a girl with 2 huge barrels of ale, and he called everyone loudly. "They drink to the bottom today." The waitress with a roar put huge tubs right in front of the cash. All the dishes and mugs immediately jumped with their contents. Paladin shouted after the girl, asking that she had brought the client for trouble, but she has already fled, and threw him only one phrase: "This is your ordered thing." The hatch looked at her with surprise, thinking that this girl was incredibly strong, because even one not just lift such a barrel. Returning for the horn, she breathed a sigh of relief when one of the team spoke with her, explaining that everyone was discussing where Gail could be. The girl with tired eyes turned to a young man who spoke to her, and there were 3 waiters in front of her and thanked her for her work. The girl was called Liz. Removing the wig, she thoughtfully asked herself why she had to fake in the outskirts of the capital, collecting information and tracking. One of the guys asked if these were the people they were looking for, and Lizette said with confidence that it was. She sat on one of the barrels and, without losing rest, added that their behavior was completely coinciding with the information she managed to get. One of the boys wondered if Princess Charles hired them. Those in response mentioned the agricultural town and a man named Gail. For a man named Gail Hamilton, wolf canines, the ones to whom Princess Charlemagne is so desperate to reach. Summing up, the girl said that he created the artifact. It turns out that he is the creator of the same artifact, which is now hunting the rank of S. It is still quite unclear who he really is, but Liznett noticed that he was extremely cunning. Even in such a team, he was able to act so that he did not leave the trace. She was convinced that all this was just a cunning fiction to hide the real name of the artifact. He was rumored as a ghost. No one even knew what he did before. At least they could follow the wolf fangs as much as they want. Yet, they managed to determine the location of Gail approximately, so their efforts were in vain. The girl ordered the boys who bowed their heads to ensure that the adventure seekers quickly left the place, and they would be left to watch, then simply grabbing Gila with force. But then suddenly the manager appeared and shouted annoyed that the guy should not evade work. The order is standing and the dishes were still unwashed. Lisette only murmured something and put her wig again. Meanwhile, Gail was in the Cavalli Guild. It was at this moment that the heavy door of the building was cautiously opened, and the girl entered. The guy concentrated a new device, and Mora Glaris stood at the entrance, watching Gail's work carefully and not saying a word. However, the silence was broken by the guy himself. He said he wanted to add something else. It was interested in the girl. She was curious about what Gail wants. He turned to the girl and thanked her for helping the task of protecting the mine. He was well aware that it was because of him that she got into the whole story. Gail reached out to the girl and sincerely thanked her. With her presence, he became much calmer in his soul. From this confession, the girl scolded and looked with the owner of the damn things. Moore shook her hand and thanked her. This time it was thanks to her help that he was able to open the store in a favorable place. She is really one of the best supporting magicians. There was no situation in which she could not help. The guy was full of joy, because thanks to Morris's help, his dream was about to come true. The girl was still embarrassed because of everything she was told. She added that if the guy asked so hard, he was ready to help him. But suddenly the guy sneezed straight at the girl. Moira asked the young man to sneeze, turning away, for which he was apologized and surprised to notice why he was sneezing so often. He was wondering if someone really remembers him so often. Shalina suddenly appeared next to the sea and told her that the whole problem had arisen because of dust from the mine. Gail noted that he was going well, and all this is due to the rented workplace. Noticing this, Shalina saw that the guy had already done something and began to consider his work interested. The guy noted that he did everything as he was told, but in his opinion, he had tastelessly. The blacksmith replied, "If you think so, society will definitely have a completely different opinion on it." Shalina gladly grabbed the device and immediately asked how to use it. At the same time, Gail stretched his hands forward and asked him to turn his device. When he lifted his device, he immediately turned it on, turned his handle, and the device was bent, lighting up with a bright light. It was a device made of casatric organs that fired a beam that could turn on a stone. Shalina was immediately bent, trying to escape from this beam, and begged not to direct him to people. The blacksmith hastily bounced back and asked with caution whether Gail really wanted to turn into a stone for the second time. But the guy just shrugged and said he would be able to remove this curse again if he had to. He was not sure whether someone would need it at all. Then Shalina explained that it was only a practical plan, and she had already told about the ratio of supply and demand earlier. There were only meadows, mountains, and forests around, and the stone for construction was almost not found here. The girl put on glasses and began to tell in detail that by the words stones, she meant building materials. She explained that in different areas their value can be quite large. For example, if children want to build a building in the middle of the desert, how do? They maybe sandpaper and make bricks from it. Or they dig the materials simply from the ground. Or maybe they will decide to bring everything you need from another place. Most people use these ways, but digging the ground is too difficult and exhausting. The seal still requires water, and it is not necessary to deliver it somewhere. And the brick that can be made may not be strong enough. It turned out that this invention can create sand, process it with a stone beam, and nothing else is needed. Then the inspired guy realized how they would get the building materials. Shalina noted that Gail has golden hands. He simply does not know how to use them. The guy smiled happy, listening to Shalina continues his instructive history. She told that it was possible to dig and carry raw materials from the mine, but farmers always lack the materials. The girl hugged the boy and happily said that with this invention they will be able to quickly get all the necessary building materials. She is sure that this thing will help solve their problem, so she is ready to thank for such a find. The guy could not reassure his curiosity. Did the girl really like his invention? However, she relieved the tension a little, jokingly noting that the boy had no sense of style at all. Shalina wanted to convey to him that she was not interested in damnable objects before, but Gail showed her the other side, and now she looks at it differently. The guy smiled happy and giggled again, and the girl only sighed heavily and thought what he was simple, because she did not even compliment him, but only praise these damaged things. Suddenly, Shalina turned the conversation and wondered if the master would be able to produce another thing that remained. However, the master only shook his head and said that it was most likely impossible. In small creatures, the organ that creates a stone breathing has not yet had time to develop enough. The tail of the snake also has poison, but this poison does not act as a curse. The girl thought it would be great to have some device for making poison. Gail did not expect. Is the car that creates the poison really useful? But Shalina explained. They have many problems with pests and insects. The blacksmith asked if the guy did not really know the existing components of this poison. The guy immediately picked up the topic and asked if she wanted him to deal with it. The young man thought that it would not be difficult to cope with this if you have all the necessary ingredients, because he often made amulets with deadly poison. Hearing this, the girl fascinated with him and asked what materials needed. If it were a runny nose, poisonous glands or stomachs could be used. In addition, the mascot is easy to attach to mummy bandages, but such materials are not on sale. Shalina said that she had a wave of inspiration on her, and she would surely say Gamli to collect all the necessary materials. The girl agrees to buy everything at an honest price and to use what he will offer her. Then the guy reaches her a bottle of the burst, but aromatic oil made of guile. The sea was guessed that this thing had lavish properties, but did not dare to ask about it. Meanwhile, Shalina said Gail to simply obey her orders and stretched out a few papers. Inspired by this moment, the guy rushed forward, promising that he would try to act right now. Kovalsha said she would take the tool to check how convenient it is to use. The young man agreed without even turning. Then Moore decided to help the girl and bring her to the right place. While they were walking, Shalina decided to ask what Mora was doing here. In response, a little awkward excuse sounded. They just seeing how things were here. Meanwhile, due to their temporary command, the number of abandoned orders has decreased significantly. Gimli was very pleased, and if Moira and Gail were felt comfortable here, then Klin rejoiced with them. A little later, the Keisha team stopped at the cart traveling towards the agricultural town. They sat together, having fun discussing the account from the store, which, as always, came from the royal family in time. The cash, rejoicing in good luck, finally was able to buy a mithril sword for a round sum, as much as 500 gold. The warrior bought a sword from the bone of Auvergne, the magician replenished the gear with a new grimer and staff, and the robber wore armor from the skin of a magical creature. Now it seemed to them that with such equipment, no cursed Gael no longer posed a threat to them. However, their captain noticed a strange thing. Although their cool team was actively gaining people, no application has yet come from those who would choose his support class. However, doubts quickly dispelled. There were simply not so much of the adventurers of the right level, but among those who were sitting on the floor, one mutilated that no one really wanted to join their team. At the request of the cash, the girl removed the hood and calmly explained. Their task is to replace the support in the Wolfgang group, and also to help with their things. It was Lise, with its subordinates. The cash said they should be grateful for their pathetic dream. It was most convenient for observation, but such a rudeness was barely tolerated. The captain pointed to the bag and ordered him to bring it. He treated his team with food and drinks so everyone could reinforce until they sprout to their destination. The boys enjoyed delicious dishes and drinks at the expense of Charles, admiring the beautiful landscapes. Lisnette reminded everyone that it is not necessary to get too admiring the drink, because they are tasked with protecting this caravan. The cash did not like it at all. He roughly ordered the girl to silence, and then he said to cover himself with a cloth with her clothes so that she did not see their gloomy faces, because of such an atmosphere, even the wine seemed fresh. The Lisnan team spent a lot of money, and often they lacked finances. But neither Lisette nor others even thought of sharing food, so the clover in the tavern seemed a much more profitable option. And suddenly a sharp whistle came in the air. Lisnette, along with her team, immediately responded to it. When the monster appeared, mercenaries and adventurers ran out instantly, preparing to protect each cart. But no one saw the monster. Only spooky sounds came from the forest huts. A huge crowd of different evil spirits rushed to the column. One of the guards reassured everyone, claiming that after a recent attack of orcs, the defense was exacerbated, so there was nothing to be afraid. However, the monster dispersed the horses, adventurers, guards, and even carts in different directions. Meanwhile, one man ran to the guard and reported that they managed to identify the monster who heads the pack. There was a giant hippo. The head of protection instantly understood. Before them, the monster rank S. Such creatures should be kept on the border between the Empire and the Kingdom. Then the Lisnette team gathered together and discussed that the monsters were not their profile. They specialize in people. It could not be admitted that in the open fight the team had little chance of winning. After all, the enemies were bloodthirsty wolves, giant snakes, and red grizzlies. One of the guys suggested that the boss escape. In the usual situation, they would have done for a long time. But now they have an important mission, and the only ones who can help to cope with this task are a porridge team. Lisnette could no longer tolerate and ordered her team to prepare for the offensive, while taking up defense positions. Her subordinates were surprised because the Empire issued an order for complete destruction. In the Kingdom too should be a similar mission. However, they say that even the team of the highest rank S, which took this quest, suddenly abandoned him. The girl quickly realized that they could be their allies, so they discussed what to do next, and decided that the Kation team had to go into battle with a hippo and make him obey. Lizetta shouted on the enemy's attack, shouting that a hippo was attacked. This cry attracted the attention of the square squad of S, and all immediately paid attention to the source of danger. They looked at trying to understand what it was and where their comrades went, but Cash only noted that Lisneen has a very unpleasant voice. Her whole team barely kept an angry girl. The boys noticed that the cart had stopped unexpectedly, and it was too noisy around, and no one was visible anywhere. When the robber looked out of the cart, only a giant monster appeared before his eyes. The boys shouted with horror. and Lisette calmly assessed that the attack of the orcs happened because the hippo expelled them from homes, and now they were on the road. The power of this giant is so powerful, cruel and incredibly powerful that only a few are able to withstand it. The Cash looked into the street but could not understand what was happening before him. But the monster did not leave him for reflection. He thundered the roar and in an instant destroyed the cart with the highest rank. The Lisnan team was more attentive. They cleverly bounced, evading the monster's attack. They managed to fly simply over this terrible creature. The girls landed neatly, and behind them the team of boys glowed to the ground, like a bunch of stones. Meanwhile, the angry hippo looked around and roared so loud that it became clear. He was not going to retreat. The air seemed to break. Everyone froze with horror, trying to understand that it was a creation that has not only an insurance force but also an incredible speed. Lise strictly assured that it was definitely a hippo, and that it was the target for Kesh and his teams, which just looked at each other with fear. The warrior steadily rose. He wondered where she learned from what monster he would have to fight, but it didn't matter. Having boldly accepted the battle, he assured that even this enemy will not be able to withstand him. People who were in other taverns noticed that with them there was a team of wolf fangs of rank S. Because of this, they could not just retreat. People exclaimed the name of the team with delight, and Lise, along with their assistants, also joined support. And Porridge, along with the team, proudly proclaimed themselves the strongest adventure seekers and decided to start a common attack. Even Lisette felt what the incredible energy prevails in the team, and inspired. For the first time she saw the S-Rang group. However, the fierce scope of the hippopotama tail has taken out the entire work team along with their confidence. It happened just when adventurers ran into different directions, and those who watched them froze with surprise. The girl screamed with disappointment, because in her dreams she quite differently imagined a team of such a high S-Rang. People rushed to the side and panic, and on all sides began to emerge. Lisnet realized that staying here was dangerous, but her team was ready for any trials. They could not take and just escape. Having failed, it would be foolish to run. The girl realized how absurd this situation seems absurd. She pulled the gun from behind and loudly stated that they were the best killer team in the world. She confidently led her team into battle, and together they rushed towards the monsters. They needed to destroy dangerous creatures as soon as possible, maintain each other, and at the same time remain unrecognizable to outsiders. The team showed true courage in the battle, and Lisnet asked the boy to prepare something. The girl decided to take on a difficult task, to curb the hippopotam, and her assistant quietly wished her to protect herself. The girl hid in the shadows of the forest and, cleverly jumping from the branch to the branch, was preparing to sneak into the hippopotamus from the ambush and attack by surprise. But nothing gave the result. He noticed it. Animals, especially those who have a sharp sense of smell and sees in the dark, cannot be caught by surprise. There is no choice but to attack openly using high-speed poisons. The hippo repelled his dagger with his tail, and it was at the moment when the opportunity appeared. The other dagger had to cut his throat, but he could not punch the skin. Lisette realized that he had hurt himself even more. The girl was able to put the dagger in her eye. She was satisfied and looked at the monster with a mockery. However, he grabbed her with his tail and released a poisonous fog from his mouth. It turned out that the hippo was not afraid of poison, and it was extremely bad for the girl in this situation. Then she realized that the moment came to use the fact that Prince Belian was given a fragment of the heart of a demon. She knew that, having done it, she would forever become part of his blood and body. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, Princess Charles studied the art of the tea ceremony under the careful guidance of the Duchess of Melinda. The Duchess explained that the chin cannot be lifted up. It should remain in parallel to the floor. If you lower your chin down, it looks like excessive modesty, and if you tease, as a manifestation of neglect. For Charles, this rule was very debilitating. Also, when you sit, your feet should be crossed in ankles. The left leg should be ahead. It is a symbol of friendship, while the right must be from above, which means copper. Carl noted that no one will notice such a little thing. Melinda added that when tea is served, only 1 or 3 parts are allowed. Even if it would be more convenient to take 2, this option is impossible. Nonil numbers always mean separation. When you hold the cup, you need to lift the little finger gracefully. The princess covered her ears with her hands and shouted at despair and fatigue, decorating the tiara so that it lay at the perfect angle of 45 degrees. The Duchess confidently reminded Carly she should learn to be perfect in all circumstances and at any time. At this point, the thoughts of the punishment became gloomy. She again mentioned her duty. She said she was married to the second prince, whom she did not even know, and because of this the first prince tried to kill her. How could she calmly remember all this without a drop of anger? But the little one noticed. The behavior of the princess directly affects the whole kingdom and the world around. After all, she was destined to be chosen from birth, which means that she needs to be aware of her role and act responsibly. Princess Charles de Deep, breathable, and was already going to tell something about her life full of responsibility of his chosen. She said she would better decide how to live. It may seem as if she got more than others, but in fact it is a great burden, and these privileges sometimes seem to her shackles. From birth, the girl felt as if doomed. When she looked at the birds, she dreamed of whether Gail could remove her curse. But the nobleman suddenly returned the princess to reality, pulling out of her reflection. He noted that the lack of conflicts with the neighboring empire is the key to the fact that ordinary people would not shed blood. It would be worthwhile to ask more about this empire, but the girl was really interested in only one thing: the devil's heart. She thoughtfully said that she was curious about whether there was a creature that threatens people, but Vivian assured, those who suffered a disaster from the devil passed their stories further, though others considered them simply inventions. Then Carola wondered if it was true, but Vivian replied that no one knew for sure. However, from all stories it becomes clear, the heart of the devil is the most endless and dangerous cursed artifact in this world. Meanwhile, outside the capital, the battle did not subside. Lisnette held the girl firmly with his tail, and was already going to throw her in her mouth. However, her companion noticed it and threw a shout to her lady, and in response, she created a brightly shining spherical lamp in the air. The bright light instantly illuminated everything around, blinding both the monsters and the people, and Lisnette seemed to be strength again. She clung to her nails into the tail of the monster and unexpectedly with a light hand tore it, tearing the skin and muscles. The tired girl unexpectedly saw that the light grenade had fallen on a monster, and it was these seconds that she had enough to wear a bracelet with 1/6 part of the devil's heart. The girl jumped sharply to the side, but it was only more angry with the hippos. He rushed directly at her at a frantic speed. The boys were very worried about their mistress, because they stood a giant, which was moving at a frantic speed, and his horns turned into a formidable weapon capable of punching anything. But the girl quietly put her hands forward. Lisée met a crazy monster with his bare hands when he flew at her at a frantic speed. The boys, although they knew her for a long time, were sincerely amazed. They were definitely not expected from her. The demon's bracelet gave her an incredible power that is difficult to express words. The girl's eyes became a black abyss. The monster was still moving forward, biting into the air with a sinister growl, but it was visible. His strength was already on the verge and he would not stand for a long time. The girl, confident in her abilities, grabbed the monster's horns even more comfortable and lifted all his enormous weight above the ground, and then, gathering all her power, she rushed him to the ground, tearing one of the horns. Hippopotamus was flowing with blood. Other monsters watched it frightened. Even the assistant listeners froze in place from horror in front of a mighty lady who suddenly laughed loudly and ringing. The monster series of the hippos rushed in the way, covered by fear. Now it was difficult to understand who was actually a monster. The strength of the demonic heart was truly terrible. The girl realized that the monster paid for depreciating her strength. However, in a moment, she was on Earth under the rule of the relentless god, and her associates hurried to her to save from the curse. The girl's hands were covered with convex veins, but her assistants were not lost. Having spent a lot of money, they purchased a church ritual in advance to remove the curse. The Tears of the King. God magically created a glowing hoop around the team. The girl moaned with pain, and a bracelet that had already merged with her hand suddenly fell to the ground. He shouted in hysterics, and the girl remembered those horrible words that she would become something alive, from the flesh and blood, and firmly promised herself that he would never allow it. She locked the monster in a glass jar. This artifact cannot be completely destroyed in any way, but Lisnette feels inside the heart of the devil that has hit it. Now she realized why the prince did not give her an amulet who could remove the curse. The girl herself was surprised that she used such a terrible thing. However, now she was calmer. They managed to repel the attachment of the hippopotam, so now it was possible to exhale a little, although of course the caravan suffered quite noticeably. Among those who managed to survive were adventurers and mercenaries. However, most carts were seriously damaged, so the trip will not work. Now they only have to wait for the patrol. The lady anarchist wondered how seriously they were injured, but everyone took care of the girl. However, it should be noted that Kay and his team were extremely exhausted. When it started to darken, the artifact was finally sealed. The boys did not stop wondering, because such power can restrain even the most powerful creators of artifacts. However, only Lisnette realized that all this was given to her at the cost of her own life. The girl clenched his fist. Her hatred of Gail Hamilton grew every minute. Meanwhile, in the guild of Kovali, Gail could not stop sneezing. but he sneezed so often that the pieces of the undead were sticking to his face. However, the guy decided to share with the girls his creations. He created something behind the drawings and advice of Shalina, but the result did not turn out as bright as he wanted. It was a lantern made of bones. The guy lifted the lantern and wondered if the skull-shaped device would work, which creates a ghostly flame. He was explained that the source of energy for him is the souls that are swept in the air. Even the souls of insects and plants can come. Shalina said that ordinary lanterns on the streets work either on firewood or magical stones, which is not cheap pleasure. However, the ghost fire can be used without restrictions. It is not spent and absolutely safe. Moore wondered if it was unfortunate that it was only skulls, but Shalina assured him that the main thing for her is practicality. The girls did not explain anything to the boy and just asked to replace all the lamps. The blacksmith wondered if the guy was making something useful. In response, the guy got another cockatoo, and also the stone rays and several new agricultural tools. He began to list his creations: a dam threshing, a crying shredder, drinking sorrow, trembling a sieve of shower. Shalina could not get rid of how this guy was able to create it all. The blacksmith wondered if Gail and Moira were going to inspect the commercial premises. The surprised couple immediately looked around and looked at the girl. The guy agreed uncertainly, and Shalina told me and Em that there is just the perfect option for him, on a small street, a little away from the main road. Gail joyfully wondered if his store would really be there, and received an affirmative answer. This building once belonged to the alchemist, which was quite consistent with the idea of Gail's store itself. To make a bail, they decided to sell some of his damn things. Moira and the guy agreed that this is the perfect place. Shalina noted that after cleaning, rearranging the goods and replacing the signboard, the store will just be great. The boys laughed fun, and the blacksmith said good, naturedly that while the guy was here, he could freely use the gilding forge and feel at home. Everyone already knew about it. And a little later, the tired column of carts again moved forward, although since the attack of the giant beast has passed for 10 days. However, almost half of the carts heading to the agricultural town were injured. The travelers saved the patrol detachment, and they went to their goal again. However, the most impressive was that Porridge, along with his team, was now considered real heroes, who overcame the hippopotam and other monsters, saving everyone from death. The team laughed fun, rejoicing in well-deserved praise and dreaming of countless wealth, and the magician and the robber proudly stated that they had become an indispensable support for Paladin and the warrior. Melissa noted that without their help they would not have coped, though she did not remember it at all. The boys were indignant. It turned out that Cashin and Melissa also do not mention how they won. But one obviously. Without a Hatch and Norris, they would not work. The Cash proudly told that they, after all, left the hippopotam without an eye, pulled his tail, and even managed to get his incredibly strong horns. They took all this wealth with them at one of the carts to the farm town. The team suggested that the eye was cut by a trembling lemon balm, but the tail and horns were clearly cut off by the harsh sword of Cook, who still remembered those blows. Almost no one could remember what really happened to a giant monster, because adventurers and mercenaries were so hard beaten. Liznet noted that there was no trace of blood on the swords. How could it happen? When the girl dealt with the monsters, the Cash and his team finally faded, rose and began to shout. They looked around, not understanding where all the monsters went. Suddenly, Melissa noticed her dagger, the same one that she seemed to be inserted into the eye of the hippopotam, and the Hatch found a cracked horn. The Cash also came across a broken tail. He suggested that these creatures were fighting, losing their heads. That is why their memories were so foggy. Subsequently, they decided that they did it themselves, replaced their memories, and began to be happy. The Liznan team decided not to tell the heroes that their mistress was behind all of this, because it was not included in their basic plans, but to draw extra attention to the killer could only harm the case. When the Cash team arrived at the farmyard, everyone met them with joy. For the locals, it was a great honor that these guys accompanied them, saved the cargo and people, and the Cash added with a smile that hippos are like nuts. The exhausted teams of Lisette stood away, with a sadness of the honor and glory to get to those who say a lot, but does nothing, while they, silent workers, always remain in the shadows, though their feet do not hurt. While the Keisha team was thinking what to do next, Melissa suggested finding some traveling. The magician and robber at the time wanted to go to the tavern. Lise was indignant, disgusted with disgusting, and wondered whether it was not necessary to visit the guild first. Bosbugly agreed to go to exchange the awards so that the poor for whom he took this case did not escape with the production. The girl had barely held her nerves, but still found a great endurance. The Cash team looked around with surprise, and without understanding in which strange city they found themselves. Here, instead of the usual lanterns, ominous skulls were scattered everywhere. The boys were amazed at the fact that the residents of the village were fully satisfied. Norris wondered if they saw something like this before, and everyone looked at him with understanding. In the end, they realized that this creation belongs to Gail, because only he could create such a terrible taste. In their view, Gail could not do anything but weird and ugly devices. However, most of the boys were surprised that these strange pieces were literally covered with the whole street. The dark magician asked if he seemed strange and cozy for him. The atmosphere of a small provincial town was felt in the air. The cash just glanced back and said that this situation was playing them. Gail's shop may be hiding here somewhere. The cash with the team laughed together, considering that guy a fool. He left so much evidence at the scene. However, not only they laughed, but Liznet also did not refrain from laughter. Then the boys, having listened to the advice, decided to start their search from the guild. The hooded girl noted that they were moving the right road, and her assistant added, "Gail seems to be in the city, although the words of Cachet seem strange to him." The killer then only thought that Gail did not trust his team and hide his true abilities. In the guild, they were met by a low girl with a wide smile, but the cash did not ceremony. His team quickly noticed that this place is more released on a regular barn than a guild. They walked past the tables and people, discussing among themselves, which seems to be that there would be no good quest. The cash was confidently rested with the elbow on which the owner of the skills stood. He was looking at a girl who smiled welcome him. The guy stated that their team belongs to S-Rang, and they need to talk to the Guildmist immediately. However, the girl calmly replied that she was a Guildmist and wondered what they needed. Then the cash scored Lizen, and her team rolled a huge cart. At the same moment, the fabric fell to the floor, opening it. The guy proudly threw his prey in front of Gimli and asked how she liked it, but she didn't even shudder. She, without changing her face, calmly asked what it means, as she had more annoyed porridge. The girl held her hand on the tail and wondered if it was a part of the hippo. Then the team explained that it was the tail of the monster S-Class, and for him in the kingdom they will be paid very generously. But Gimli denied. In his opinion, it was necessary to turn at least the head of the monster, or the heart to consider him killed. This is the rule that applies in the capital. When he asked the team sharply whether they did not run away without killing the giant to the end, everyone looked away. The cash roared, saying that he recognized this girl, and clutching his tongue, the boys went to the way out. Gimli with a smile asked the next time to end the hippopotamus, and the Liznet team began to collect all these things with him. But suddenly the master turned to Liznet and asked what organization she was, which greatly scared the girl. The girl froze in place, and Gimli asked why she pretended to have they made everything if she really was. If Liznet really wanted to deceive, she would not leave such a mark from jewelry. But now it is too late to think about it. Liznet hastened to take away her people from the girl who worked with them in the field. Gimli mentally glad because he believed that these guys probably arrived from the same capital from where Gail came from. It suggested that the foregoing of interesting events that were about to happen. Meanwhile, Gail and Shalina had already gone to look at a new little shop that was preparing for opening. Gail put a plaque into place and asked the girl how she did this work. She noted that there was nothing sophisticated again in this, but such simplicity even suited the owner. The guy thanked the girl, calling her a real professional, but she obviously did not like it. They stood right near the shop, decorated with turtles and horns, and in the sign in capital letters it was written, "The Bench of Damn Things Gail." Shalina noted that she would be the best gratitude for her if the guy continues to order her. Of course, he agreed because the girl was a regular client and helped him more than once. In the end, the young man promised to visit Kuznets's guild. Gail reported that the store would open tomorrow and suggested to celebrate the celebration today. One of the boys said he was calling the sea, and the girl in the meantime was in a hurry for them and asked if the boys were ready. The Kuznets noted that the sea came just in time. The store had already opened, and it was possible to see with his own eyes how everything was going on. The girl also wanted to join the preparation for the opening, but she was a little late. Once upon a time, this store belonged to the alchemist, so the repair was easier than it seemed at first glance. The guy wondered if Mora was collecting the team again for new tasks. The girl confirmed him, noting that he, as always, was too busy with her solo receiving. The young man was offended and stated that he needed to get some materials, but no one wanted to go with him. And indeed, who dare to go with the master of damn things? Gail, of course, was very glad to open the store, but he was not going to stop there. His plans left to continue the adventure life. In the future, he dreamed of hiring a seller, and he would be engaged in finding materials and creating new things. But there was no such opportunity yet. However, it seemed that the Seas had some idea, and she wanted to share it. She offered to join the team again as a saleswoman and help with sales. The girl noted that, although they were both arrear players, together they managed to cope well with tasks. Moira was blinking and glanced, but said confidently that together they were able to do. While the girl was waiting for the answer, the guy turned as if he were going to take a step towards her. However, Gail hurried to the showcase with his invention because he noticed that the bandages on the mummy began to peel off. Moira, in despair, closed her face with her hands, realizing that he did not listen to her again. The magician promised that they would meet the same evening, as soon as darkness. The blacksmith immediately began to prepare strong drinks, and the young man began dishes for the holiday table. The girls came out, having fun talking with each other. Moira wondered in Shalina whether she invented this name, and nodded. Then Kovalik added that hardly anyone would come here without much purpose. And Gail, meanwhile, was glad that he opened his store with real friends. Now he had a place where he could finally be himself, and the feeling of happiness that filled his soul was so strong that the words simply not convey it. On the door of the store hung a bell with a cool bell. It is rumored that this bell belonged to the keeper who reassured the souls of children near the cemetery and escorted them to another world. His melody can be heard from afar, and now, where this bell is heard, special cursed artifacts are exhibited on the shelves. When the dawn was dark in the sky, Gail heard some noise outside the window, which immediately attracted his attention. The guy heard someone going to the store and, as if habit, politely congratulated the visitors, explaining that the store had not opened yet. However, the guests were unusual. There was a real paladin in front of him. The cash went with his head raised, looked around and brazenly greeted the owner of the damn things, not forgetting to throw an abusive word. Gail retracted back, not understanding why the team gathered here right now. But Kay sharply accused him of destroying many people's lives, and now he lives quietly. Suddenly, the door with a loud crash flew from the loops from a strong blow. The entire cash team suddenly broke into the room and 4 more unknown. Gail wondered what they needed because his store did not even work. And the black magician instead asked them to go to the forest street. All 4 went, and Gail wondered, why did they so many new ones? His reflections were interrupted by Norris, who said he could now talk. The master was stunned. They expelled him, they say, opened his own shop, and all. What do they need it now? The voice of the young man trembled, and he could not move, his feet as if they were growing to the ground. The cash explained that they appeared because they hoped that Gail would be able to remove his curse from them, and that surprised the man even more. Meanwhile, one of the assistants inquired from the outside was aware of the lady that this was really Gail Hamilton, and why he was left with the team responsible for money. The girl explained that in this way they will be able to find out what this guy is actually capable of. However, in her soul there were still doubts, whether he is the same creator of artifacts. Gail suggested that the cash implies a curse imposed on equipment, but the negative consequences of this curse should not affect the entire command. He specifically imposed the curse so that all the effects only act on him. However, he did so because he sincerely wanted to support his team, especially since he had overcome this curse for a long time. Gail still could not understand what kind of curse the language was, but Katz was convinced. That guy had a curse on them because of his anger and insult. Katz even grabbed one of the goods, threatening it. He threw the damn mummy just on the floor and smashed it, while Gail shouted desperately that it was their main product. Melissa said that damage to such goods is even for the better, and the Hatch, having got a knife, added that he would do his best to prevent any of these products more suitable for sale. The blades were lightly flying towards the goods on the shelves, and the dark magician already began to impose combat spells, without even thinking that a fire could erupt here. The young man rushed to stop others, but the cash grabbed him by the collar and sharply ordered to immediately remove the curse from them, adding that he had already had a patience. The teacher explained that even if all their characteristics return to the initial level, they will not become stronger. Then the cash asked again, "Does that mean they are weak?" He threw the guy against the wall and then on the floor, then pulled the sword leisurely. The princess's assignment to him was no longer important. He threatened, if Gail does not want to remove the curse, he will simply kill the one who put it. All members of his team immediately supported this idea. The cash believed that he was among the wasteland filled with failure, and only thought how to get out. The teacher once again asked what Paladin said, and then he hit him with his fist with all his strength, so the guy flew back. Gail acted blindly. It was only an instinct, not a thoughtful act. In a tight room where there is no way to wave big swords or other weapons, they solve all the fists. They will help to quickly defeat the enemy. Standing in front of the cash, the guy confidently announced that he would not allow him to defeat the shop he was entrusted. He strongly demanded that the adventure team stop all these actions. Gail could tolerate the images directed at him, but did not allow his friends from the farmer's corner. He barely nodded noticeably, letting it be aware that everything is under control. Magnificently hanging over the captain of the wolf, the master announced that it was time to finish the battle, and clenched his fists so much that their convulsions reflected all his unbridled rage. Everyone went outside. And she had already decided in her thoughts. After that, the battle she would determine whether to kill Gail or steal him. In any case, everything was according to her plan. She allowed the wolf fang to complete her last task, disdaining them with just smiling dogs. The cache assured that it would not seem, and Norris added that in the case of such boldness, they simply did not have a different way out. The captain got a bottle. He predicted such a turn of events in advance. Since the team's affairs were well, he bought an expensive elite drink in the capital. All crew members drank a drink, and Melissa said angrily that it would be a pity to waste such an expensive thing. Suddenly, a bright light erupted from the four broke out around them, and Gail instinctively covered his face with his hands. He swirled, carefully assessing the situation. Before him was an object that made it possible to strengthen all abilities. But the man wondered not over his force, but over the familiar smell that came from the thing. The cache proudly boasted that he has a rare and extremely expensive item from the Adventurers Guild, a true luxury that enhances the owner's abilities. He laughed mockingly, they say. Gail did not see anything like this in his life. The whole team exploded with joy. Thanks to this, they returned to the former state, even before they fell on them and the ill-fated punishment. Although the young man denied his involvement in the curse, everyone, without spending time, rushed into battle. They surrounded this guy on all sides, as if he were one of the monsters. Norris explained that since this guy was always behind, he never participated in command tactics. But now, he will have the opportunity to see the main feature of their team, a wolf strategy. Gail, the former participant of the team, knew well. As soon as you look in one way, immediately wait for the attack from the other. And if you focus on only one enemy, at the same moment you will be surrounded at that moment. The young man was convinced that the main power and threat of the team lies in Kaisha, so he tried not to look out of his eyes. However, while he watched the quiche, Melissa creeped behind and suddenly attacked, having fun asking where he was looking. He noticed that its characteristics became better, and movements, faster than he expected, but still managed to evade the first blow because he knew this style of battle well. And then she struck the second. Gail cleverly evaded the sharp knives of the robber who threatened him. He realized that together Kaish and Melissa did not pose a great threat to him, but the hatches are a real problem. After all, the hatch throws knives, on the tips of which is unknown poison. Even the slightest scratch can be deadly. Meanwhile, the captain of their team was already behind the boy's back. But the young man cleverly evaded, and it struck where the porridge. It seemed that he implies every step and movement. But the most important thing for Gail was to follow the fire of Norris during the imposition, because it was necessary not only to evade in time, but also to prevent the flames to make it to the city. The cache did not like the cache as Gail boldly evaded the blows. He used the reception of summer rain and ordered others to surround the opponent to prevent him from escaping. Melissa and Luke rushed after Gail, who escaped rapidly. And finally he managed to embody his plan. The whole team was nearby, and he unfolded the scroll of the curse. The young man not only avoided their attacks, but also cunning enemies in a trap, leaving them angry and at the same time frightened. If the Ketaners were used with reinforcing artifacts, even a slight weakening of their action could change the course of battle. He made them feel the power of the damned things they hated, so faced the effect of weakening against reinforcement. Gail used an amulet of an innocent prisoner, and suddenly a huge grate appeared over the heads of the team. While they were trying to understand what was happening, something dark grabbed them and did not allow them to escape. This amulet can be used only once. It works after you choose a short distance. The amulet imposes on the enemy the effect of weakening as soon as it is activated. This interesting artifact was made from the ashes of a prisoner who spent all his life behind bars, where he was unjustly sent in his youth. Although the area is not very large, anyone who gets into this field feels all bitterness, sadness, suffering, and burden that the prisoner carries. In one of the houses abandoned through the monsters, Gail accidentally noticed the muddy in the wall of the runny nose. It attracted his attention, and he could not just get past. She radiated an extremely powerful curse, although she could not move at all. At that moment, Gail wondered, what really caused this strange situation? He turned to the skull and asked him to approach to tell the inanimate some sad story, and then applied his scattering, and the corpse seemed to dissolve in the air. The old man sincerely confessed that this young man became the first to approach him and spoke. On the cheeks of an elderly man whose eyes remained closed, Tears slowly rolled while he told his story. When he became a cold, he merged with the wall because he found a resistance in it all his life, even if it was cold. Although this amulet is not as powerful as the effect of increasing all the abilities that Cash and its team once used, it is still able to reduce all abilities 3 times. While Kaish and friends were crying out that all these curses were just nonsense, Gail, meanwhile, did not waste his time and was already running away in the opposite direction. He called him and suggested that he propose to move behind to continue the battle. The plan was simple. It is impossible to allow the locals to be injured, so the battle had to be moved to another place. Although he was here not so long ago, the terrain already knew much better than Ketion team, so he began to think where to spend them, whether to Catacomb or to the abandoned church, and maybe in an abandoned hospital. Looking back, he noticed 4 silhouettes. The wolf fangs really chased after him, so he cheered his comrades not to keep up and keep the pace. But it was at this moment that someone started talking near his shop. It was a cautious team. They were barely moving forward. Their bodies seemed incredibly heavy. Although they spent a lot of money on expensive amplifiers, something went wrong. Their characteristics seemed to have risen, but the body felt unclear weakness. The captain was surprised why Gail's curse was not acting as he had hoped, and already wanted to ask for an antidote or some help. But looked around. He saw that Liz would disappear with others without a trace. While the Cash was outraged where their help went, they have long been chased by the night forest behind Gail, not giving him any chance to escape or hide. Shortly before Gail's escape began, Liznet noticed a prisoner amulet on the neck and realized that they need this person. It was Gail Hamilton, who had many artifacts. The assistant wondered what they would do next. Liznet replied that it is impossible to raise a noise, because even in such a small village, guards can appear at any moment. It was necessary to rush and not let people get together, because it seems that they were already late. In the valley there were already steps of guards. Lise ordered her assistant to take care of the audience and was already going to move forward, and suddenly froze on the spot. She was as if invisible to her boats. She felt as if her body was wrapping a snake, depriving her of the opportunity to take a step forward. The girl grabbed herself with her hands. She felt somewhere near the presence of the devil's heart, but could not believe it. It seemed to her that it was just a delusion, just fictions. She immediately ordered her people to retreat, despite the fate of the rest. It was the main thing for her to escape with her supporters. It seemed that the seal on the heart of the demon disappeared, and the girl, falling down, eagerly inhaled the air, desperately coughing. Assistants who stood around her were anxious about what was happening. Although the seal that she left for her subordinates was securely hidden and sealed, it was not easy to remove this seal. However, a strange feeling did not leave her. The girl looked back on the team of Porridge and realized that the devil's heart responded to Gail's artifact as if he had recognized him equal in force. The black magical substance reached for the girl again. She asked her helper to flee with her even more persistently, because the dark force had already tried to get them both. Lizonette managed to escape, and she, covered with horror, went up to her feet, trying to understand what to do next. The boys felt strange, as if the invisible wave covered them, as if it were an attack with weakening. Even a light touch immediately made it clear that all their abilities fell sharply. This was the strength of Gail Hamilton artifacts. The girl felt her body did not stop shaking and covered with sweat. And these were not just some negative effects. There were other strange changes with the condition of her body. Liznet noticed a few symptoms. The movements became slower, the protection was weakened, fatigue appeared quickly, the feeling of fear was stronger, and the perception of the outside world became dull. Among the experienced hired murderers who were brought up to be very sensitive to changes in their characteristics, few people know about it better. But even Liznet has never met such difficult weakening. She felt terrible fatigue, only slightly touching that black light. If she got a blow straight, who knows what it would be? No one imagined how many more such traps were hidden around. The girl gave the boys the team to crumble, and in any case not to touch the black glow. However, he constantly caught up with them, but most of all clung to their mistress Lizette, who tried his best to escape from his grip. However, she noticed that the goal had disappeared from view. Hamilton took advantage of the artifact to weaken the cache, but why did he escape? There was little time, so all 4, without a moment of reflection, rushed after the guy into the dark forest. The young man did not spare powerful artifacts, which he kept just in case for escape. It was exactly the same storm. He seems to have gone to the outskirts of the city, and therefore his accomplices will not be there. Lizette was satisfied. It meant that 4 of them were against one Gail. There was nowhere to retreat. And when asked what to do with Keishi's team, Lizney without hesitation replied that they had no business. Gail was heading to an abandoned hospital standing on the outskirts of the village. Once upon a time it was there that the victims of the epidemic, which struck these places. The girl laughed. Because he, living in the dark, rushed directly into their trap, like a grave. What a fool. The boys seemed to gain courage, moving faster forward, already preparing for uneven battle. But over time they started lacking breathing. Their speed in the chase was not at all as usual, but not to lose it from the field of view, it was necessary to make great effort. The killer suggested that he was using the amplifier, although it is likely that his natural abilities are simply emphasized on speed. In addition, Liznet was near him, though she did not get into a direct blow. However, even at this distance, the girl still affected the effect of his artifact. She realized that she was too fond of observing the battle between Gillen and Kashim, and if she had missed him, she would have regretted this mistake all her life. After all, he is a person who can change the balance of the whole country. They could not allow him to escape under no circumstances, and had to catch him alive or dead. Although with anxiety noticed that they were gradually lagging, they still tried to make every effort to complete their task. However, having taken care of the persecution, they did not even notice how they forgot about the usual caution and attentiveness to everything around. And it did not look like. They have not yet understood the danger of this city. Meanwhile, Kaishan and his team slowly made their way to Gail, and the captain joked that they were now more like a flock of turtles. Suddenly the girl appeared and asked if they were guilty of the harmater and what Gail's store turned into. Then the cash was annoyed, or this young lady does not have claims. By his pose and appearance, Wolf Fangs realized that they were faced not just a beast, but a true opponent. They looked intently at her outfit, and then asked how she was, and she left them after Gail's expulsion, dared to appear here. Despite all the events, they really came to the edge of the farm. The dark magician suddenly realized what was the case, and hid himself with his palm on his forehead. Finally, everything became obvious to him. He was convinced that finding Gail in such a distant place was simply impossible. But Moro was also here. Do others really believe that this is only an accident? It turned out that Mora Glaris was a journal Gail from the very beginning. It was this sorcerer that he accused the girl. Luke, Melissa, and even the cash froze with surprise, and instead I just pretended to be funny. She asked if this Norris was too stupid because she always thought that he was not different, but now she was overwhelmed by the stick. It was no longer meaningful to explain something, and the boys at this time clearly nodded and seemed as if they were thinking. The magician began to lift his head and noted that so deep thoughts were clearly not under the power of a young beauty with such a candid neckline. He was convinced that her thoughts were transparent to him, as if an open book. He wondered in the sea whether he managed to get into the point, but the angry girl replied that they were all wrong. The cash wanted to say something, but the witch interrupted him. She explained that it was they who had expelled Gail, and she joined their team only because she was invited. The girl really wanted to understand why she was considered an accomplice, and what she did against them. The cash could not utter a single word, and the girl did not stop everything. She asked in a curious whether he did not impose a curse on them, and as he became an accomplice Gail. When the guy finally fell silent, she got up, giving him the opportunity to exhale. Turning, she turned to her former leader. He arrived in this deaf place, defeated another's shop, and after all he dared to despise a member of the team who was gone. Moore asked if they taught this guy from childhood to do nothing that could hurt others. After that, she began to read some spell. She confidently became a fighting rack and made it clear that in no case can it be done. Then the Keisha team decided to change the strategy, to use the trick of wolves and defeat the angry wall. Kesh assured that, despite the fact that they slowed their movement, there was only a sea before them, and it stood lonely. But the young man couldn't even hold the sword in his hands. The girl wondered if Kaim's attempt was after May. She smiled and said that thanks to her numerous negative effects, her strength and agility have only increased, and now she is ready to show them the true power of May. Moraz madly attacked the team responsible for money, and began to attack them with incredible cruelty. Grabbing the captain of their team by the collar, she said coldly that she would do the same with him that they had done with a new Gale store. Maybe then they will understand how it is to be in his place. But suddenly Melissa squeezed Tamira behind, confidently raised her hand and swung to hit. She noted with self-satisfaction that the girl is not looking there. But Moira was not even frightened. She struck a rough woman who attacked behind without even turning to her. Then the witch pointed out that Gale had had powerful negative effects on this team, and now this battle no longer looked like a 1-against-4 fights. The girl said that in this duel there are 2 against 4 opponents. The Hatch warned the wall not to treat everything from above. He added that the most important thing is not to allow it too close, because they have a weapon for battle at a distance. The robber loudly stated that her pathetic tricks would not be able to stop them. Norris and Luke were preparing to attack the girl from different sides. The robber threatened that he would now be covered with knives, but when he reached at least one, suddenly realized that they were all over. While he remembered how he left the whole stock in Gail's store, Moira had already approached him, mowing on a blow. She struck the hatch into the abdomen, and he bent in half, giving a painful cry, and then she bounced a few tens of meters ago. Meanwhile, the magician was already preparing a powerful blow, a hellish ball that had to take her life. However, it was at this moment that his magic broke out with bright light, and instead of gratitude, the girl thanked the magician for being noticeable, and then threw a bottle of alcohol. The bottle flew exactly into the target and crashed against the head of a dark magician, from which he fell on his knees, and others boldly noticed that it was extremely easy to hit him. The whole team of Porridge lay on the ground, like unnecessary. Even to bring her eyes to look at the enemy, there was no strength. Nearby, in a terrible silence, there was a witch, radiating the threat. The gathering crowd with anxiety watched as the girl continued to tease the team, begging her to stop. However, everything looked as if she was not going to stop, because not everything was completed. She looked at a bottle of wine, which she carried as a gift, and sadly said she was sorry to bring this wine to the opening ceremony, but now it was more important for her to find Gala. The girl was hardly pushing through a crowd that gathered near her girlfriend's shop. When she managed to get inside, she was surprised to roll between the showcases, and suddenly her gaze stopped at the mummy lying on the floor. She carefully lifted the fallen figure from the floor. No less cautiously held her in her hands and remembered how carefully Gail corrected her once. The guy assured that this product was special, but Moira thought about another. The girl carefully put the mummy on the table, but suddenly the noise was heard behind, and someone asked what happened here. It was the blacksmith's blacksmith who carried a heavy barrel on her shoulders. She came to celebrate the discovery with everyone. Moira shuddered, suddenly realizing that she urgently needs to find her girlfriend. But before she escaped, the blacksmith grabbed her hand and hardly demanded to explain what happened here. Gail disappeared, and he had to be found immediately. Although the Keisha team could not overcome Gail, the sea still worried what happened. She understood that the guy was likely to not be dangerous to the citizens, tried to take the enemy away from the city as possible. Suddenly, Gimli appeared on the doorstep and reported that the guy had gone to the opposite end of the city, to the abandoned cemetery. The girls were pleasantly surprised to see the craftsman and wondered where she found out where to look for Gail. In response, she a little embarrassed that she learned about it by accident. And then, when she gained, she added uncomfortable that wolf fangs were very strange people. The girl personally brought the collected materials. These were organs of animals that gave out just a terrible stench. Gimli said that the owner of the curses are chasing a group, much more experienced than Baskets and his comrades. The frightened Moira thanked the girl and, despite her clothes, decisively rushed to save her friend. There was no time to dress or look for weapons, and it was clear to everyone. Kovalik asked to wait. It seemed that she was also going to go with Moira. Girls with smiles accepted weapons from Kesh and Norris, thinking that it is better to have at least something than to stay with anything. After that, they proudly went on an important journey to save Gail Hamilton. Gimli spoke to accompany the girls and noted that now the moment has come when every second probably Shalina is not used to that. In addition, the girl noticed that she was experiencing some unclear concern. Morris suggested that it may have been related to those who chase Gila, but the mentor explained that she was feeling near the presence of something inhuman. She brought the girls a story and horns that belonged to the hippo and explained to them where it all came from. And then she added that those who are now chasing Gila came here from the city. They failed to kill a gigantic river, and he escaped. However, the beasts of the monsters are very durable, and especially smart those belonging to Esranga. That is why they are able to carry out strategic attacks and control the whole herd. In other words, it is not surprising that they were walking so far, relying on a sharp sense of smell and patiently waiting for the right moment for the attack. It turned out the girls could have encountered a hippo. This task immediately became difficult, but after the fight with Basilisk, they did not want to deal with similar monsters again. Meanwhile, Gail has already reached an abandoned hospital, which was at the same time a cemetery. He pulled on the tree and there, trying to breathe after a quick running, listened carefully to the silence around. The guy jumped down and, turning around, stood in a fighting rack, calling for opponents to appear and go to battle. The killers slowly appeared from the bushes and, having taken their breath, asked the guy to wait a little while they were breathing. He did not even try to argue and obediently agreed to wait. Gail wondered where he knew these guys from, and suddenly it came to him. These are Porridge. This news was not upset by Liznet. She was agitated and angry, learning that she was being referred to as the so-called heroes. The girl pointed to the boy and wondered what was wrong with him. No, wait, Tay. How can he run so fast? she added in surprise. But the guy explained that he was confident. Either a gangcation or someone pursues him. The angry Lisette said that they would not be able to catch up with him. The girl was so screaming that her throat had dried up. Then Gail assured her that she realized how she was feeling and called for her to calm down, inviting her to drink. He did not have water, but it was time to tell what he brought, also did not stay. The woman immediately grabbed the liquid from his hands and eagerly fell to her. She was drunk to the last drop, and then wondered what it was, because the drink was strangely grown up and left the unpleasant taste in her throat. The young man in response said it was a prototype of a potion that should remove the fossil, and so he added that it was an amniotic fluid of Basilica. And in these words he simply stunned Lisette. The girl suddenly tried to spit out everything she had just drank, what the guy could not understand. She wondered annoyed why he gave her to drink it, but the assistant noted that the girl should first check what she got before swallowing. However, she stubbornly refused to listen to all the remarks she told her. Gail was upset because she could not understand why she spit out medicines that could heal from fossilization, even if they were a monster's liquids. Although they say that good medicines are always bitter in taste, and she herself said she wanted to drink them. Lisette lifted her head, grabbed her weapon, and ordered all the assistants to immediately grasp Gail, which was finally puzzled by all the confusion that was happening here. The girl ordered the boy to surround and grab him, alive or dead. The young man raised his hands and began to apologize, trying to find out whether the potion really turned out to be so terrible. But it seems that nothing has changed. The killers rapidly rushed to a guy who seems to have not yet understood how to defend him. The guy cleverly evaded the skillful blow of Lizette's, but the girl strictly warned that he would not escape. When the guy glowed and fell, she swung again, and he managed to evade again and answered his foot. Then the 3 blades, released by the girl's assistant, flew rapidly in his direction, but he was without excessive efforts evaded them with sharp, confident movements. The girl noticed that he skillfully evaded all their attacks, but the guy replied that it was not in him, but that he was under their feet. The whole team lowered their heads. There were piles of a variety of bones around, and wooden crosses were sticking out in places. The girl clearly did not delight this spectacle, and Gail also noticed that even more bones were hiding underground. Lisette came to the conclusion that this man was an experienced adventure seeker and did not step on the cemetery for the first time, and therefore, with his feet, everything is fine. The boys thought this, though more and more, there are too many obstacles, and they are detached from each other and cannot unite. The young man was convinced that they would seem soon. No powerful blows or carefully planned joint attacks would help here, and the crunch of bones and the noise of the debris immediately revealed all the designs of the team. The girl threw a knife that flew so close to Gail's face that he even had to hold his breath. However, she was not as struck by how he evaded danger, but rather his behavior. The guy was in no hurry, as if he had just been watching the development of events and waited for the right moment. Only the old graves, once in a hurry, stretched around, and the rain and wind turned the hospital building into lifeless ruins. All this made me think about what awaits Gail in such a terrible place. The young man interrupted his thoughts and said he did not want to seem rude, but still advised to leave here. It seemed that the team was already used to moving these places, but that was why he chose the cemetery. For him, this place seemed ideal for unexpected earnings, because it was here that valuable materials could be found. He is often visited here, so the surrounding area is familiar with the little things. And today the events began to unfold so that the young man could not hide his pleasure. The ruler was cursed and indeed suited to this place where bones, residues of bodies were scattered everywhere, and the lost souls wandered. The reason why Lisette had to return home was simple, and already appeared from the ground. The guy assured that the team was already being displayed, but it was at this moment that they began to climb the dead. The young man, without frightening, opened his hands in different directions, joyfully meeting his victory. Lisette with the team at first thought they were ambushed, but quickly realized everything around testified about the presence of walking dead. This smell, dirt, and appearance could not belong to alive. Princess Charles rested in her quarters, considering a postcard for Gail's search. In her thoughts, she already imagined how soon this guy would be in front of her. Vivian appeals to the supreme priest to look at the princess, because she can no longer think about anything other than Gail Hamilton. She did not understand what was happening, because this man was almost an unfamiliar to her. The princess saw him only once in her life, but the supreme priest paid attention. It was this young man who saved her life. The priest with the assistant decided that the princess fell in love with this young man. Vivian asked in surprise. So instead of getting ready for death during the attack, the princess fell in love? However, without answering the question, the man noticed how Carl and Gail harmoniously complement each other for their special preferences. Although they could not meet, The imagination has already completed the image of a perfect person. Meanwhile, men tried in vain to reassure Vivian. Meanwhile, in the corner where the farmers were located, Liznette, along with their team, made sure that no runny nose escaped from the cemetery on which the hospital once stood. Then the girl realized that it was only the idea of the owner of the damned artifacts. He made them believe that someone was watching. In the meantime, he surrounded the opponents of the undead, placing the trap here. The boys, when they bellies to each other, noted that they first see so much undead together. Taking up the flying monster, he replied that even if 1 on 4 had to fight, there is almost no chance of winning. And the 4 he spoke of were Cash and a few more people. Gail wondered what was wrong with them. Liznette quickly replied that they are completely different and have nothing to do with these fools. After all, they are the killers who are accustomed to living in the shadow, which means that they do not lose their cold in the battle. Hearing these words, the whole team rushed to the attack, which was quite surprised by the master. However, the runny nose was also not going to retreat. They were caught on the Liznette team, dominating numerically, and surrounded on all sides, clinging to each opponent. The boys fought their best. They courageously covered each other, looking carefully so as not to leave any blind zones and not give the enemy any chance to defeat them. Liznette ordered his people to line up in the ring, forming a defense, and cleverly lure Gila inside this circle. Their plan was to end it just in place. Suddenly, a giant monster appeared in front of him, whom the girl instantly spread her sword. She gladly noted that it was undoubtedly a trump card of the boy, and he almost won. But even though, Liznette also had a trump card in the sleeve, an artifact called the Heart of the King Demon. But this item imposed many restrictions on it, and it could not afford time. Then she realized, it was the moment when all the inanimate will be destroyed that will be the best chance to use this artifact. Meanwhile, Gail's reinforcement was already rushing the night forest, hurrying to the battle. The girls discussed that experienced hired killers appeared near the gate, and there were about 4. The C noticed that they needed to get there as soon as possible to align the chances. The Kuznets, without stopping for a moment, said that only when a person goes from your life, you truly understand how important it was to you. She screamed that the storm was protected, because they need to create many more damned objects and arrange a real agricultural revolution in this farm town. And he is her partner. The head of the guild bowed head and acknowledged that she agreed, because without Gala she would have been much more. It was increasingly interesting for me, as at the next meeting she will probably notice that even such a wicked master of cursed objects as he was needed. She promised herself that he would tell him all the truth exactly as he was. Shalina, without slowing down, wondered what they would do if a wounded hippopotamus appeared on the way. Moira, with a smile, noted that the killers and the hippopotamus were too much. At that time, Gimli died into his reflections. She said that the owner of cursed objects can gain special skills that are not in the usual professions. The Moore wondered what kind of skill she was, and the master remembered the change of failure. This is a perfect skill of evasion called unexpected luck. The girls asked what such an incredible luck. They noted that the ability to rotate the failure in their favor is a truly extraordinary ability. After all, if it helps to avoid death, then everyone would surely want such force. But unfortunately, it is an incredibly rare skill that cannot be used at will, so girls have to hope for the best. Meanwhile, Liznette with the team has already managed to overcome the whole of the undead, courageously performing their task. The girl noticed that by some miracle they managed to destroy all the dead, but even the strength to get closer to Gail. She raised her hands up, acknowledging that they seemed too many undead, and Gail continued to cause more and more creatures without any difficulty. Liznette accepted her defeat. The captain of Assassinus reached out to the handshake, making it clear that she was taking it. Gail did not hesitate for a second. He quickly approached her and also reached out. When the guy came closer, Lisette smiled and said that she only joked and then ordered her to throw a jar. She unmistakably caught a sealed curse. She explained that she was their trump card and then opened the bank, releasing a strange creature outside. After causing this creature, she decided to tell the boy about it, as if she gave him such news as a sign of gratitude for his life. She stretched the artifact on her palm, explaining that he was able to enhance the physical capacity to the limit, taking away vitality in exchange. Such an artifact is the worst and most powerful. However, at that moment, Gail noticed something behind the girl. She turned and saw a hippo of thick thickets directly on them, the same one that lacks one horn and one eye. Liznette did not understand why this monster suddenly appeared here, but there was no time for reflection. She was already flying right on them. And then Gail, hoping for the best, made his decision. To save the killer, the guy pushed the girl sharply to the side, though she hesitated for a moment, and he was ready to take the whole blow on herself. You You. Awareness of the enemy's strength. Among the wreckage of the roof left after the fall of the body, Lysnet clenched his fists, watching all this. Despite all his weird habits and endless chats, now she could not deny the obvious. It was he who saved her life. On her face is still a shadow of sadness. In her thoughts, she regrets this man. He was not really lucky, no matter how cool. She confidently stands in front of a giant enemy with horns. Her posture is straight, the look is concentrated, no fear. Even the enemy acknowledges that she stubbornly persecuted them and showed great perseverance. The surrounding ruins and debris only emphasize how dangerous this moment is. The girl got an artifact, carefully turned him in her hands, and then, with a sparkle of mystery in his voice, began to tell her story. The artifact in her hand flickered, reflecting her mood. She did not spend time on direct threats. She only cast an icy look and said carelessly that she appreciates perseverance. This was enough for everything to become clear without words. Black vortices of energy spinning around are erupted from the artifact. The heroine with a crazy smile raises her hand, in which this artifact shines ominously. In a victorious voice, she orders him to absorb her and the heart of the king of demons. The artifact instantly began to absorb the girl's body, wrapping her from head to foot with dark magic. The strength of the artifact is no longer controlled. Everything around is filled with chaotic, frightening energy, and the Lise firmly biting the lip from tension. The heroine was in captivity of numerous dark tentacles. At the same time, it has awakened various abilities: instant resistance to stun, resistance to fatigue, and growth of strength. All this clearly testified to the significant strengthening of its combat potential. The tentacles continue to entangle her body. She has new abilities, an inexhaustible stock of magical strength and full immunity to pain. The strength of the artifact reaches its climax, and the girl turns into an extremely dangerous opponent. Hippopotamus froze, as if it became icy. His huge body tensed like a compressed spring. The yellow eyes, without blinking, monitored every movement of the girl. In the air, the thought was, the chance for attack is lost. Now any step will be late. The main character accepted the battlefield and confidently announced that it was time for revenge. She also warned that this time the hippo would not escape. Her posture, facial expression, and decisive look said one thing: she is confident in her victory. Two opponents were opposite to one in the battlefield. A girl with the light of the artifact in her hand, and a huge monster, similar to a rhino. The girl rushed forward, preparing for the attack, and the beast was threatening, showing her strength. A huge hole was visible in the roof of the building. It was a clear sign that Gail landed here after a powerful blow. Among the night sky was a dark shadow that broke through the thick leaves. In silence, a short exclamation of astonishment came. Gail was lying on his bed, stunned by what happened. He honestly confessed to himself he thought it was his end. But suddenly he realized that he was incredibly lucky today. Instead of trouble, he landed directly on his own bed, though he fell through a hole in the roof. Gail sat on one of the many beds in a large room. A large hole was visible in the ceiling, through which light penetrated. Looking around, he thought that this place could be truly happy. But at the same time, the thought flashed: if he suddenly fell down, he could be severely injured. Sitting in the dark room, it intensified everything that has happened. He has many thoughts in his head. He is almost sure that he never looked at the monster, but he remembers the moment well when the beast creature suddenly attacked them. Suddenly his face changes. He remembers the famous phrase about zombie animal. In the imagination, the image of a twisted dog floats. But in a moment he rejects this idea, knowing, in fact, it is quite different. He continued to think, noticing that the creation had a broken horn, one eye was absent, and the tail seemed torn and damaged. He is surprised to realize that he had never met such a creature before. However, yet its appearance is fully consistent with the description of the zombie. With this thought, he descends on the bed, lies down, and tries to comprehend what he saw. He thinks again about everything that happened, remembering the words of Shalina about how the peasants were disturbed by the creatures that attacked their fields. Probably at first it was a wild pig, which later turned into a runny nose. He stood sharply, realizing that there was no time left at all. Gail warned that this monster could threaten Lysnet. He smiled confidently, and said that as a real master they cursed, he should do it. In addition, he emphasized, to take care of the undead is his direct duty. The basket woke up and gently looked at the door of the dark room. With anxiety, he whispered, which feels very far away. Everyone was immersed in the darkness, and he did not understand where to go on. Lysnet did not stop and desperately fought with a monster, whose face was reading a sinister smile. She tried hard to stay and not retreat, despite the deadly threat. Meanwhile, Gail was rapidly approaching to come to her help, and it remained a mystery. whether he would have time to Lesned on time. Gail strongly moved forward. His figure disappeared in the distance. There was a tension around, and the question arose, will someone who can slow down his steps would meet him in the way? The fierce battle with the monster is even harder. The girl and the monster met the views full of determination, and at the same moment they both rushed on the offensive. 3 observers with anxiety and excitement followed the battle. Their faces were clearly reading fear and anxiety, and the eyes were wide open. The main character went down rapidly from above, focusing, preparing to strike a devastating blow. In each of her, there was confidence and accuracy that testified to this decisive battle. Her sword slipped out of his hands, fell to the ground and crumbled into pieces. It was clear that she hit the hard horn of the monster. And after that he became angry, and a gloomy anger appeared on his face. After the blow, the girl fell to the ground, and it was at this moment that the forest pierced a crazy, spooky Rick monster. She managed to rely on the monster's horn so as not to fall at all. The observer shouted to Lisnet, and it was thanks to this that she managed to make herself. Instead of falling, the girl gradually went into the battlefield. She lifted her head, gathering the remains of strength and preparing for the next step. She confessed that she sought to break the monster and the second eye, and even an artifact that exacerbated her strength during the battle and served as the essence of the demonic king could not make it an easy task. The observer noted that Lisnet needed a new weapon, but she just waved and said it was unnecessary. She argued that she had torn off her monster tail, an important and strong part of his body. The girl confidently stated that this time she would tear the monster's head and show his face with his fist. But she did not have time to finish her phrase, as she suddenly began to cough. Coughing became even worse, and the girl lost strength and fell to the ground. On a dark background, they began to portray the girl's heart. It seemed that she was barely beginning to fight, as if it were more difficult for him every time. She lay on the ground, lifting her head hard and breathing hoarsely. In the area of the heart, a dark spot was already dark, as if something black had begun to spread inside it. Others looked at the girl who lay on the ground and could not get up, and asked excitedly what happened to Mrs. Lisnet. She lay on the ground and could barely lift her head, firmly clamping his fists and biting her lips, trying to hold back the pain. One of the observers exclaimed that it is simply impossible. Something dark began to penetrate into the girl's heart, and this black shadow increased, gradually covering her. Because of this, Lisnet felt her body leave her body, and every moment she became weaker. The heroine spilled over her back and grabbed her chest in the heart, feeling the pain and discomfort of increasing. She could not breathe, so others quickly ran to her, concerned about her condition. Her eyes open, breathing became fragmentary and heavy. She began to suffocate, without standing the wave of tension that increased inside. The artifact tentacles began to wrap around the girl's body. One by one, all the effects were disappeared. Resistance to death, strengthening of strength, protection against fatigue, oblivion of pain, and even endless magical supply. Her body quickly lost all strength and support. She was still lying, opening her eyes, unable to breathe, covered with weakness and complete misunderstanding of what was happening. The man who approached to lift her body said that the curse had come out of control for the second time. It seemed that the action of the heart of the demonic king began to weaken. He came to the conclusion that the artifact, most likely, will stop only when Miss Lisnet was completely absorbed. On the other hand, the monster began to approach them slowly. One of the supervisors immediately ordered, "The two have to stop the hippos." They quickly run up to the monster, occupy combat positions, and prepare for a fierce fight. Lisnet tried to stop them, assuring that they could not cope with this monster. From a powerful blow, the monster was scattered in different directions, and the fragments of stones were circulated around. She was half-seated, leaning into the hand of one of the attendees, and all the views were full of anxiety from what he saw. Her eyes were wide open, and drops of sweat were headed at the head. All this gave up tension and fear of watching. 2 of them, clamping the stones, rose into the air, rotating in the outbreak of blood. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and it immediately suffered serious injuries. The monster threateningly stirred up, but Lisnet did not stand it and shouted loudly that it is enough. She shouted at one of those present, ordering him to be able to. He replied hard that nothing happened. He shouted desperately that the tears of the divine king did not work. It was hard to believe, because this artifact was considered one of the strongest church relics. He swayed and threw the artifact just on the forest. The drop did not even have time to touch the skin lick. She had instantly evaporated, as if something inside the girl pushed her. The girl looked at him with indignation and asked, "Is this curse so powerful that no one is able to remove him?" In the eyes of Lesnet, everything turned, and they rolled under the forehead, and from the mouth suddenly flowed blood. The man who kept her shouted at horror. Despair and panic was in his voice when he pleaded with the girl not to leave him. Lisnet, which has undergone serious training and learned to withstand pain and not lose consciousness, did not seem. She clenched her teeth, holding her hard torment, and did not allow herself to faint. Her body beats in convulsions, her arms and legs shuttle, pre-wrist moans are erupted, and the damn heart of the king of demons is sorely fiercely, as if about to break out. Numerous bodies of fallen undeads were lying everywhere. They lay still on the ground, in strange, unnatural poses, and their distorted faces and residues of darkness were terrified. The battle was growing stronger, as if his fierceness attracted not only the hippopotam, but also some other dangerous rival to this royal fight. Suddenly, a dark creature began to emerge. Its outlines were distorted and ominous. She was considered the most closely related to the other. She, as if she had broken the laws of nature. The air around it is thickened, wrapped in a depressing darkness. From a high hill, composed of inanimate bodies, a dark figure began to rise. From a pile of decomposing bones, commanding a terrible stench of death, the creature crawled to the surface. Its appearance in itself represented the inevitable death. The silhouette with the skull instead of his face called the spectacle majestic, and noted that he was already feeling the elegant aura of death begins around. Hearing her dry, elderly voice, she turned her head to the other way from where this sound came from to see who was talking. She saw a figure, darker than the slightest shadows that threw dead bodies. The heroine was noticed by a light lantern, which radiated a dim but well-visible light among the surrounding darkness. The weapon held by the dark figure was huge and formidable. Its long curved blade was ominously shining in the dim light of the lantern. In her eyes, Lisette flashed a shadow of doubt. She did not think that it could be true. Somewhat vague began to appear in the dark, and over time the silhouette became clearer. Slowly through the darkness began to outline the features of a dark figure. From her a longing and hopelessness. The silhouette of her long ominous braid, which looked even more dangerous, gradually emerged behind her back. Shinigami appeared on stage, the god of death, who comes into this world when he feels a powerful breath of death. His task was to collect the souls of the living and escort them into the kingdom of the dead. Lisnet believed that the hippopotamus was a surprise for them, but the appearance of this creature was a real surprise. An unusual, spooky creature. Shinigami suddenly appeared before everyone. Her strange figure and the incomprehensible force so struck everyone that people have engulfed unrestrained anxiety and fear. This creature belongs to the type of gods or semi-dice, which rarely appear on the surface of the world. It is said that this creature controls the death itself. Usually you will hardly find such creatures, but this time it appeared in the world of heroes, bringing with her horror and feeling of inevitability. The creature slowly revealed her arms, as if greeted everyone around, or wanted to cover everything around her sinister forces. Opening the arms, he spoke in a slow and deep voice. He turned to the audience, calling them the children who seek life with their accomplices. Lisnitz opened her eyes wide as she heard this voice. Anyone who was holding Lisette in his hands could hardly say that he could not even move. His voice trembled from tension, and the whole body was shaken by the force that came from a mysterious creature. Lise and her companions suddenly froze and could not move. Their bodies seemed to be pressed to the ground by an invisible force. All this happened because of the spooky voice of death, which awakened the deepest fear and completely muted the desire to move. The creature laughed hoarsely, making a short, creepy sound. However, this horrific influence was not only felt by Lisnet with comrades. Even a monster that has so far fiercely quarreled, no one could move. Even a hippo, an extremely powerful and conquered monster, was frozen in place, as if it was chained to the earth. The creature tilted the head slightly, as if listening to the silence around. Understanding something about herself, the creature slowly lowered the eye down. Empty sockets hidden in the shade under the skull stopped at the forest. Lying half, sitting, she laid down, all trembled and barely breathed, but still lifted her head. Her pain and tension have met the empty look of the creature. The creature struck, staring at Lisnet, and, as if weighing her determination and character, spoke with a barely tangible irony and cold in her voice. She seemed to play words, emphasizing that she was curious about what they were doing here. The creature laughed quietly and vigorously, and her gaze slid her to her chest. She seemed to think about the heart of the demon, as if hinting at the hidden force or danger coming from him. It seemed that even the heart of the king of the demons had froze, as if he was holding his breath. Shinigami switched several times from Lisnet to a hippo, carefully evaluating each of them. Lifting his gaze to the sky and spreading his hands wide, Shinigami exclaimed that he could not withstand his surprise from such a majestic spiritual sacrifice, calling it a real miracle. Leeson pressed her hands to her chest, feeling her soul as if she was delaying darkness on his side. Even after evading the blow, she understood that the heart of the demonic king would still try to absorb her. She imagined that if the curse of the king of the demons disappeared, then the hippo was angry with her, seeing a real monster in front of him. She lowered her gaze and realized that if you remove the damn demon, the giant insurance will certainly destroy it. She began to realize in which situation she was. Shinigami was spreading over the battlefield. There was a hippo nearby, and Lisette sat powerlessly on the ground. At heart, she already felt a near death, and there was almost no chance of getting out of here. Suddenly, a mirror appeared behind the back of a half-god. He said that this mirror reflects the thoughts of a person. He turned to Lisette and, looking in her eyes, reported that she was about to show her two extremely important things. Then he told her that it would become a memory of her life. Lisette remembered how before her death she wanted to see all her memories again. She gradually remembered her past. She was born in a poor family, and later she was sent to work as a maid to somehow make life at home and reduce the number of hungry mouths. She mentioned how cruelly treated her, as if with an animal. She served as a noble family. She was convinced that in that house there was a girl at about her age. She somehow noticed her when she was picking up water from the well. Lisette remembered how a girl looked at her with a cold in her eyes, which made her a little creepy. She remembered that every time she was reminded of her hometown, a girl in a gorgeous dress appeared immediately before her eyes, and then in memory again and again a feeling that a place of birth was determined in life. Lisette flashed before her eyes, as she lost patience and made a step forward, towards freedom, to life she could choose. She steps on the ground, flooded with a dark liquid. As the heroine mentioned, her path to freedom eventually led to the murder. Before her inner look, she flashed her own face, full of fear. The memory ended and reality returned to its place. Lisette stood silently, lowering her head, and did not say a word. The heroine remembered how she once stood on the mountain of dead bodies. She was covered by pain and loneliness. And then she decided for herself, no matter where her life ended, there would be no regrets. Lisette, without even lifting her head, whispered with a gloomy doom that her life did not make sense. She thought it was real karma. She would never believe that the life of a hired killer who was accustomed to selecting other people's destinies will end so, when Shinigami himself comes to her personally. Shinigami looked at her and said calmly that the second part began now, and that's all. Shinigami continued to talk about what her future could be like, what ways would open before her. At this point, Lisette, gathering all the courage, got up indecisively in a battle stable. She responded with surprise to the fact that her life was suddenly broken here, not wanting to recognize Shinigami's words about the future. Lisette looked closely at the god, thinking about his words. She remembered that even after the murder was closed, the noble family continued mercilessly used it, causing pain and humiliation, just as it is visible on the background where the man pulls it on her hair. She continued the story, remembering that she was sent to a funeral at one time when the first prince of the empire was still alive. And from that moment, she said, the circumstances had hardly changed. Lisette remembered how she ran away from everything. She always dreamed of freedom and could not tolerate any restrictions. She jumped over the fences, remembering those moments from the past and thinking how she was trapped in restrictions. She wondered what, as the place where she got, really became her new home. She lifted her head and thought what happened. The main character remembered how she was on this farm. She stood near the old tree and watched from afar. Lisette believed that although the farm was not wealthy, its nature was much richer than in the city. She remembered that people could find happiness even in such a simple and modest life. Lisette, with a slight hope and anxiety, looked at the door. The heroine came to the door and thought, what if there was someone who could take her as she is? It was from that moment that she began to dream of a peaceful life on this farm, reaching out to the door with the intention of opening them. Despite anxiety and uncertainty, she still gained courage and opened the door. Her dream of a peaceful life on the farm suddenly breaks. It seems that this peace will never become a reality, because everything is destroyed before the beginning. Her memories suddenly break off, and Shinigami orders her to forget it all. Shinigami noted that on the verge of death it is in vain to think of the future or the past. Lisette cast her gaze into a cracked mirror. At that moment he imagined his soul as a refined dish, to which the best spices were added, and clearer his braid. He lifted his sickle and, looking at the small figure of Lisette in front of him, spoke farewell words. Lisette, covered with tears and rage, exclaimed that it is enough. She would no longer tolerate it. She looked focused on the raised scythe, and her partner, feeling the danger, involuntarily made a step closer, seeking to become her protection. When she raised her hands trying to defend herself, someone suddenly appeared near her. It was Gail that became between the Shinigami and Lisette, raising both hands to hold back the braid. He still held the siphon in his hands, but already turned and looked at it. Shinigami looked at him with surprise, and the heroine could not believe that he was really alive. Lisette, struck and not believing in his eyes, asked him how he was able to move under such pressure. Gail was surprised to ask that it was for pressure. It was at this moment that the damn bracelet worked. Smiling, he noted that damn things are very convenient to use. Shinigami was extremely surprised and annoyed. The hero asked the hero that brought him here. The hero, too annoyed, replied that he was he again. His rival was annoyed by the fact that Gail appeared where the runny nose appeared every time. Shinigami lifted his weapon and rushed on Gail. You looked straight into the eyes of a god and confidently raised your hand. The hero used the magic of scattering against Shinigami, and a powerful surge in energy came from this. At that moment, he began to slowly dissolve in the air, as if his body became transparent and endangered. All three watched the fragments closely, catching every detail of this phenomenon. Lise was surprised to watch all this. Three friends continued to watch Shinigami disappear from view. The heroine was delighted that he had dealt with a half-man in just a moment. Gail said goodbye to his enemy with a smile, and it was at this moment that a light glow in the sky began to gradually fade away. The enemy's body fell on the ground, taking away his weapon with him. The three of them froze in place without taking their eyes from the place where he had just fallen. Lise looked at the inhabited body with disgust and was surprised when she noticed that she was really a net. She, looking at Shinigami's body, wondered in Gail whether it was possible to kill a half-god, despite his status. At the same time, she noted that Gail still overcame Shinigami. Gail turned to them and explained that he just removed the spell. He explained that if he kills a semi-god, he would not be able to get quality materials, even if he manages to defeat the enemy. He with his bare hands stood on Shinigami, which was incredibly surprised by all present. When the hero lifted his braid, a spooky skull with a spine emerged around him, radiating a sinister and frightening aura. Looking at one of the skulls, he noted that he always appears quite unexpectedly. Lizetta was wondering why it was so struck. She noticed that even the heart of the King of Demons remained stationary and silent. At that moment, the heroine suddenly coughed, and the guy who stood nearby called her, ran closer, and Gail watched it with surprise. She assured that she was all right with her and that she needed to defeat the hippopotamus. At that moment, the girl felt that after the disappearance of Shinigami, the artifact inside her unexpectedly came to life. Gail looks at Lizette with anxiety. Obviously, he noticed that something is wrong with her and is very worried about her condition. He feels or notices something unusual, as if the dark power has settled inside her. Before the eyes, she can be visible, standing around, wrapping her hands to her chest. She straightened, barely and holding on her feet, and quietly asked where he knew about it. The hero sat on the railing and looked at her, saying that he could not see her curse before. Liznit, with a bitter smile, confirmed that this seal is truly unique. She said that there is no such curse anywhere in the world. This is only one world. When Gail called this object by the heart of the King Demon, he himself covered a shock from his own words. He repeated this name several times, not believing because he just learned. He admires this curse, calling him alive and extremely strong, and Liznit is amazed at his interest. The church elixir lying on the earth was also powerless against the curse, but she said Gail could try. The heroine, with a serious expression of the face, warned Gail, if he touches this creature, she can take possession of him. The hero confidently replied that he was ready to take risks, but immediately warned, he takes this artifact to himself. Suddenly Lizette began to cough, barely holding on her legs. Realizing that it was almost never left, Gail decided to act quickly. He focused all his strength to remove the artifact that firmly kept on the chest. A dark, smoky substance slowly began to seep out of the breasts of Liznit. Gail did not stop and continued to scatter the force until the end. Liznit, stunned and puzzledly, looked at her breasts, from which the dark swirl of the curse's energy slowly emerged. Her eyes were surprised. It seemed that she couldn't believe that all this was really happening. The curse left the body completely and rose above them. The dark curse that escaped from the breast of Liznit squeezed into a dense ball and silently rolled in the palm of Gail. The curse in Gail's hand suddenly activated, and he, struck by his incredible speed, smiled. The gift at the beginning immediately showed its strength. Gail was delighted with his idea to divide the curse into small parts to create different objects from them, and to explore its nature in detail. Lizette sat on the ground and wondered how the curse was rapidly dispelled. Looking at him, the heroine mentally admired how he resisted the heart of the King of Demons. He held a vessel with the liquid and stretched out her heroine, asking him to drink, while he still kept the curse with his other hand. She annoyedly said she spat out too awkwardly. He also explained that this fluid enhances the physical abilities, and its main action is to remove the fossilism. He smiled and said that all living things have hidden nutrients, and this is the fact that cannot be ignored. It was at this moment that something turned his attention. At that moment, the monster Behemoth watched them closely, and Liznit drank what Gail had just handed it. She began to get up, sincerely thanking him for his help. She got up and warned Gail, if he wants to survive, she should run right now. Going to the monster, she hoped that she had not yet recovered after the influence of Shinigami's strength. She looked at the monster with determination in her eyes and said that she was her real target. Against the background, a terrible monster appeared, and in the meantime, he told how a horrible creature took possession of the girl's body, and that a real miracle was that she remained alive. Gail was enthusiastically exclaimed that they were a zombable animal in front of them, and Lisette only asked in surprise, in her voice. Boredom and confusion sounded in her voice. She looked over her shoulder with annoyance and asked why he thought. Gail with delight answered that this is what distinguishes animals. Such signs are the main ones. And once he lost parts of the body, he is a real zombie. She mentally asked herself if he had lost his mind. Seeing how he rises suddenly, she screamed Gail loudly to escape. Watching him slowly raised, she realized that the hippo was already beginning to recover from the press of Shinigami. Holding the wounded place Shinigami, Gail said he would handle himself. The peasants had long complained of wild animals, and he did not want any of them to be injured. Having accepted the fighting and raising his braid, he loudly stated that he would destroy his enemy right here and now. He rushed at the moment when the monster was getting back on his feet, preparing for the battle. Lisette carefully tried to stop him, warning that it is not necessary to touch this thing with his bare hands. Suddenly she was cursed. But Gail calmly replied that everything was fine, and he started talking on. After all, with great pride, he announced that he was a real owner of doomed customers, and Lisette, hearing it, looked at him widely open with surprise. The giant beast was mounted on them while Gail, decisively in a battle, was preparing for the battle. They looked straight into the eyes, and the tension between them became more and more tangible. The battle had to start. The hero said that Shinigami's braid is so sharp that he could cut off flames, brown, and even sea waves. There is nothing she could cut. Having said this, he immediately demonstrated her force in action. With one powerful blow, he struck his head, and Lisette was stunning as she fell on the ground. Looking at the ground where the body of the hippo was recently lying, Lisette thought that Gail was indeed a real master of cursed artifacts who managed to defeat even the god Shingam himself. She also thought about expelling the heart of the king of demons. Seeing the head of the hippo, she decided that this beast Gail also won. Looking at Gail, she remembered how 3 times she saved him and shouted his name loudly. He smiled at her and barely turned his head. She suddenly fell on her knees. Looking at him, she could not help but admire how wonderful he was. With anxiety on his face, he approached her. The head of the monster was cut on the ground, and suddenly at that moment his head suddenly opened her eyes. He approached her and turned to her name. When he called her, she cast a careful, piercing look at him. He began to lift her, but the girl apologized and assured that everything was fine with her. She admires that he had overcome the monster and looked at him with wide eyes, as if she had suddenly understood something. Just by Gail, the head-headed body of the hippopotamus began to rise. Lisette scared, warning him, "Be careful behind!" With a cry, Gail used the blade again and cut into the body of a hippo. The body was divided into 2 parts. Standing near the body, he thanked Lisette, confessing that the monster almost tapped him. She looked at him in surprise. Lisette looked at the body of the monster and involuntarily admired his unbreakable force and determination. Even left without a head and dying, it did not seem. One torso went on an attack, as if there was a fighting spirit still burning inside, and only the smell was governed. Looking at his body, she thought that even as an enemy he deserved respect. Recalling their battle with the monster, she came to the conclusion that their first meeting ended with a draw, and for the second time it was rescued by Gail. She thought, if they came together 10 times, he would probably be able to survive in 9 of them. Looking at his lifeless eyes, Lisette said goodbye to the fallen beast, calling him a brave warrior, for whom the battle was the meaning of life, and wished him to finally find peace. The heroine thought bitterly that if something went wrong, she could lose her life. Keeping you by the hand, Lisette thought she was in a confusion, and in the meantime, Gail calmly distributed cocatrix and other potions. Watching him laughing with others, Lisette felt relieved. She became warm in her soul from the realization that he was alive. Looking at him, she suddenly realized that she completely forgot her mission. After all, she had to kill him. 3, who had just helped each other get up, and Gail was calmly watched next to them. Liz will look carefully at his smile. The heroine carefully examined the 4 and told them that the mission of Prince Betrayal had failed. Gail's eyes expanded in surprise when he looked at her, and heard she said they were seeming. Hearing these words, 3 people bowed in a bow in front of the hero. It was at the moment when he was confused through a sudden bow that he suddenly heard someone from behind. Gail said the name Sharina in surprise, and in response he heard that she was not here. Another girl looked at them, clearly surprised. She turned her gaze from Gail to another girl, opening her eyes wide. She could not believe what she saw. The girl, with tears in her eyes, mentally glad that everything was fine with him and sincerely dreamed of seeing him again. Gail looked at the girl in surprise, and she, catching his gaze, thought that the time, until they saw, seemed to her true eternity. Without holding back emotions, she rushed to him, trying to overcome the distance between them as soon as possible. She rushed to him, already hugging and deciding never to let go, because now he is near, alive, and it was most important in the world. Looking around, she noticed the body of a giant monster, a bunch of wounded mercenaries who kept among the undead, and the bloody braid of the tape. All this was evidence of the battle that she had just survived. The sea could hardly hold back emotions. She wanted to embrace Gail, but suddenly stopped, a strange, creepy atmosphere around her to die in place. Two girls exchanged thoughts, noting that everything around seems extremely tense and dramatic. Gail, showing Shirini braid, told her that it was a very sharp weapon, which, moreover, can be used to make excellent agricultural tools. The girl with the sword, looking at the chopped body of the monster, thought, even the most pressing has her border. Gail continued to tell Shirini his story, every time adding new details. He began to talk about Siren's store, and she listened carefully to his every word. Gail said that his former comrades defeated the girls' shop. He managed to stop them and prevented even more harm to the surrounding area, but it did not completely avoid the consequences. He apologized, and the girl answered with a smile that she would just take something from her workshop. The hero finally calmed down after the girl's words, and she smiled warmly in response, confirming her sincerity. Sharina and the girl greeted Gail with his sword, passionately noting that he was able to return his spooky style. They were amazed at how quickly he coped with such a terrible way, and cheered it with friendly patches on the back. The craftsman watched the Gail carefully, who could not understand. He was quarrel or praised. Then the girls explained, it is both reproach and praise. She turned to Lizette, noting that their paths had crossed again, and turned to her, calling, Miss the Killer. She replied that her path had already ended. The girl began to say that recently an event had occurred with her, which turned her idea of life. Her companions lowered their heads at that moment, as if they were feeling the seriousness of what was discussed. Lizette confessed that her view of life was really changing, but after lowering her head, she added that it does not mean that she had new ideas or plans for the future. The craftsman listened carefully to her, showing genuine interest and understanding. The girl reported to Guild Mimis that they would be delayed here for a short time. Only it is necessary to relax because she and her subordinates were seriously injured. In response, the craftsman assured that she would provide them with clothes, food, and roof over her head until they are completely recovered. Gail offered her and her team temporary work in her store so they could recover and feel unnecessary. The girl asked uncertainly if she was sure of her choice. The hero answered her with a smile, explaining that there are difficult times in the store now, and until the work was working, he will not be able to pay a high salary. Gail smiled and assured that over time, Lizette was finally recovering, and the work of the saleswoman would not hurt her wounds at all. She looked at him in surprise, and Nadia glittered in her eyes. She thought, if there is someone in this city who can accept her as she is, then she would like to spend quiet days with this person. Now she could not but think about whether her desire had come true. Lowering her eyes, Lizette barely held back emotions. The tears came to her eyes, and she clasped her lips so that she would not be stuck out aloud. Seeing tears on her cheeks, he inadvertently stepped forward and looked at the girl with concern. His hand rose a little, as if he wanted to support her, but he froze, not knowing how to proceed. He hesitated a little, and then began to walk around her nervously, carefully asking what had happened and whether something hurt. She wiped her tears from her face and watched as he fussed, saying that he had ended Cocker. She smiled in response to his kindness. Despite her tears, she laughed and called him a real derivative. Sharina watched their conversation with a slight smile on their mouths. She thought she always knew Gail as a good man, and her face was a smile. She remembered that he always listened carefully, even when someone told stories about the runny nose. But it seemed a little strange to me, she scolded, gathering her eyebrows thoughtfully. It was noticeable that something was touched a little. She decided that she would tell him everything a little later. Next to her, the girl laughed at her indecision. She smiled and returned to the craftsman, noting that all is well, that it ends well. The master in response approved it with a nod. Gail approached 3 and tried to show something. Seeing this, the craftsman widely opened her eyes with surprise. The craftsman began to question Gail and listened carefully to whether the king of the demons were indeed. Gail confirmed that it was it. Liznit said that the heart of the king of demons is divided into 6 parts belonging to different empires, and one of them is in her. The girl said that it was Gail who helped her get rid of the fragment of the heart of the king of demons, who almost absorbed her body entirely. The teacher listened carefully to her every word. The craftsman, seeing the object in the hands of Gail, immediately realized that even 1/6 of these damned weapons filled with the essence of the demons of the Pold carries a deadly danger. The ordinary warrior would have died instantly, and no priest could cope with it. The craftsman looked thoughtfully in front of herself without losing her seriousness. She looked at the surprised face of Gail, who still held the artifact in her hands, and thought that he was a real master curse, capable of relieving even such a dangerous power. The night has already fallen, and the craftsman thoughtfully thought about everything that happened around. With the first sunlight above the village, an indignant cry came. Someone loudly, almost with irritation, exclaimed that they were a rank S. 4 guilty men are sitting in a small chamber. They are overwhelmed by indignation, and each of them does not restrain emotions. One of the prisoners is angry, asking with the feeling, "What is the terrible and incredible treatment of them now?" Meanwhile, the girls sitting at the table have a leisurely conversation. The C's sighs hard and tired, noting that it is too humble today. However, she sincerely hopes that this unpleasant moment will soon pass. Her interlocutor, relaxed with her elbows on the table, quietly agrees with her words. She finally realizes and understands that the creature Wow, through which this fight has begun, one cannot simply be released without punishment or consequences. The girl is convinced of this and fully feels the importance of what is happening. She is also well aware that it was for this reason that the city organized an important meeting where they had to hold a court hearing. But unexpectedly changed. Just from the royal capital, influential people intervened, and this significantly influenced the further course of events. Thinking about how, due to various accumulated debts, the requests began to postpone the punishment of Kosh and its whole group in this city, she agrees with the decision already made, but at the same time realizes that these people were not obliged to execute the order unconditionally. The girl came to the conclusion that it was an extraordinary, very urgent, and absolutely unexpected message from the capital's palace, so that is why they, although not too willing, decided to obey. The girl realized that they had the opportunity to refuse to execute the order, because the official statement said that all the damage would be compensated. She remembers as Siren, a representative of the farm, she was able to restrain her anger and calm down for a while. Jimmy is interested in a girl, whether she seems to her that Gail is now in her workshop, occupied by something important. She replies that he said recently that he was illuminated, and now he hurries to take advantage of the moment of inspiration. The girl, noticing that her interlocutor did not listen, she named her name loudly. Jimmy, joking, easily touched Miri's nose and asked where he came from that serious look. She wondered if Gail was not upset by Mir. The girl, Red, begins to deny her words and, having discouraged, asks why she spoke about it in general. But the interlocutor at the table reassures her, they say. There is nothing to worry, because she is well aware of what is being discussed. Moira embraces even more, and in order to change the topic, he invents that this task was interesting, so she will go and immediately expel it. Jimmy smiles while holding paper in her hands, and realizes that a girl in such situations may not always be frank. Both women agree with this and have no doubt. There will be people who are not scared even by the heart of the King of Demons. The girl tells that it is quite natural. When someone is really talented or has special abilities, he sooner or later attracts attention and becomes popular. She sincerely admits, to some extent she understands why Moir and Lizunette so attracts their love. Her face flashes with a sincere smile, but then in her gaze, a barely noticeable sadness emerges. She lifts her head, looks confidently and states, "A woman who really wants him is she without any doubt." She tells how their Dark Elves clan was cursed by the King of Demons, and because of this, a terrible curse that lasts 1,000 years. Their kind was on the verge of extinction. The girl realizes that it is time to show power and not allow her clan to disappear. She remembers the fragment of the heart of the King of Demons, which they so passionately sought to get, and which, fortunately, finally found herself in their hands. A woman thinks that there should be a person who can remove this terrible curse. Gail, working tirelessly, says that he did not sleep or rest, but continued his work continuously. The young man rejoices, because the finish of his difficult work is very close. The man proudly said that he had improved the heart of the King Demon, an artifact that was not equal in the world. He guessed that the material that was accidentally fallen had the ability to contain the heart of the demon's heart, and therefore used it in large numbers. The guy tells that thanks to the opposite forces, he managed to completely suppress all the disadvantages of the heart of the King of Demons, without touching his unique advantages. He understood that the negative side can only be weakened, but to restrain the frantic power of wild tentacles while use, he put a lot of small ones. The man explained that he managed to curb the appetite of the artifact, which previously suffered the vital energy of his owner. After that, the guy gets a ready-made artifact and says that it is the heart of the King of Demons, an improved version of Gail created. Standing near the plate and smiling sincerely, the guy feels true joy from his achievement. He admires that it is his most recent and best work in the whole time. The man brought a letter to the one who was sitting at the table. He read the message carefully and, indignant, asked what it was and whether the letter had sent line. In the letter, she wrote that she was released for personal reasons. The man was very indignant. He rose sharply from his chair and asked loudly what happened to her heart, which he, the king of demon, gave her. Suddenly, his attention was drawn again. He noticed something new in it. The letter stated that she took the 6th part of what was called the heart of the king of demons, as a compensation for a break in relationships. The man in shock fell on the floor, not realizing that it was a strange compensation. The man says that after Prince Belial read the letter from Liznet, his face suddenly became pale, and his appearance was even worse than any dead in these parts. The dark night, the girl and the princess looked strictly at the associated criminals in front of themselves. In their eyes, they burned anger and indignation. The criminals felt ashamed, so they only looked away, avoiding their vision. The princess turns to the group of wolf's fangs. She frankly admits that they seem to have not yet solved all the secrets. Looking at their mixed, joyful and alarming the face, the princess reports that all this time she secretly followed them. The girl confesses that she knows everything that has happened. She asks who they consider themselves if they allow themselves to destroy her personal shop and raise all the security on her feet. The girl expresses her opinion, and the knight in response is indignant, emphasizing that it was an official order. He considers the same thing on the farm as a consequence of irresponsibility and inability of the kingdom. The girl reports that all the issues on the farm are already powerful, and now you can consider the problem solved and provide the necessary information. The guys look at her in surprise. She states that she is indifferent to their feelings, because she cannot allow such a shame to spoil the glorious history of their kingdom. The boys are indignant, they say. They are not guilty. They just tried to destroy damn objects that resembled garbage and lay in the store. The girl looks at them in surprise. She hides her face in her palms, sparing Gila's wonderful creations, and asks him to hold on. Suddenly, she turns sharply with a strict expression and says that if you follow such a logic, it is interesting what punishment then deserve themselves. The guys scared what they heard. One of them, anxiously looking around, asks whether they really gave them guilt, hopefully questioned whether they will be released. But the night girl just approaches him and, waving a stack of papers, gives the boy a good slap. The girl says they opened the score in the name of Princess Charles and bought everything he needed in the shops. The princess in response states that after calculating all the costs and payments of the farm, they must pay 2,310 gold coins and 82 silver. She explains that all their expenses are related to hotel accommodation, food and exquisite evenings in expensive restaurants, as well as accounts for various purchases and equipment. But suddenly she is interested in what happened to the equipment they purchased. The girl acknowledges that they covered all these expenses from the state treasury, but promises that they will return everything to a penny. At the same time, she confesses that she will not be able to pay perfectly, because they spent all their money and have no savings at all. The man replies that all this is only expenses. The woman begins to get angry, raises his voice and shouts, "Where is it written on this paper that the costs are covered? In addition, it was only a cooperation in the investigation." The girl guesses that they will be taken away now, and the guy asks where they are being taken. The girl replied that if they could not pay the debt, they will work it on their own. She explained that everything they spent will have to work for free. The woman says that there are strict conditions here, but after all their pranks, they were still lucky to find a place where they generally agreed to get them to work. The man looks at them with surprise, realizing that they will have to work without paying. The guy is outraged and asks how much they will have to pay for it all. The girl, cold, replies that it will take about 10 years. The boys are frightened because they understand that everything sounds as if they were given a life imprisonment. Their force is taken from there, and the girl remains and watches everything that is happening. Suddenly, a man approaches her and announces, "Today this task will be for them too." The man asks what the task is. He's wondering what kind of work is waiting for them. The girl smiles and replies that he will first give them a little rest and silence before starting. She assures that they should not worry about work. The boys were frightened by the girl's look and her strange behavior, but she just smiled and said that they would not pay attention to her kindness. Meanwhile, the guards took the culprit somewhere further. At this point, the princess gently looks out of the door and asks the girl if everyone has already left. The knight in response is nodding. Then the princess turns away and sighs dissatisfied. She sits by the window, and I return to the girl and say that these guys have caught horrible things. The princess closes her eyes and acknowledges with a light smile that they were useful in the end, so she gave them life. The girl suddenly opens her eyes and looks out the window. Looking forward, the girl lifts her palm up to the sign of consent, in his thoughts, is sure that Jill Hamilton stands in the corner of the farm. The girl confidently says she finally found him and firmly squeezes his fist. Her sign is that the guy is now in her hands. The princess smiled and confessed that she just thought where to go on the expedition. The girl returned to Vivian and said she needed to contact her father. And the woman looked at her in surprise without believing. The girl returns to her, smiles wide and puts her hand on the heart. She confesses that it is time to pay more attention to agriculture. Gail works on the farm in his workshop, carefully mastering something new. Suddenly, something happens to the guy. He raises his glasses excitedly. The man quickly returns to the door and calls loudly. The girl looks out of another room and asks what happened. The guy apologizes, explaining that he was so fond of work that he did not even notice when it was time to change. He thanks her for his help, and the girl in response reassures that she should not apologize. She is better not to interfere with the artifacts. The guy wipes the sweat out of the forehead and thanks the girl sincerely, because when she is on duty in the store, he becomes much easier to work. The guy realizes that she meets customers when he has no way to be around. Smiling, he confesses that during this time he even learned to make a turtle. A man looks at a skull that serves as an element of decor. It is a real skull of a face that smiles a creepy guest. After that, he turns to the girl and is interested in whether her decoration is concerned. The young man looks at his charming new girl in shape and confesses to himself. Yet, when a person meets a person, it is much more enjoyable. The girl is embarrassed and admits with anxiety that this form is actually from the bar where she once falsified. She tells how she was angry when she had to calculate money from her already small salaries, which, in her opinion, would never need it again. As a result, she still had to buy this form. The girl confesses that she was very indignant then because of a violation of labor rights, but who would have thought that she would still need the shape? The girl smiles widely, looking at the boy, and says that she will accept the invitation and leave the first. Lisette says goodbye to his girlfriend, promising that they will see tomorrow. Gail is raised, sighing lightly. He raises his hands up and exclaims that the artifact is finally complete, and it's just great. He says that he now develops all the abilities without any harmful side effects, because those tentacles that have previously caused harm to the human body are now aimed at stimulating special points. A man with tenderness curses to his work, enthusiastically examining it. He confesses that the most important thing here is a cool look because the idea with tentacles is just brilliant. He carefully examines the artifact and claims that, of course, he is cursed. But it is not just an ordinary curse. It is accompanied by musical solo, and from time to time the owner comes a quiet whisper. The young man dances like a real skeleton and confesses that even in his loneliness, he is never boring. The man is surprised because this amazing skill is only a sixth part of his abilities. The guy thinks, the world is so huge, apparently, it is hidden so much more interesting. He looks out the window and smiles broadly, realizing that there are so many amazing artifacts in the world that he did not even know. The man decided for himself. From now on, he would look for new materials and create more artifacts. The young man looks at the monster's head, realizing that the improvement has been completed once. It is time to make something new from this thing. The young man, immersed in his own reflections, carefully moves all his ingredients, decomposes them one by one, and thinks which of them are suitable for creating a mysterious and attractive so-called heart of the King of Demons. This question does not give him rest, makes him think about what he will do next, because you still need to get other necessary materials. The guy understands that if someone wants to buy this thing, he will need to think about the sale. But so far, he will just put it on the exhibition. He thinks whether the owner of the demons decided to improve such a thing, because usually dangerous objects either destroy or seal. The guy is wondering why he thinks about it at all, because it is just a hobby for him. Suddenly, the man immersed in his thoughts felt something behind something. He turned sharply and saw a girl who was also deeply conceived. At that moment, the expectations and surprises between them hung a tense silence. They are gained for the moment, looking carefully at each other, as if the whole world has frozen around. No one dares to move out of place or say something. They remain alone with their feelings and thoughts, immersed in this fixed time. The man conscious suddenly frightened. A girl who appeared quite unexpectedly and quietly stood in front of him. And the girl in response only smiled at him with a warm smile, and, as if greeted, gladly congratulated. The guy was frightened, sharply pulled back and asked the girl why she suddenly appeared here as if from the air. The girl answered calmly that it would be more correct to ask, since she stands here near him. She began to list all the words he had to say before, showing that she had heard each of them. The guy, even more ashamed, grabbed his face with his hands and said in surprise that she really listened to all his words. The girl with a slight smile acknowledges that she actually heard his conversation and decided that there was someone else here, and seeing everything with her own eyes, she hesitated a little before talking, waiting for a right moment. The man begins to become even more aware, confessing that her words seemed terrible to him. Suddenly the guy got up and asked the girl if she was here at all, because all the doors were securely closed. He wondered if he had forgotten Lisette closed the door, but inside he understood. It just couldn't be. The girl, laughing fun and with a playful spark in her eyes, returns the artifact to the boy, confessing that she had penetrated here without permission, and even dared to steal the heart of the King of Demons himself. In response, the guy, slightly awkward and smiling, takes the artifact back and confesses that he has long understood everything without words. On this, the Elfian closes her beautiful eyes and barely smiles, and the guy in response noticed that she does not smile so much again, because he understands perfectly. In fact, everything that happens is an illegal penetration into another's territory. Gail asks Gimli a little why she came here and whether does not want to buy his artifacts, because in the afternoon she never threw the work of Guildmaster. He looks carefully at the girl who smiles involuntarily and is interested in what she has brought her and what she is interested. The girl, a little shy and embarrassed, confesses that she really does not need any artifacts. She says she only enough, Gila himself. The guy returns to her in surprise and asks what she means, but suddenly notices how the girl lends in front of him in a bow. The man watches the actions of the girl. He is covered by confusion and surprise. He does not understand what she means. And the girl in response is only silent, lowering his eyes down, as if looking for the right words, but cannot pronounce them. Gimli, addressing the boy, expresses his sincere respect for his skill as a prominent creator of artifacts, and therefore confidently asks him to listen to it. The guy watches the actions of the girl in surprise, without the end not understanding what she wants from him now. The girl begs him to listen to the request of her people, the Dark Elves. Slowly approaching the boy, as if he dare, she asks if he will refuse to her in this important request. A man puzzled heard thoughtfully how it is, without the usual arrogance, with sincerity on her face, said the words that moved him to the heart. The girls are fun to leave the bar, laugh and wander a little. One of them, barely holding on his feet, turns to the side of the lane. Her girlfriend supports her shoulder and says that his bench is still far. The girl, with a barely noticeable smile, replies that she accidentally met the sea in one tavern, and with them failed to celebrate the opening of his shop. Walking a fun nose, she adds that it is necessary to drink from Moro in his amazing artifact shop. She confidently states that the modesty of the sea will not allow her to appear in front of Lesnet if she decides that this senseless creator of artifacts is to blame. Her girlfriend strongly supports this opinion, adding that with the help of alcohol she is no longer scared, and she, they say, is ready for any risky actions. The girls come to the door of Gail's workshop and knock, asking them to let them down. But suddenly one of them gently presses on the door and notices that they are not closed at all. Girlfriends, embarrassed from such an unexpected luck, begin to quietly wrinkle, not believing in their own happiness. Mora, still laughing, confidently states that he inevitably goes inside. She sincerely exclaims, asking if he is at home. He gladly suggests talking about life for a glass of drink. Her friend in the background gladly and proudly supports this idea. Having frozen from the actions of the girls, Gail appears in front of them. Standing, she gently hugs Gimli, and they are warm and gently pressed against each other. The guy, without realizing what is happening, confusedly asks what really happened. On this Gimli, he just casts a look at the girls who came to the room. The sea, seeing this, was completely confused with surprise and shame, not knowing how to behave properly in such a situation. Moro, clearly surprised and not understanding the entire difficult situation around, turns to the guy with some anxiety to find out what is really going on. In response, the man, noticeably concerned and a little nervous, honestly says that he would like to know it. The boys gathered together, sat down at the table of dinner and discuss everything really important and exciting that happened around. One of them, looking back, noticed how it became difficult in the room as if the air had tensed. Meanwhile, Gimli, gathering thoughts, spoke, turning to the boys. She says that the Dark Elves are under the millennial curse that the King of Demons put on them. Suddenly, the girl interrupts her, noting that because of such a gloomy conversation, the wine bought for the holiday can lose taste. However, without deciding to stop the narrator, she asks her to continue the story. The girl nods and continues her story. She says that the creature that brave characters won 1,000 years ago was almost immortal and extremely powerful. The girl, gathering with thoughts, says that during the last battle they failed to completely destroy the enemy. Therefore, the ancient heroes divided his body into parts and turned them into artifacts that were scattered around the world. Now no one knows where they are. Mora, understanding the essence of all history, is interested. Is the heart of the Queen of Demons? Is it not just a name, but a real heart of a demon? The guy, not hiding the surprise heard, responds with surprise, and the girl smiles warmly and confirms his words confidently. She says that the owner of the demons seeks to be reborn, gradually returning to himself in the former shape. But to do this, he needs to gather the fragments of his body scattered around the world, part of the owners of demons, which in many years have turned into powerful artifacts. Gathering with thoughts, the girl confesses that he simply used them for this dangerous mission. The Dark Elves, which were once close to the race of demons, did not have a lot of choice. She explains to them that even though their forces were sealed, they have a lot of magical energy that they received from the King of Demons. Therefore, he made them a choice, either to cooperate with him or to be destroyed. The guy sitting at the table listened to her words with surprise. Lowering his head and recognizing his internal experiences, Gimli confessed that it was because of this that they could not abandon this fateful mission. After all, if you collect all the parts of the King Demons, it is likely that he will be reborn, as has happened in ancient times. The guy agrees. The problem is really serious. He proposes to seek help from those who call themselves heroes, as it was 1,000 years ago. But the girl denies. A large part of the artifacts' residents of the village of Dark Elves have already been collected. But because of this, their village is now suffering from a powerful curse coming out of these places. She looks at the man, knowing that that is why, in addition to the search for fragments, they so persistently sought someone who could remove this terrible curse and give them salvation. The girl continues to say that it was then that Gail Hamilton appeared, a craftsman of cursed artifacts, who could even remove the curse of the heart of the demons. With her arrival in the conversation, hope first appeared. The young man listens to her very carefully. The girls, when the boy's words, look at him in surprise and cannot believe in their ears. The man at first is silent, and then his gaze to Edzemili, trying to understand what to do next, and asks, "What do we do now?" She notices that Gail looks thoughtful from the very beginning of the meeting, and she has been thinking, she really did, revealing to him this important secret, or perhaps it was all in vain. The girl thought, if even the Empire feared and avoided the hearts of the King of Demons, considering him a weapon for self-destruction, was it not too careless and dangerous? She doubted whether there would be at all someone who was at risk of fulfilling such a request, and felt disappointment. Hope seems to be left at all. Suddenly the guy did not stay and, exploding with emotions, shouted loudly to Gimli. He asked if artifacts were really stored in the village of Dark Elves, which are rumored that they were not inferior to the power of the devil itself. The girl confirmed the boy's words. She said that all artifacts created from the parts of the ruler of demons and gathered in their village, as powerful as his heart. Hearing this, the man jumped happily from the table and enthusiastically stated that he should definitely try to use them. The guy squeezes his fists and confidently says he feels that with these artifacts he will be able to create something incredible. Suddenly it is covered by a real rush of inspiration, and it goes forward, announcing it loudly. The girls open the door and wonder. It is a real miracle for him. After all, the power of these artifacts is even more frightening than the power of the King of Demons. Gail adds that this trip is not an ordinary adventure for the hero. The girl notes that they, the Dark Elves, do not owe this allegiance to the power of demons, because in fact everything is different. They once fought with ordinary people and demons. For them, it was only one of the many Inter-Raion wars in the past. And now, when the defeat is already behind, they live further and do not keep much malice. The girl says that the lives of people are short, so they quickly forget everything. That is why almost none of them have any bad feelings for Dark Elves. Moreover, many people can no longer remember that they come from a demonic kind. What kind of question does Gail come to girls? Morris notes that now the very existence of the King of Demons has become a fairy tale for inhuman creatures than reality. Her interlocutor elf agrees and adds that that is why her relatives will be glad to accept him. Suddenly, a guy joins the conversation, who supports her words with a smile. Suddenly, the girl asks to wait for her for a moment. She is strongly suffered and, with annoyance, she says that she does not like this story at all. The guys look at her in surprise. She looks at Gimli with a strict look and says that she does not trust these elves, and the girl only smiles slightly in response. Shirina confesses that they have been familiar with Gimli for a long time. She asks why she was silent for so long. If it was not for a casual meeting with a girlfriend this evening, she would still know anything about it now. The girl creaks her teeth, and her interlocutor continues her story. She said that all information about the King of Demons is a strict secret outside the village, and it is strictly forbidden. Therefore, before opening the Gail all the details, she carefully checked his ability. Shirina became more angry, fiercely chasing her teeth. Suddenly, the guy standing next to them felt a strange feeling, as if he had ever seen this scene. Shirina did not resist and took a sip out of her glass, then asked the boy how he was doing and whether he liked his life on the outskirts of the farm. The man was surprised to such an unexpected issue and asked why she suddenly asked. She says that only what a good life was here, and asks if he was already accustomed. The young man replies that the city is really good, the food is delicious, there are some interesting dungeons and does not lack the materials of the dead, and it is really important for him. The girls look at him with surprise. The guy notes that if the goods in his shop were sold better, everything would be much better. Shirina replies that despite this, thanks to Gail, the city's infrastructure has become much more interesting. She confesses that in all this time she saw many masters, and she has no doubt about the work of the boy, which is extremely surprising her husband. When he asks whether it is true, the girl adds that they have been working together for a while, but it was she who first met him as a master of cursed objects she had to face. Gail says that this profession is usually not of great importance, because those who have a talent usually reach a certain level of skill quickly change it to another business. The guy confesses that there is no such craft that it would be worth bringing to the ideal, and the girl, looking at him, agrees with it. She says she does not consider herself in vain because every profession is important and deserves respect. Morris adds, apparently she means that looking at other adventurers nearby, you begin to understand how difficult it is. The guy understands this and recognizes that this profession cannot be called useful. In fact, the master of cursed objects mostly support others, but it is not able to fight on their own. However, the girl denies him, they say. He himself goes into battle. The man lowers his eyes and confesses that the cash and others constantly told him the same. Gail remembers how that man confessed that he could not fight at all. He is only an ordinary artisan, nothing more. Everything he is capable of is to throw knives from behind, and even without any special tricks or weakening for the enemy. The man told him that he was warned, not to move forward and not to behave, as if he were an advisor here. The Mora replied that when he heard it, she had only to strengthen their equipment with their charms, to which the man sighed. He seems to have not had to go alone before he was asked to leave. Gail began to be more upset, feeling as because of his seclusion, he gradually loses interest in everything. But suddenly Sharon appeared behind his back. She easily clapped the immunologist on her head with her palm, encouraging him, and said that she should not pay attention to such fools. She says it is clear. When self-esteem is broken, it is not easy to return. But now that he became a pharmacy resident, he should stay here forever. The girl smiles broadly and promises that if he wants, she will take care of him. The guy was confused by the girl's words. Suddenly, Gimli says she believes that Shirina also sees the potential in Gilla. Then the girl proposes to return to their conversation. She confesses that the guy is needed not only by Gimli, she also does not want him to go. The girl asks if it is better in such cases to contact the church, but the interlocutor denies. Ordinary priests will not cope with it, because they themselves have repeatedly called the church for help, even because of shame. She confesses that they even stole and forced famous priests to try to remove the curse, but everything was in vain. The sea asks whether it is not a violation of the law, but the guy has wondered if any of them were released alive. The girl is wondering why Gail must be brought to the village of dark elves, to which Gimli answers, there is no other way. Shirina adds that the guy is a valuable specialist, so he cannot be dangerous. She turns to the sea, they say. Therefore, there will be certain conditions, and the girl agrees with it. The girls stand behind the boy. Mora states that he will also join the task as support. Shirina, catching his mood, confidently announces that he will be a female on the forefront. The guy responds in surprise to the girl's words and, turning, asks that it should mean. Gimli smiles quietly and asks if they really want to collect a team of 4 to remove the curse of the King of Demons. The man smiles, and in his eyes the pleasure is visible, though the size of the team and surprises it. Meanwhile, Sharon is gaining courage and asks for permission to present their new group again. The girl names the names of their members: Sharon, Gimli, Mora, and Gail. Shirina lifts a glass and offers a toast, wishing all of them good luck in a new business. The just-created team, Glasses of the Clinic, rejoices in the new beginning and future adventures. The boys are smiling widely because now they have become true friends. The boys spend the whole evening at the table, tasting different dishes and drinks, having fun communicating with each other. The guy, watching happy girls, mentally remembers that when he served in the detachment with Porridge and others, he was rarely invited to sit so simply and easily. Suddenly, a sea, whose eyes seem to be surprised, approach him and asks the boy if he drank too much. She looks at him with anxiety and is interested in how he feels, and the guy only sighs slightly and replies that everything is fine with her. It seemed to the man that the whole eternity had passed. Although not really a long time has passed, it may be worth talking to girls, to tell them that some things need to be taken with you on a journey, and to leave something in a cancer. But whatever it is, you need to create new damnable objects. One of the girls replied that she relied on him. Coming home late at night, Gimli quietly climbed the stairs to her room. She lay on the bed, dreaming just a little rest after a hard day. Suddenly it seemed to her that someone was talking to her. The girl apologizes, explains that she is very tired and asks for permission to take a chest with her. The neighbor turns, looking at the chest, imagining that the whole wealth is hiding inside. But at the same time, he feels from her vicious energy, as if the chest itself curses anyone who dies to touch this wealth. The girl looks at the woman lying on the bed and asks whether she is confident in her decision. Gimli confesses that she has heard how much a woman has put to bring it from the village, but adds that all these efforts were in vain. The girl says that the owner of the damn things, Gail, is a real weirdo. She explains that if a girl wants to pick up these treasures, then everything will be successful, and therefore orders her to move forward and prepare everything you need for the meeting. The girl also adds that she has already sent reports, as usual, and extends her a stack of papers. Gimli raises the sheets, carefully views them, and suddenly understands. Monsters again make themselves known. She does not leave the feeling that all this is related to her, as if the events are unfolding around her for some important reason. As the girl read the letter, she was covered with clouds of sad memories. Gimli reassured. She remembers everything written, so everything will be fine. At this time, some cockatrice was attacking, and they woke up. The hippo fell out of the chain, and the death itself intervened in the event, and now awaits part of the demon. The girl remembers all the events that have taken place from the beginning, and understands that there is a mysterious connection between them. She says it was quite predictable, because the king could not behave calmly for a millennium. Now she has no doubt. There is something more like this. Gimli understands that she needs to find the best solution using data from the guild network, and the exploration of dark elves, because Gail is a master of curtail artifacts and his skills at the highest level. However, it remains too unpredictable, so you need to act especially with caution. The girl writes that with the ability to fight him almost in no way, but his curse can destroy even extremely dangerous creatures, because he is both weak and incredibly strong. Writing this, Gimli breaks the pen. The girl, trembling with anger, stated that it was a contradiction. She was well aware that she could not safely hold Gail. So now she was grateful that she was able to bring Sharon and the sea with her. She realized that their path lies first on the roads, then the river. Then we would have to cross the marine spaces on the ship, and at the end also overcome a thick, dark forest. Along the way, they will be expected by true fears and danger. The girl understands. If they go there without training, then they will die on the road before they will fall a millennial curse, and this will not be surprising. Gimli turns to her Mrs. Mininers and promises that Gail will certainly bring her. Gail approaches Lizetta and says that he is already going to go. She replies, if her wound had already healed, she would certainly go with him. Gail explains that the curse of the king demon has not left her body completely, and it takes a little time, so she should focus on recovering. Lizetta thanks him for his care. The guy views his artifact and says that he created an improved version of the heart of the king demon. This artifact once wore Liz, but now he no longer attacks his master for no reason. However, the guy acknowledges that he has not yet had time to study him. The young man explained that it is enough for the ordinary person to only touch him, as the curse would destroy his body and soul. Gail realized how scary and cruel it is. Gail turns to Lizette and confesses that this shop is like a soul for him, and he values him just as his own life. He says he will be calm, knowing that Liz will stay here. His only anxiety is that all the goods do not end before his return. The man addresses the girl and suggests that in this case, just collect pre-orders from customers and promise to make a party later. The girl agrees, but in his thoughts reminds herself that she has been working here. Sales have fallen sharply, so it is unlikely that this will happen at all. Noticing these thoughts, she still waves her hand for a farewell to the boy. She understands that even despite the fact that he has to meet with such lavish curses, he is still full of inspiration. The girl confesses to herself that Gail Gamilton is a really unusual guy. She looks at him with a sincere smile, and from her heart wants good luck to always be on his side. The guy strokes the city when suddenly several girls pay attention to him. Among them is a sea that calls the young man loudly. Noticing her girlfriend, the guy smiles her warmth and waves her hand. Shalina reports that everyone has already gathered. The guy asks if she is really a master of the Blacksmith's Guild, and whether he will be able to head the department for so long. The girl confidently replies that the guild will not fall apart because one of them will leave for a while. Turning, she notices how Gimli is approaching. The girl reminds her not to forget about their arrangement, because it was thanks to her that the Belgians agreed only under this condition. The girl straightens her hair and claims that she remembers everything. The guy, not understanding anything, asks what she was talking about, and then Gimli explains. She decided to supply ore from her village to the shaft forge. She explained that the export of this product is usually forbidden. The boys were surprised by such information. Shalina added, irritated, that the girl could also lie, so it is better to check everything herself. The sea wondered if this mine was so valuable that even Shalina wanted to go there. The man is also intrigued, so he asks what ore is. Gimli, looking at both of them, says that if they go together, you can share the secret. She calls them a tricky smile, and the boys are only surprised to look, not understanding what is happening. The girl indifferently shrinks her shoulders, and smiling, she says it is a burn. Gail is again questioned what is like this. Mora thinks for a few seconds, and then with a threatening tone asks, "Are you sure that it is really Barshokum?" The man is surprised by the girl's reaction and asks why she is so surprised. In response, the girl is wondering why he is so calm. She understands that Gail is not at all versed in rare materials that are not suitable for creating magical objects. Mora looks at the man with delight, already preparing to tell what the oraculum is. She said that this legendary ore, from which you can derive the sword, is so valuable that its value would be enough to build a whole castle. And if you make armor from it, no battle will be terrible anymore, because this ore has incredible firmness. The guy realized that this find for Gimli will turn a valuable magic item, and for Shalina, invaluable ore. Gail notes that it would be great if more people have received something valuable for themselves. The girl, listening carefully to the boy, turns away and smiles, adding that then she also will definitely try to get something useful. She asks him not to worry. Gail was surprised by the girl's courage, but suddenly Shalina reported that it was time to go. The boys sat in a jar, and the sea with a smile said that she had not gone into such a long time. The young man looked at the girl, realizing that she is more valuable for him than any Alhem orc. The boy sat in a wagon. Mura, watching Gail carefully, realized that it was time to go with him on a journey. The wheels are creaking on the road that stretches along the edge of the field, and the caravan from several carts slowly moves to the northwest, where the large city stands far from the kingdom. Their path leads to the trade city of Eberlet, which is located near the Imperial border. Gail and Mora are bored on the road. The girl asks why this monotonous tremor is so blinded, and in response hears that for a girlfriend, on the contrary, the drink in the movement always tastes more. Mora, with a smile, adds that this behavior does not surprise it at all. The guy reassures, they say, nothing wrong because they took the whole wagon. Shalina agrees. In fact, half of the space is clogged with load, so convenience does not even smell here. He looks at her and asks whether she really knows the rules, because there is a long road ahead, to which the girl only shrugs her shoulders and answers, "That is why he drinks. Still do nothing more here." Gail asks the girl where her village is, but he replies that it is deep in the dark forest, and then thoughtfully adds that it is still very far. Even if you hurry, it will take a few more days to get there. Suddenly, she stops and asks if it is a dark forest. Gimli agrees, adding that he does not know what the forest is referring to the girl. But if she knows only one with that name, then it is he. The sea grabs the head and bows forward. The guy is concerned about whether she heard something about this forest before. The girl broke out of anger, asking, except it was not the same legendary forest in which the kingdom's army was killed. Gimli replies to this, yes, everything was that way. The girl insists that it is not just a legend, but a true historical fact. Then she asks again, is not that ancient dragon is still dozing here? Gimli denies, saying it is not true, because they do not actually sleep, but actively build nests. The girl, when he heard it, begins to swear and asks whether it is not the same forest from which no one returns alive, and whether they really want to go to this forest of death. Gimli says that the kingdom's army seems to have been destroyed by ancient dragons. She confesses that she saw with her own eyes how these monsters hunt people to feed her babies. Moira is scared and asks whether Himli really saw it all. She insecurely asks how difficult this task is for adventurers. Shenli explains that adventurers can determine the level of threat. Gimli adds that this task is not lower than the rank of C, and possibly higher. The girls realized that it could be the end for them. But Gimli reassured them, they say, they would not go the road where ancient dragons once nest. She assured that she should not worry, because, as far as she was known, they chose the most reliable path to the village of dark elves. But the girls looked at her with distrust. The girls are angry and say they go to rest in bed, but suddenly the guy comes to her senses and asks them to wait. Shonen is immediately interested in whether he remembered something important. Gail notes that if they follow this path, they will come across many undead from that dead army. Shelina is even more angry with these words, but Mora tries to reassure her and suggests that the guy meets them in a dream. After a while, the boys fell asleep. Jinli assured that she would certainly spend them the most reliable road she knows. She understands that even relative safety does not give a full guarantee, so she asks everyone to remain alert. This applies to everyone. This is how the first stage of their journey ended. Gimli, filled with joy, calls the guys to wake up and reminiscent that it is time to get up, because it is here that they will change their places. The boys jumped out of the cart and looked at the huge ship. The girl reported that she had already prepared for their trip and warned, when they will unload the load, they would need to sit as if they were still in a cart. The guy wondered if she booked tickets to the ship in advance. The girl joyfully confirmed him, adding that the ship would be much more convenient than in a close wagon, and there were happy views between her and Gail. Gimli says that they will float on the Cactus River. It is a wide current that flows next to the fertile cities. The boys, approaching the ship, exclaimed, "New adventures are waiting for them, and they are happy to be endlessly." Gimli shouted that everyone was fast on the ship. Shelina asked not to push, assuring that she was not going to run. Gail went on his first journey by the sea, just like Mora. When the young man stepped on board the ship, he noted that the deck was swinging quite strongly. The dark elf just smiled and reassured him. In the beginning always so, but as soon as they take their seats, this swing will cease to feel. The wind sprinkled the sails, and the ship slowly sailed from the shore. In 1968, the ship despised the pier majestically and went on a long journey. The sea said that swimming in the cool evening is much more pleasant than to go under the scorching sun. The master believed that the uniform noise of waves has a special calming force that helps to relax and forget about all the worries. Gimli noted that they seemed to have almost got their destination. The team gathered around the map, looking carefully at each of its corners. They thought whether this card was really created by the guild. The girl replied that in fact this card had not been shown to anyone, but they made an exception for them. The magician guessed that getting such valuable information from the guild had to do, not cheap. Gail carefully inspected the map and noticed a variety of marks on it. Gimli explained that these marks were manually applied. The guy did not hide his surprise when he noticed on the map details of underground passages and valuable artifacts. His assumptions instantly became true. He was amazed at the fact that such valuable information was openly shown to others. He was previously told that this knowledge was strictly classified and provided only for a fee. The sorceress was genuinely admired that she had the opportunity to touch such unique wisdom. She solemnly announced that almost all the knowledge of the guild about the surrounding lands, and even more, was collected on this map. Shelina noticed that the map was old and showed lands where she had never been. Her companion was surprised to raise his eyebrows, hearing such a confession, because it turned out that even an experienced researcher has white spots in knowledge. Gimli began to explain, repeating what she had already said. There were several ways to the village of dark elves. She emphasized that it is worth choosing a relatively safe route, even if it takes much longer. Shelina asked the girl what road she would choose if she traveled on her own. The girl suddenly replied that she would just go straight, and this answer was sincerely surprised by everyone who was around. The girl added that she was going to walk past the border fortress so that no one noticed her. The team is instantly understood. This task is much exceeding their capabilities. The sea led the finger on the map, explaining that at first they would go down the river to its mouth, and already there they moved to another ship, swim a bay and land in the port. After that, their path will run into the dark forest. Shelina added that there are dangerous areas on the way, so they will have to get around. They will get to the village of dark elves because of the secret course. For the magician, the chosen path was a real test. Gimli calmly noted that that is how everything would happen. Further, the sea said that when the boys enter the dark forest, they would have to get off the horses, because the main transport, carts and ships, will remain behind. In fact, it will be necessary to walk for a very long time because most of the route runs along water and roads. The girl also noted that now they are quietly moving along the route, which has calculated in advance the dark elf. She confirmed that the chosen path was correct, and emphasized that the trip was easy and pleasant. 1986. Gimli concluded that this expedition is a special chance to remove the ancient curse that has been reaching for many generations. Her companion agreed with her, understanding the importance of this mission for history. 1987. The girl looked at Gail and decided to make herself. It was he who should take off the ancient curse. To do this, it is necessary to get to the right place in the best physical shape. In 1988, the boys were interested in a strange symbol of the castle, painted near its village, and noticed that something unusual was happening in the middle of the forest. In 1989, the dark elf replied that it was the castle of the king demon, and after his words, a depressing silence fell on the ship. Each of those present with anxiety began to look at the others. Realizing how difficult the situation was, Gimli Gayson tried to reassure everyone, reporting that only ruins remained from the castle, because he had long been destroyed. According to her, builders used the materials of the old fortress to erect new structures. The boys were amazed and called it an extremely bold act. Particularly noteworthy is that the village of Dark Elves is located just under the walls of the former castle of the demonic king, and given their close friendship, it is not surprising. In 1992, Gail noted that it is only necessary to look at the map, and immediately shows how huge the sea is. The magician only nodded in response, adding that it is known to all the truth that even the child understands. After all, the sea is so infinite that it is simply impossible to argue with it. In 1993, they paid attention to the center of the map where the giant squid was drawn. Shalina was amazed by learning that squid is found in these waters. She suggested fishing, confidently adding that seafood can be cooked and tasted for a good drink. 1995. The young man has decided that a sharp knife could come in handy in everyday life, so he took him with him, relying on his own ingenuity. 1996. The girls gladly supported this decision, because they knew that he was able to turn ordinary ingredients into real culinary masterpieces that could be satisfied with every taste. In 1997, Gimli noted that carrying with him a knife is a good advice, but for such a giant squid, it is unlikely to be just as a snack. 2. The rest of the interlocutors were interested in the words of Gimli and asked her to explain what she meant. 1998. She said it was a sign of Kraken, more because of the fear that this demon seed is able to sink ships. Shalira wondered if she made a doss on all sea monsters. Kraken is a giant squid that often attacks and condemns to the death of those who are interfering with him. The guy thoughtfully asked what to do if suddenly he had to be face to face with this horrible creature, and whether there is at least some shelter that could save them from the inevitable death. The girl shuddered as soon as she imagined this picture. The sorceress screamed loudly, stating that she did not want to die at all, and hardly demanded to return immediately. Gimli tried to reassure everyone, calling not to panic, and in the meantime, 2 others thought out if they could bypass Kraken and how well everything was planned before the journey began. The dark elf noted that it was the usual trading road. Numerous ships often went here for swimming, and usually nothing happened to them. She hoped that their ship would be able to slip unnoticed. Gail noted that it was just an attempt to escape from reality. It was more like a dream of returning home, but the dark elfish stressed that it is impossible to leave the ship. Others assured that she took into account absolutely all possible circumstances. Gimli understood that meeting with Kraken was almost no chance of salvation. However, their entire team had no other way to the village of Dark Elves except to swim by sea. In addition, they have a master curse with an incredible ability to luck. If the enemy is unable to overcome, it is better not to even meet him. She had high hopes on the master curse, believing that his ability would be the key to the success of the entire expedition. And in the meantime, the master of magical forces himself carelessly enjoyed warm sources and did not think about the dangers of a future trip. The girls warned Gila so that he did not think to look after them in a female bath. To this, the guy calmly replied that even if he wanted very much, the high walls would be made impossible. 2008. He called it a real bliss and did not expect to meet a hotel with hot springs on his way. The men noticed that the young man was clearly liked here and added, "In this place you can enjoy both drinks and bathing at the same time." 2009. People continued to say, where people gather, money is also concentrated with resources. It is here that boats that carry goods by the river are most often stopped. There are many places along the Cactus River where you can hum. He was asked how he was called and where he came from. Gail replied that he was from an agricultural town on the outskirts called Pharma Edge. Men said that they are travelers who travel cities and sell different goods. The young man in response mentioned that he recently opened his own store under his name, and added that it was not easy to trade. In his store you can find rare things that are almost impossible to find in other stores. However, things are not too good. Sales are still disappointing. One of the interlocutors noted that even the most valuable products do not always find their buyer. He also stressed that only good goods and the ability to produce them do not guarantee success. The true secret of a successful trade is the ability to tell the right product and interest buyers. Gail thanked for useful advice and promised to take it into account in his work. Therefore, he explained that the store is now taking care of a girl who has health problems. On the one hand, it is good that the girl is not so busy now. It was told that the guy left his wife through trade, hinting at the difficulty in family relationships. But the guy himself explained he went for the product, and the woman he saw him is not his wife. He thanked them for her useful tips and asked their names. Men just smiled and said that they were ordinary people, so they do not have to know how to call them. The young man confidently stated that anyone can act at their own discretion. Others, when they heard it, immediately revived. They whispered together, discussing the goods and not hiding the delight of this amazing place. They confidently went to view the range at the young seller's store, located on the edge of the farm. Gail was not yet aware that it was at that moment that he met the robber brothers who pretended to be traders and traveled to various cities to make robbery. The men decided that their next goal would be a shop, which looked after Liznette. Shalina confessed that there was serious doubt about Gail and C relationships. In addition, having caused indignation of her girlfriends, she added with a smile, to discuss romantic stories late at night in a hotel room is a real classic of women's conversations. In 2023, when the girl first saw them together, it seemed to her that a real in-love couple, who secretly fled from the capital, but later she was explained. All this is only a casual coincidence. Mora began to say that Gail just went to another team because the previous one was so bad that he decided to go and try to find a better life. Quite by chance, they found themselves in one wagon and also accidentally arrived at the Edge Pharmacy. One friend said that such events were too many suspicious coincidences, and she added that they really fled together, and Mag stubbornly denied this assumption. She said that the guy was a decent person and repeatedly came to her. Gimli said that they were experiencing a deadly danger together, and a genuine commitment naturally emerged between them. However, Moira was extremely outraged by such assumptions and insisted that her girlfriend was inventing nonsense. She strongly claimed that if you need to explain in detail what relationships between them, then, in fact, they are just loyal comrades. The magician escaped from the water and stated that they were only comrades. However, her friends looked at her with surprise, feeling that something in her mood had changed. Gimli noted that, therefore, other girls have the chances of winning the young man's heart, and Shalina expressed her opinion. Gail is very capable, and maybe over time he would become a worthy heir to their guild. The sea was stunned by such a statement, and was well aware of what it means to become the successor of the Blacksmith's Guild. This was almost equated with adoption. Understanding the importance of what was happening, she turned to the last participant of the conversation, and asked whether she wanted to become a Mother of Sky. Shalina exclaimed that there was no mother at all. The magician explained that elves and dwarves live much longer than ordinary people, and this age difference is worried. The first of the audience sharply ordered her to silence, and then in surprise, she turned to Gimli, trying to understand why so joyful. The girl continued, noting that this young man liked even the oldest of them, especially remembering the night when they visited his shop. She reminded that it was then that the young man was about to do something. Gimli confessed that Gaila considers an attractive young man, but if other girls openly show her serious attitude to him, she will not interfere with them. She has long learned to wait patiently for her happiness, but can this be compared to the burden of the millennial curse? Moira always emphasized that they were just a girlfriend with Gail. Then the girl suggested using a moment in hot springs and to treat alcohol, although she noted, to drink when bathing should be carefully known. The magician sat with a cup of sake, thoughtfully turning into her heads her own words, which she recently said, that they were just comrades with a young man. She was convinced that until he himself showed interest in her, only friendship would remain between them. While the young man was on a long journey, no buyer came into the shop, which was looked after for all this time. The girl bored incredibly. The void prevailed around. The store was open, but buyers seemed to disappear in the air. Suddenly, a loud sound sounded, and Liznette was instantly engulfed by a wave of panic. The skull, laughing at the whole voice, suddenly escaped and flew rapidly down. For the girl, everything that happened looked very strange. She could not understand why the figure suddenly fell but also crashed. The heart prompted her that everything was not going as she would like, and there was a nuisance ahead. She was worried if something evil with or herself would happen, and maybe both of them are waiting for a real trouble. The team on the ship was hardly engaged in fishing. Shalina complained that 3 days have passed on the road, and the guy had never caught any fish. He then added that this misfortune touched everyone, and no one was injured more than 0 times. Gimli reassured everyone, they say. In such a situation, there is nothing to worry about. The most important thing, they managed to avoid meeting with Kraken. It meant that fate was clearly on their side. The sea also added that food stocks were enough. The dark elfish asked Shalyn if she was not hungry at all. But with a smile, she replied that the greatest pleasure is to catch fish, to separate it, to cook and taste with your own hands. She didn't want to miss this point. Gail confessed that he was also trying to try a new knife in business, so that he could only catch at least one fish. After that confession, the whole team froze in surprise, expanding her eyes and not looking at the brilliant blade. Shalina noted that with such a knife, even the largest fish can be treated very easily, and with a smile asked if this tool was a real artifact. Mora, in response, confirmed that she felt a strong déjà vu, as if she had already encountered something similar in the past. Those who gathered thought out in confusion. Was this unique thing really been a legendary weapon of death? The same braid? The young man calmly explained that he simply turned it into a regular agricultural instrument and made a convenient knife from the rest of the details. Gimli was really glad that no one was able to catch the fish. After all, such a powerful tool could inadvertently pierce the body of the ship itself. Shalina with condemnation noted that such adventures seemed to her simply incredible, and at the same time said she saw something interesting in the distance. She became wondering when this small river managed to turn into a wide, full, flowing flow. Moore noted that the shores were almost not visible, and Gail added, "Now the environment is really dropping to the real sea." Gimli agreed, noting that here you can feel the salty sea wind and hear a quiet whisper of waves. The team opened a majestic picture. Endless water poured into the horizon, as if inviting to unknown travel. Shalina felt the gentle breath of the sea breeze, and Moira gladly breathed a pleasant aroma, once again emphasizing how close they became the true element of the sea. The girls rejoiced in a light, refreshing smell of wind that filled the air with notes of freedom and adventure. But soon a pleasant impression spoiled the sharp, unpleasant smell of rotting meat, which suddenly began to break out of the box that stored the mysterious object. Gail guessed that the substance he had recently got from the killed undead, was stinking. He was immediately ordered to close the lid immediately and stop talking as if it were some wine, so that no one had strange associations. Somewhere far, the melody propelled of the ship's bell, which announced the rapid outflow of the vessel. Among the usual urban homon, it was clearly uniform rustle of sea waves that quietly rolled ashore. The loud exclamations of fresh fish sellers were now completely drowned down untidy and rough screams of sailors who were walking through the streets yesterday. Gimli asked the permission to get closer to see a huge river harbor, where many vessels stood quietly on anchors, waiting for cargo and passengers. There is very little left before their ultimate stop, the river port. The boys were fascinated by the huge ocean liner passed by them. The size of the vessel was captured and surprised. Meanwhile, Gimli, laughing fun, paid their attention to their faces, who sincerely reflected astonishment and puzzles. She asked the boys to wait a little. The definition firmly jumped ashore and reported that she would look for a suitable shopping schooner, to which they would be able to move, and her friends asked to stay near the pier. The boys are dissatisfied with the fact that she leaves them in an unfamiliar place. It is a place filled with fresh sea air and screams of many seagulls, known as the port of Non-On. It is here that the great inner gulf connects with other countries, forming an important trading knot. Returning to her friends, Gimli was happy to report that she was lucky enough to come across a shopping ship, which was about to sail, and it seemed that luck was on their side this time. She also had a good news that girlfriends were required to share immediately. She then said that there were rumors about a recent successful attack on a warship of one of the countries. Shalina wondered which one can find a positive in such an event. Gimli added that the captain of the merchant vessel assured, "Kraken rarely attacks, destroy one ship, and then disappears from his eyes for a long time." Like as if joking, saying that this is a monster to relieve tension after a long rest. The former sincerely sympathized with those who were the victim of these attacks. The dark elfish explained that it was because of this situation that one of the ships will be waiting for the right moment today to get out into the open sea. After these words, she pointed her hand on the vessel standing nearby. The ship seemed to be very old and worn, as if for many years they had left their traces on it. People were in a hurry to load heavy bales and boxes on the ship. Each bag consisted of extreme caution, as if the fate of the entire future trip depended on it. Captain Nick was sitting with a cigar in his teeth and smiling cunningly, the more annoying and getting angry with the team. Morrison's sarcasm noted that even the naked eye shows that the captain wants to make money in the trouble of passengers. Taking the right opportunity to go to the sea until Kraken appeared, Shalina added with the thought that any crisis is a chance to express himself and gain benefits. Gail intervened in the conversation, proposing to first download luggage on a trading ship and help bring things. Shalina suggested that she stop meaningless disputes and move to a meaningful conversation about further actions. After all, despite all the difficulties, the maritime route remained the only opportunity, and as a guildstrin, it was well understood as how to organize transportation. Mora honestly confessed that she still did not understand the whole situation, so Shalina decided to reiterate in detail what they had recently been talking about. She said that no one would have decided to cross the border if Gimli's perseverance. Even if they filed a formal request for the intersection, it would be unlikely to be permitted, especially given that the final point of their journey was the Dark Forest. Recently, the kingdom's army has increased significantly. It is rumored that the behavior of soldiers has become strange, as if they were preparing for serious military operations. The Sea worriedly asked what such intense events could lead to, but her girlfriend tried to reassure the girl. She stressed that it was only rumors that are spreading whispers, and there is no reliable evidence. Guildmaster added that there are rumors about several unsuccessful attempts on high-ranking persons in the capital. Probably between the Empire and the Kingdom is growing a serious political conflict. Shadima completed her story, noting that in the very core of political intrigue hides a powerful artifact that was able to turn the foundations of the whole state. It is difficult to even imagine that such a thing really exists, and can have so much influence. Moira asked a girlfriend to speak easier and without unnecessary words. She confirmed that this unprecedented artifact is really conveyed to other people now, and then suddenly ordered her to silence. Shalina added that there was a great battle between the kingdom and the empire. Gimli concluded that the appearance of the Sunsin fleet can be considered a strong proof of these words. The Sea was worried that everything went so far that even the maritime army intervened. The Dark Elf noted that both parties make every effort so that no information would leak out. The girls say that it was because of this that they intensified the protection on the border. They explain what safety measures are now operating, and what the main task of the fleet was to prevent the export of valuable artifacts. The problem is really serious, because it is impossible to use the land paths near the border. That is why this shopping ship is ideal for a future trip. Shalina told in detail about the situation, emphasizing that in the present conditions the only possible way out is to go by S. The girl also said that the path to the Dark Forest would run across the borders of several countries. According to her, there should be no obstacles for ordinary travelers. If the rules change, it will certainly lead to stopping trade between countries. Mora, immersed in her reflections, expressed her opinion and acknowledged that she was surprised by the current situation. Until recently, she heard that the relationship between the kingdom and the empire was quite stable. Gimli agreed that her girlfriend's words sounded convincing. States may have really led secret political games, hiding their true intentions even from their own citizens. From the outside, it looked like they were trying to maintain the balance of strength. She continued her opinion, explaining, as soon as the equilibrium was broken, valuable artifacts appeared in the market. Even the military forces of both states that have been equal can now outweigh into any direction, which changes the strategic situation dramatically. Now you can say with confidence that two powerful creatures are a battle for the championship in this world, and one of the main actors' fate leads to the fact that he becomes a king of demons. An obsessive desire to regain lost power and to establish his absolute power over all countries and territories. Another important participant in events is a mysterious creature who purposefully distributes artifacts to different peoples around the world. Shalina had no idea who could be a mysterious player and what he had real intentions. Mora categorically refused to interfere with the dispute between the states, and Gimli was quite convinced that all three pursue only one goal, a powerful king of demons. Even these three, who in their own experience were convinced of the strength of the charming objects of Gail, could not believe that such a person was able to seize power. For them, the global threat was something immensely larger than the magician, which everyone knew only as a failure in talent. It turned out that the hero who was talked about was Gail. Gimli realized that it was time to collect things. Shalina noted that it is wrong to force the guy to run back and forth. Moria added that it was necessary to have time to load all their things before sailing the ship, and asked to wait a little. They stood, astonished to the depths of their soul, watching the young man barely holding a large bunch of giant bags. Two satellites could not understand how this boy managed to carry luggage at once and withstand such weight. The Sea explained that the young man wore a homemade artifact. This special bracelet was created specifically to make it easier to carry a heavy load. She continued the story, emphasizing that over time, Gail became not just a carrier for people, but a real mobile composition. With each new luggage trip, the procedure itself has grown. Shalina noted that the trip lasted without stopping, from the morning to late evening, and the jokes about the young man had already got bored with her. The guy looked annoyedly at the friends who laughed at him. Himli, meanwhile, drew attention to what fascinating even the most recent artifacts. She already knew that the guy who was perceived by the funny weirdo could actually be easily turned the whole world upside down through his cursed things. Gail asked what happened. The girl was completely embarrassed and did not believe her own thoughts. She hastily decided that her fantasy was playing and tried to get rid of these anxious reflections as soon as possible. Gimli hurried to apologize, admitting that she thought a little, and assured him that she was already following him. The soldiers complained that the day before they advanced too far. Standing on the blazing sun was a real test. The warriors asked the team to carefully check the luggage before sailing the ship. Gimli, with annoyance, murmured that she would have to check again, although it was the last she wanted now. Elena suggested that the soldiers start a check with her. The warrior respectfully treated her blacksmith and sincerely thanked her for understanding. After that, they examined the young boy. Gail stunned everyone when she showed a warehouse filled with bodies. The soldiers hesitated whether Gail was a skilled curse creation master or a dangerous serial killer. But soon their excitement subsided, because the weird artifacts of the young man were already reliably on board the ship. From now on, the well-being of the whole team was completely dependent on the strength of those mysterious and dangerous artifacts that Gail created. The rest of the crew members expressed dissatisfaction and demanded to get rid of these dangerous things, and the guy himself perceived their words as an image and was very offended. Gimli said politely with her and noted that they had not had the opportunity to talk before. The stranger introduced himself to this ship. The boatman said that the shopping ship will go furrows for a long time, and although it is already old, it is a real marine veteran that has bypassed many sea routes. Although the sails already have traces of time and have seen a lot on their age, they still perfectly catch a passing wind. Moreover, the team skillfully manages the tension, which allows them to cope well even with side gusts. The boatman said that it was a merchant ship for a long time, a real marine veteran, which has passed many ways in different seas. The young man showed the girl a powerful crossbow and expressed his hope that they would not have to use this weapon during their journey. He was urgently called, so he apologized and hurried to leave. And Himli, meanwhile, decided that the ship looks much better than it seemed at first. Mora and Shalina began to feel sea disease. The girls complained that the waves in the sea shook them much more than the usual river, and they were sincerely saddened for the calmness of their native boat on the river. The girl was worried about the boy if he was feeling well, sitting in the middle. Gail said that it was a special collar with a charming force that protected him from seashore. It seemed to her that this ornament was similar to thin, bony women's fingers that seemed to be invisible to squeeze her throat. It was told that this decoration was made from the bones of the hands of the wife of a navigator, who became a legendary hero. According to legend, the woman stood every day on the cape, despite the bad weather, and sincerely prayed for the safety of her husband. Mora immediately guessed that this decoration was made of the remains of the one who worshipped here before. He added that his girl was right from the very beginning, and this story was a sequel. The sailor lost his money in gambling in every port, accumulating considerable debts. The girl decided that he went out into the sea just to get a new chance to play and risk everyone again. Gail continued to tell, adding that the sailor was fond of making novels in every port where he visited, and said that he even had several official wives. Shalina smiled and joked that this man loved drinking, playing gambling, and having fun at the same time. Even when the mistresses began to come to their home, and the creditors demanded repayment of debts, the woman finally learned the whole truth. When her husband appeared at home again, her wife grabbed his neck and quickly asked not to tell her other details. Shalina explained that it was not just a decoration, but a choker filled with anger and despair of a woman who lost someone expensive. Gimli added that regardless of the strength of the emotions of the deceased, stabilizing effect during sailorling acts really reliably. The guy apologized to the girls for having only one such thing and worried that he left his teammates without her. But his girl assured him that they did not seek to survive the feelings that arise when wearing this decoration, and it is better to endure the motion. Gail thoughtfully thought out loud why no one appreciates his miraculous seaside cure, which he himself invented. His reflections suddenly interrupted an unknown noise. A fuss of the deck suddenly flashed on the deck due to the appearance of Kias. The sailors were frozen on the deck, shouting each other's incomprehensible orders and trying to understand what was happening in general. Shalina asked if there were already places. Gimli replied that it was impossible, because at least 3 days of swimming to the designated point. Meanwhile, the first participant quietly noted that she saw something suspicious. Suddenly a small hill failed from the water. Gimli has confusedly acknowledged that he has not yet understood anything and is almost visible, but the shape of the object is reminiscent of the ship. Mora, remembering numerous ships in these parts, noted that there is nothing strange here as a trading route, so to meet another ship here is a common phenomenon. Gail smiled and suggested that it was probably a pirate ship, more than a joke or a game of words. One of the girls laughed because the chance to meet real pirates was almost zero here. Suddenly on the ship, a siren anxiety loudly, and Shalina was eagerly asked to turn off the signal, because such a noise had a head. One of the sailors loudly reported that they had noticed a large suspicious body nearby, and determined all the battle positions immediately. People on board immediately rushed to be armed with a stronger panic. Shalina exclaimed that something was clearly wrong with that sailor. The sea asked if it was a giant kraken drove their warship, and whether or not the pirates appeared nearby. Gail categorically asked not to joke with such things, because if the pirates really act nearby, they will not cope with it. Himley swept a real shock from what he saw, and anxious suspicions that were not resting in his head. She recalled recent news that monsters have been much more active in recent times than before. This news has greatly alarmed her, because such events rarely heralded something good. The sailor with binoculars suddenly noticed a suspicious object ahead. Looking closer, he realized that he was faced with none other than a famous gigantic kraken. In a moment, all doubts disappeared without a trace. Huge tentacles emerged from the depths. The most terrible suspicions came true. It was Kraken. The sailor did not stop screaming, warning the team of a terrible crack in the ice sheet, which recently absorbed the whole warship and now rapidly moving on them. Gail realized that such an attack was not at all in their plan. Mora, excitedly shouting, convinced everyone that the events were not unfolding in the scenario. Shalina, however, monitored the danger, which was rapidly approaching, and noticed how the monster was moving unspeakably quickly. The team froze with fear, holding their breath and curiosity watching the giant monster with a powerful movement breaks the surface of the sea. The crew froze from horror, watching the giant crack tore the surface of the water, and the mighty tentacles of the creatures beat on board the ship, forcing him to tremble from the power of blows. The team exclaimed with surprise, seeing Kraken, which seemed incredible. Although it was no larger than their ship, its size was almost equal to the vessel. It is rumored that the influence of the revived King of Demons has touched not only the inhabitants of the land, but also the deep creatures of the sea. The sailors strictly ordered everyone to gather together. Then the young man loudly and powerfully ordered the sails and prepare as soon as possible to leave the dangerous area. Captain Nick, trembling, exclaimed to himself difficult questions. Why did the monster have recently become more often attacked, and why did Kraken start hunting on the ship again right now? Gimli, with annoyance, stated that now is not the time to build an assumption. The main thing is to survive in this dangerous situation now. The girl insisted. In vain disputes would give nothing, and can threaten the life of each of the crew. Instead, everyone should focus on creating an action plan that would help stop a deadly monster. The sailor confidently told the captain that to escape, the only reasonable way out. Otherwise, there was no hope for salvation. The captain listened to the advice of the subordinate and loudly ordered to move forward at full speed. The ship accelerated the course, seeking as soon as possible to break away from the terrible monster. Suddenly, Kraken's stem drove into the depths of sea, disappearing in the dark waters. Kraken rushed straight to the ship. The sailor shouted with fright that the monster not only caught up with them, but also overtook the vessel being ahead. The captain realized that the monster was moving too quickly. Gimli reminded herself that octopus was one of the fastest inhabitants of the sea. This animal can be faded into the water, using its developed fins, which allow it to stop or move sharply in any direction. Just in front of the merchant ship, there was a huge crack that caused a real horror among passengers and teams. Seeing the marine monster of incredible size and a terrible appearance, everyone instantly covered helplessness and despair. From the depths of the sea, this monster pulled out its giant tentacles, threateningly extending them towards the ship. It seemed that this constant movement of flexible extremities would not be an end tour. The ugly creature began to break the ship mercilessly with its mighty tentacles, which became angry and angered Gimli to the depths of the soul. Initially, the crack came. The mainmast broke, and the sails broke, leaving the ship without the ability to control and move on. The sailor in despair exclaimed that there was no hope, but the captain urged someone to come to the rescue. Shalina exclaimed that the captain should perform his duties in all circumstances. Mora, for her part, reminded that the team is armed precisely to reflect the threats, and now they are obliged to fight to expel the enemy. The sailor denied that this idea was true. In his opinion, the equipment on the ship was created only for protection against small predators, such as sharks. It was impossible to even imagine that a regular shopping ship would have a means to confront such a giant as Kraken. Gail tiredly paid the attention of everyone to how someone fearlessly rushed directly into the stormy sea waves. Shalina desperately tried to keep her husband, convincing him that icy water would probably lead to death from hypothermia. Gimli only sighed sadly, admitting that the unhappy already lost his mind from fear and was no longer capable of perceiving the real world. It seems that the poor man preferred to die himself than to be in the paws of a cruel kraken. Now friends were left alone with their trouble and could only hope for their own strength. The whole team rallied to stand up to a desperate battle with a monster together. Gimli has announced that she would take the observation post at the top of the mast, from where she will transmit all the information about Kraken's actions. Shelina gladly supported her girlfriend's initiative and gave the monster to prepare for the attack. She felt a monster carefully and hardly looked directly at her, and her heart was crazy about incomprehensible horror and anxiety. The girl screamed in hysterics, seeing the huge and spooky eyes of the monster, the fear of her whole body. Gimli immediately warned her friend that the monster was going to attack the flank. Moria, without delay, activated a special strength of reinforcement and transferred the energy of her friend. Guildmaster applied a rare dual activation skill, which really surprised and impressed the whole team. Everyone did not hide admiration. Moore suddenly realized that she used to take advantage of the new ability that she received during a special task, the magic of evolutionary reinforcement. Its action was halved, giving your girlfriend an incredible force, but at the same time energy has increased. Believing in victory, the girl invested the whole soul to support her girlfriend. Shelina returned to her girlfriend, inspiring her to remember the great feat, victory over Cocatrix. Relying on her own experience, she activated the strengthening properties of her weapons and used a combat technique of burning flame. The girl confidently proclaimed that together they would expel the hated octopus from the ocean, collapsing on him the fire of her burning hammer. She exclaimed with a triumph that Kraken underestimated their power in vain. At first, Shelina set out to get rid of annoying tentacles that prevented her from moving on. However, the attempt proved to be in vain. The skin was surprisingly strong, and the girl was frustrated and full of surprise. The rest of the battle was frozen as they saw that a powerful blow had not damaged the enemy at all. Gimli realized that the slippery shell of the monster reliably depreciates all the blows. She was stunned and has already thought that her attack would be able to harm such an enemy. Shelina did not hold back her annoyance and expressed his angry words loudly, turning to the monster. However, the answer was instant. Kraken immediately wrapped the girl's hammer and lifted it high above the ground. Gimli exclaimed to her girlfriend worriedly, urging to release the weapon, because otherwise the next tentacle will effortlessly grasp the hammer owner. She added that the attacks of Kraken are not limited to physical enthusiasm or blows. It is rumored that this creature can swallow its prey entirely. Shelina's smile cheered herself, joking that she was too muscular and completely unappetizing, so she asked for a crack to refrain from trying to eat it. Having realized the inevitability of the situation, the girl gathered with the spirit, released the hammer handle, and trusted the free fall down. She realized that she was in an extremely difficult situation, and her friend, unable to restrain the excitement, shouted when she saw it rapidly falling down. The sailor and the captain were taken in time, not allowing it to fall. The girl realized that she was rescued by an old, long-damaged rescue rope. The guy sighed with relief, glad that even such a trifle can be a real help. Gimli confessed that she had heard a lot of stories about the similar behavior of the S-Mosters, but for the first time she saw such a confrontation with her own eyes. The dark elf realized that the main danger lies in the long and flexible tentacles of Kraken. It is their monster cleverly captivating his victim, carrying her destruction and death. The monster tentacles move lightly and at the same moment squeeze their victim. After that, the victim is scattered into small dust, which is dispelled in the air and dissolves in the foam. The girl realized, if you find yourself in the arms of the monster, it's the end. She asked for her comrades to stay as far as possible and in no case touch his tentacles. Moore's legs trembled with fear, barely withstanding the weight of her body when her panic was shaking her movements. She was well aware that the enemy who stood in front of her was much more and more dangerous than, and the giant basilisk, which they had won earlier. The hammer of Shelina, which once easily won even adult cockatrice, was powerless this time. The new monster had such a striking attack that could turn any enemy into a cloud of gunpowder. In addition, they are on the high seas, where the monster feels completely free, can move as he wants, and has a complete advantage. It is almost unrealistic to overcome it. Kraken stared at the girl with his huge eyes, similar to the saucer. She stood, as if she were fancy with horror. Fear was shaking her body, not letting it out of place. Gimli knew that in addition to the amazing physical abilities, Squid was also distinguished by a remarkable mind. They quickly learned all the new ones that opened in the world. She also realized that the damage of the masts and the sails did not happen by accident. It was a well-thought-out tactic that testified to the extraordinary mind of the monster. In addition, from the first meeting with them, Kraken guessed that Mora was of particular importance in this company of guys. The dark elfish exclaimed from anxiety, calling for her companion to be as careful as possible. The tentacles of the kraken lightly wrapped around the fragile figure of the girl. Shelina was well aware that her faithful hammer was no longer with her, so she could rely on her own ingenuity. In addition, she was well aware any attempt to act aggressively without weapons would definitely end for her only one. She will be held in captivity of stubborn tentacles. The girl feverishly tried to understand what decision she should make next. Suddenly, Gail appeared nearby and powerfully ordered the monster to release the captive girl immediately. Gimli noticed the blade of a knife and realized that even a cunning crake could not predict the actions of the most unpredictable member of their team. Gail is a lightning and precise movement of the sword of the tentacle, immediately freeing a girl from the fatal embrace of the monster. Morality was stunned to the depths of the soul. Small slices of kraken flesh slowly circled around it, forming a strange and alarming dance in the air. The girl's heart was crazy, filled with both fear and relief. She remained alive, but a new battle was waiting ahead. The young man met her gaze and thought that this sword, which he was forging for himself, turned out to be surprisingly comfortable even in the battle with such a giant. Kraken, who always prevailed in the depths, was stunned and confused after the painful loss of the tentacle. For the first time he met a desperate resistance. He felt weak, and his undeniable power was threatened. The young man rapidly ran to the girl, looking carefully at her face, and asked excitedly if everything was fine with her after the attack. She warmly looked at her rescuer and sincerely thanked him for the courage and rapid reaction, which remained intact. Moira could not believe that during the battle she lost his self-control. But as soon as the monster grabbed her a powerful tentacle, in the veins boiled adrenaline, and the mind became clear, as if nothing had happened. It was at that decisive moment that she suddenly noticed the weak place of the enemy, the same as it could become the key to victory. She explained that this knife is a blade of death in the world. During the battle, he should cut everything in his way. Even the giant tentacle of Kraken, who had not been subjected to any blows before. This time it was easily and quickly removed by one single elegant stumble of a magical blade. This is how everyone saw the true power of this legendary weapon. But there was one significant drawback. To strike, the owner had to approach almost close to the enemy, risking a counterattack from a giant creature. The magician looked closely at Gimli and confidently ordered her to monitor every movement of the huge kraken, immediately warning of any changes in the Manaivisk position. She ordered Shallan to concentrate all the attention and strength on those tentacles of the monster, which remained still mobile. The girl noted that if he was able to restrain the rest of the tentacles, Gail will get a chance to get closer and strike Kraken. She added that for her part, she would impose a supportive spell on Shallan and the young man to increase their fighting skills and increase the chances of a successful attack. The magician explained that she is now able to spell two people at once, because she recently reached a new level of skill and has mastered this sophisticated technique. At first, she decided to deprive the boys exposure to the swing of water and the ship, and then used a spell that helped them to adapt to the surrounding conditions immediately. Each of the fighters, she enhanced their skills, giving them protection and accelerating the reaction. At the same time, she resembled the team to move from the attack to the retreat and back in time, gradually clamping the monster and undermining his defense. Gail understood that if you have 9 more tentacles, Kraken could no longer attack. Shalina jokingly added that they would still solve all the difficulties with cooking. Kraken finally came up with the ability to move and defend himself. He was intensely preparing to repel the next wave of attacks from the heroes. Gimli shouted frightened, warning his comrades when the rest of the tentacles of the monster suddenly rushed on them on both sides. The team immediately gathered together, preparing for defense against an unexpected attack. The young man was well aware of how serious the situation was. Everything was exacerbated so quickly that now any mistake could turn into the death of the whole team. Shalina quickly understood the obvious. The loss of the tentacle only angered the monster even stronger, turning his attack on a real hurricane rage and destruction. Now it sought to destroy its opponents, becoming even more aggravated and aggressive, and this complicated the boys a lot. Guildmaster activated a special blacksmith's reception, and Gimli watched as her girlfriend skillfully reflected a flexible tentacle of Kraken, like a whip. Mora was well aware that the use of several spells would simultaneously exhaust the magical energy. She was most disturbed by the question. What is exhausted first? Will the heroes have time to overcome the monster before it happens? Is it possible to get lost earlier by completely exhausting her magic energy? Shalina barely smiled and turned to Kraken loudly, mockingly saying that there was nothing wrong here. He only lost 1 tentacle. Having waved her hand, she mockingly invited the monster to regain her lost advantage. But as soon as the monster tried to approach, the girl immediately rushed on the offensive, cleverly using the slowness of the wounded enemy. When the young man was breathing hard, trying to breathe after the battle, Gimli suddenly noticed that the magic reinforcement still works, supporting his body and allowing to withstand the tension of the cruel battle. She realized that Shalina skillfully distracts the monster on herself, and her teammate, who has recently recovered from exhaustion, again rushes to the attack, which is determined to use all her strength to strike. In her opinion, the young man tried hard to get to Morsede, although indecision was read in every movement. Gimli came to the conclusion that if the enemy was not one of the dead, against whom the guy had special skills, then this result was obvious. In fact, to put the one who is used to keeping the rear ahead of the whole group is a very careless decision. Then the Dark Elfish decided to support her comrades in battle, releasing a powerful charge of fire on the monster. On her face, a distinct disgust and hatred flashed when she met the look of the scary raised eyes of Kraken. All this inspired disgust and only reinforced the desire to put an end to this nightmare as soon as possible. At the same time, the big convex eyes of the enemy became a convenient target for Gimli, and he did not hesitate to take advantage of this weakness, trying to blind the enemy, to make him less dangerous and less nimble in battle. Despite the defeat, the girl still realized that this method was unlikely to cause serious harm because his body was much stronger than she thought at first. In addition, she took care of everything in advance, activated a special smoke grenade, which instantly released a thick cloud of smoke after falling. This gave her a short-term hiding place and the opportunity to change her position. Gail Star-Golov rushed to the attack. Gimli's loud exclamation is confident. He feels that it is now time to strike a decisive blow. The young man involved a unique skill. He turned on the grinding mode, which made it possible to apply such sharp and powerful blows as if his blades were cutting the flesh of the monsters into small pieces. The Dark Elf realized that in order to success the young man in the attack, it is necessary to completely deprive the enemy of vision with a dense curtain of smoke. Otherwise, the accurate blow will not be possible due to the lightning reaction of Kraken. In addition, Gail was a wonderful combination of weakness and strength at the same time. His fragility made him easy prey for strong enemies, but possessing weapons enabled him to strike a decisive blow that changed the course of the battle. Huge pieces of torn tentacles fell from above, filling the air with a pungent smell of blood and viscera. Everything around turned into a terrible picture of chaos and destruction. Shalina exclaimed happily, proud of how successfully Gail spent a series of blows. Moira, who observed it, noticed that such skills remind her of the skill of an experienced chef who skillfully wields a knife. Gimli carefully listed the tentacles left and realized that the monster had lost half of his paws. Now there are only 5 dangerous processes, which has greatly simplified the task for the entire detachment. Smoke gradually dispelled, and Kraken began to see the boys again. He again became a danger to the entire team. The Dark Elfish ordered the young man to immediately move away from the tentacles to save him from sudden attacks by the monster. The guy rushed out of place without ceasing to look back to understand what was happening behind and choose the safest way to escape. But suddenly, a huge crack flew in the wall. Its size and proximity were so impressed and frightened by Gail that he finally lost both confidence and self-control. Extraordinary! Gimli shouted loudly the boy's name, trying to draw his attention and warn of danger. Kraken suddenly released a huge cloud of black ink. The ink, which released a weird creature, lifted a huge wave that covered the deck of the ship with a roar, sweeping everything on its way and enveloping the ship with an impenetrable darkness. The wave was so powerful that the sword slipped out of the guy's hands, twisted in water streams, and fell helplessly on the deck. The girls shouted with horror as soon as Gail was just under the devastating wave. The young man coughed, in vain trying to get rid of the sticky residues of ink, who scored his throat and lungs. He had dizzy in his head. It was increasingly difficult to breathe. The guy suddenly realized that the ink penetrated deep into his eyes, burning the mucous membrane and temporarily depriving him of his vision, which made the situation even more dangerous and unpredictable. Gimli mentioned that Kraken, like the usual squid, knows how to produce ink clouds, so he protects and tries to confuse the enemy. The guy did not see anything more. Everything was darkened before his eyes, and now he had to rely on the help of others until the preschool fluid stops affecting his feeling. The sailor froze, without bringing his eyes out of the blade, when the mighty wave of ink threw it back. Taking the opportunity, he decided to lift the mysterious blade and try to use it against Kraken. However, his partner suddenly stopped him, warning that the subject is an alarming dark aura from the subject. It is likely that the blade bears an ancient curse. Gimli noted that, although the blade was updated by its owner, in essence it remained the same terrible sight of death. Therefore, it is impossible to predict what happens if this knife is in someone's other hands. She added that this blade was able to cut any of the present, not distinguishing between the enemy and the friend, and if necessary, even his own head. Bosun carefully and soberly assessed the situation. He came to the conclusion that this artifact is at the same time the strongest and most dangerous weapon of all that he had to know, because she could bring both great benefit and irreparable harm. Shelina tried to attract the attention of her girlfriend to what was happening around. She insisted that strange changes began to occur with Kraken, so you need to act immediately. His enormous body began to tremble, as if something inside something in the anticipation of a new phase of battle, or attempts to do something unusual. To the surprise of the hero, the monster resumed his lost limbs, growing up the whole formidable sprout of the tentacles, and now the battle promised to become even more dangerous. All participants of the battle suddenly froze, covered with confusion and anxiety. They realized that all their efforts in the fight against the monster seemed to go to naught. But Gimli drew attention to the important detail. Although Kraken restored his tentacles, his overall power and vital energy have decreased significantly. The team managed to plan the tactics of combat successfully. They lured the Krak to a favorable place where its movement was restricted, and it was forced to resist immediately a few attackers. Shelina said with anxiety that Gail was in a difficult situation. The ink completely deprived his vision, and no one could handle the blade anymore. Moira agreed with her, emphasizing that the team lost the only effective way to weaken the monster. The rage of Kraken reached her peak, focusing on a young hero whose stubborn luck and a remarkable wicked caused so much suffering and humiliation. The young man continued to rub his eyes vigorously, and eventually the vision began to return, though he was still blurred and fuzzy. But even it gave at least some chances to survive in the battle awaited. When the guy felt that his vision began to return, he gave his eyes carefully and asked what happened while he was temporarily blind, and what he could help in further events. The young man had not yet managed to regulate how one of the long-haired tentacles of Kraken immediately grabbed his torso, squeezing firmly, leaving no opportunity to get out on his own. The masterful curse hung high in the sky, clamped in the sturdy tentacles of the sea monster. He, and all the magic he had, tried to escape from the iron embrace of this insurance. Suddenly, Gimli realized that Kraken had applied his special ability, Deadly Destruction. Now every movement of his tentacles turned into a dangerous threat to the life of anyone who was nearby. Moira realized with horror that Gail would be the same as with that hammer. Shelina, covered with anger and anxiety, tried to shout the buzz of the battle, urging the monster to release her girlfriend, who was on the verge of death. However, Kraken was rudely interrupted by her outrage. One of his free tentacles, he sharply rejected the girl aside, and it happened so cruelly that even more people thought about the fate of her girlfriend, covered with burning excitement. Gimli engulfed a strong sense of guilt and pity. He plunged into doubts. He thought why he generally involved his dear friend in this dangerous journey, full of unknown threats and the risk of losing his or her native person forever. Her soul was even stronger to break the memories of the past, because it was she who involved a young man who has been unknown to her into the secret affairs of the Dark Elves clan, immersing him in a dangerous conflict where the price of a mistake could become fatal. The girl's soul was torn by difficult thoughts. If she did not insist on his participation, the young man could have avoided the inevitable meeting with death, which looked over them all in this last desperate duel. I would continue to lead a calm, measured life, spending days in a cozy shop, doing my favorite business and enjoying simple human pleasures, far from bloody battles and constant danger of death. Gimli whispered the words of forgiveness quietly, sincerely striving to redeem her guilt for participating in the fate of the young man, because she considered herself guilty of the tragedy that unfolded right before her eyes. Moira, engulfed in unspeakable love and bitter injustice of fate, could not put up with the cruel reality. She shouted desperately and hysterically the name of a loved one, as if hoping to stop the inevitable end that he was needlessly approaching. The crack opened and released its strongest power. Deadly Destruction. Powerful streams of destructive energy flew around, capable of turning any living creature into ashes. The girls froze motionlessly. They had a terrible picture of a catastrophe that unfolded directly on their ship. They could neither move out of place or at least somehow influence the fatal events that played in their eyes. Suddenly, Gail involved his unique ability, the reverse destructive effect of death. The powerful waves of the destruction were reflected back to Kraken, tearing the monster from the inside and weakening its protective barriers significantly. The girls watched the development of events in surprise, trying to understand what was happening, impressed with an unexpected turn, which became possible due to the ingenuity and courage of their girlfriend. Gimli was especially surprised when he realized that the effect had worked on the contrary. The energy pulse turned and turned the destructive force against the one who created it. More recently, she considered it impossible. Moira was amazed at the Kraken in his eyes flying into many small parts, and Shelina was lost in guessing what power caused such a miracle and what it would lead to their team further. Both returned to the young man, The guy turned slowly, catching the girl's interested looks, and answered her with a light smile, confident, calm, as a real winner. Gail told them that the whole story happened through the artifact that had hung on his neck. Carefully removing the decoration, he gently put her on his palm. But as soon as he agreed it, as a carrier with a roar flew into small debris, scattering all over the deck of the ship. Moore suddenly realized the destroyed artifact was exactly the legendary Damn Necklace. Gail explained that when you get a devastating blow, the damage caused and immediately returned to the abuser. In addition, it has a special effect called Revenge of the Wife, which increases the force of the first blow many times. Shalina called that strange amulet a symbol of great justice and revenge, capable of returning to the offending the evil that he has done 100 times a larger scale. The guy continued to say that the crack initially restored his lost limbs, spending all his strength on it, and then received his own deadly technique and double-sized. This, of course, was the cause of her instant death. No matter how terrifying the sea predator he may be, and how many ships would not lie on the bottom of his formidable glory, fate disposed of differently. In the end, he was eaten by little fish himself. This story clearly shows how capricious the circle of life and the relentless laws of nature can be. Shalina wondered at the young man whether he could predict such a course of events, but in response heard the objection. He stressed that the victory and luck in this struggle were a complete accident. Gail stressed that he was fully focused on performing his task. He only thought about how to save his comrades and achieve a common goal, and did not expect such an unexpected end to this confrontation. At the same time, he stressed that if Kraken's technique was different, for example, if it was a direct blow or an attempt to delay the victim inside, the activation of the artifact would not give any special advantage, and the battle could change dramatically. Moira could not hide joy and relief. I am convinced that all her friends are alive and healthy, and the danger has passed, leaving hope for a happy future. Going closer, she gently hugged the young man, and in her gestures and words felt genuine love and true joy about the fact that he was able to successfully pass the trial. The young man reminded her that there were still traces of ink, so she can get dirty if it is too close. He hinted that you should be careful. But for Moira, this fact was not of great importance, because the happiness of being near a loved one was dominated by all the little things and inconvenience. She sincerely confessed to Gail that the feeling of anxiety and discomfort that arose through the eerie touch of the tentacle, she learned to chase warm, pleasant arms that gave her peace and confidence. When the girl touched the shoulder of the man, he was confused for a moment. He was genuinely surprised by the sincere manifestations of feelings and tenderness, especially in the eyes of outsiders. The young man cautiously took the initiative in his own hands, gently ran his fingers on the hair of the sea, trying to reassure her and show how he experiences and sympathizes with her. Gimli, with a smile, stated that the destruction of the leader means the liberation of the trade path from the danger from other representatives of this species. It seems that Gail's luck and unusual abilities will be the key to the safety of future travel in this way, avoiding a lot of dangers and ensuring a stable trade development. One of the crew members was wondered and confusing that the Kraken exploded, but the rest of his comrades immediately raised a loud noise. They were the main victory for them, and no one was particularly concerned with the details. The team happily raised her hands up, celebrating the rescue of the ship and victory over the main threat, emphasizing how important this achievement is for overall well-being and prosperity. Gimli understood well. Despite all the feats and heroic actions, no one will pay attention to their efforts, and they will not receive any rewards from power, because such this world is rarely a well-deserved retribution. Captain Nick wondered if there were no signs of life in Kraken, and these words were so excited by the girls that they were looking forward and alarming to look carefully at the sea from the deck of the ship. The sailors gladly asked the captain to return to the ship. The captain persistently demanded that the boats were immediately sent to the scene. They were informed that as soon as the ship is completely restored after damage, the mission is officially recognized as complete. However, Bosun was in a hurry to clarify, apologized, and informed all those present that he was waiting for an unpleasant surprise. The blade, which was cut down, remained lost. The team had to leave him on the deck, beware of a disaster that could call this damn sword. During a powerful explosion, it probably dropped far into the depths of the sea. The upset sailor supplemented the story, saying that even a huge mast, which had broken the monster, disappeared without any trace, as if dissolved in a marine abyss, emphasizing the scale of the tragedy and the depth of loss. However, the man acknowledged that the loss of property was worth nothing compared to saved lives, and he resigned himself to a loss, deciding that the main thing is to stay alive and healthy. The young man nodded, fully agreeing with it. Gail reassured Bosun, assuring him that no apology was required. It is quite difficult to get the materials for making a similar blade, and as soon as they return home, he would make a new weapon that would not give way to the previous one. Also, almost all the negative properties of this material, approximately 99%, have been eliminated, so the subject has become safe for use and no longer have any undesirable consequences. The guy was so fond of wiping sticky ink spots from his eyes that he did not pay attention to the conversation and missed all the important details. The girls were just amazed, hearing the guy stated that rare components to create a new blade were already available. In addition, it almost completely neutralized the curse that was associated with these materials. They could not believe their ears and even suspected that it was a joke. Shalina pulled the boy to herself, begging no more joke, because her nerves were already on the verge. The young man assured that he did not try to joke at all. He tells the true truth. Meanwhile, Gimli came to the conclusion that this man is really able to surprise her with the most aware of opportunities and discoveries. Tired of leaning on the handrail of the ship, she plunged into a deep reflection on the events of the last day and remembered her impressions of acquaintance with a young master who was able to conquer her heart. The girl was already about to go home, looking forward to how she would introduce this man to Mrs. Minter. This is how Gimli imagined the unique talent and ingenuity Gail Hamilton, feeling the pride of what could introduce her to his loved ones and show the world her outstanding abilities. The woman tiredly sat down on a large gray stone nearby, putting her face with a gentle sun and enjoying the silence of the forest. It was the mineral, the wise and majestic ruler of the clan of Dark Elves, the first to anticipate important events. And as folk wisdom says, trouble rarely comes alone. Even such an experienced and insightful person, like Gimli, could not imagine what trials were waiting for her and the whole team ahead. It was a new threat that arose in the maritime spaces. The new danger was rapidly coming to the ship traveling, promising to stand up to the team soon and to make young warriors show courage and endurance. Having put the wreckage of a broken thing, Gail recalled sadly when this once beautiful relic was a true companion and an inexhaustible source of inspiration. Now it remained only wreckage, forever lost and barren. The girls encouraged the young man, reminding that the main task, to win Kraken, was already fulfilled, and the artifact did his business, saving the life of the whole team. The guy politely agreed with their arguments, but immediately added that for the master and the collector, like him, the loss of unique things is a special sorrow that can only be compared with goodbye to a close friend. Most of all, Gail was upset that no one appreciated the genius of the plan embedded in the creation of artifacts, and no one was noticeable to the originality and beauty of this product. Suddenly, his face was ill with a smile. He understood a simple and sophisticated solution that could correct the situation and restore justice. It often happens that the artist's idea remains unclear to most people, and true recognition comes only years later, and sometimes after the death of the author. The only one who truly appreciated the sophisticated tastes of the young man and the choice of cursed artifacts was the girl who, like him, was fond of studying the prohibited sciences. So Gail felt a pleasant excitement, imagining a future meeting with a girl, and was looking forward to when he heard from her news about her adventures and personal experience. Vivian approached the Princess of Charles and reported that she was going to accompany her during Pharma Edge. The princess wondered whether the case could be resolved without the girl's participation, but Vivian refused firmly and uncertainly. Bright birds widen high in the sky, easily sliding over the sea surface and refreshing the surrounding space with the bright flashes of their wings. Jelena was completely focused on repairing the ship. From time to time, she has apologized from a seafarer who tried to smooth the tension after their previous quarrel, although he noted that she is only a passenger and therefore not obliged to help with repair. The girl confidently answered that although she has no professional skills in repairing ships, but as an experienced blacksmith will make every effort to help the team cope with work quickly and efficiently. Thanks to joint efforts, travelers were able to distract. Together they laid all the holes and strengthened the ships of the ship so that it did not go to the bottom. The sailor said with sadness that the greatest trouble is the damaged central mast. She was broken by Kraken tentacles, and she was now lying on the bottom where it was no longer possible to correct. Such a loss will not be possible to restore the available forces and tools. Gimli rightly noted that without a renovated mast it will be incredibly difficult to operate the ship, and perhaps it is impossible, so it is necessary to seek other ways to get to the right place urgently. The situation was extremely unsuccessful. The crew found itself on a damaged ship in the middle of the endless ocean, completely cut off from the world and in dire need of help and supplies to move on. Gail noted that now their ship looked more on a large ship than a sailboat. However, others added that after all the latest trials, they should be rejoiced at least because the ship still stays on the water and has not found themselves at the bottom of the ocean. Gimli, being a good person, fully agreed with his girlfriend's thought. She began to feel loneliness and alienation, and these feelings gradually engulfed the whole team. because they all found themselves in the middle of the endless ocean. This caused everyone's internal excitement and doubts about the future and rescue plans. Over time, this feeling will only intensify, and with it hunger, which will gradually increase when food stocks will start to run out. Of course, having been in complete isolation and faced with the lack of resources, passengers and crew members run the risk of losing their self-control and prudence. This can lead to conflicts and riots when people start fighting for the latest available stocks. Gimli sincerely prayed to the gods, with all his heart hoping that everything would change for the better before the open enmity, and hunger would force passengers to resort to desperate survival agents. Captain Nick appeared with an invigorating speech, reporting that, according to preliminary estimates, the ship did not threaten flooding. This was made possible by the hard work of the crew and the absence of serious holes. In addition, it was time to show the true skill of the captain who loved the sea with all his heart, and it, in response, gave him his affection. Mora asked if it was indeed possible to drive a ship in such an emergency, but a man with confidence promised that now everyone would see the true art of management and would be convinced that his decisions were correct. In the end, it turned out that everything that the captain did was just released a smoke signal, nothing more. The man explained that they can only be saved by a random ship, and all hope, only on luck. Mora proposed not to arrange the performance, igniting signal bonfires. And Shalina wondered how much he is likely that right now, in the middle of the endless sea, the right ship would appear. Gimli added that the only consolation is now. The sea remained relatively calm, but due to the badly damaged sails, it was impossible to go into the habitual path. So in the case of a storm of the crew, it would be necessary to gain courage and hope to wait for a happy completion of the test. Shalina explained that the repair of the building is only a temporary solution that does not give any guarantee of strength of the structure. If a severe storm begins, the injuries can increase even more, and then it is difficult to predict where the water will start. In such a situation, the ship really threatens flooding. The wall was tired of looking into the horizon, noticing how the color of the clouds and the direction of the wind changed dramatically. It was a sure sign that the weather was about to deteriorate, and circumstances could become even worse. Gail suddenly noticed something strange nearby. It seems that something incomprehensible happened. It soon became clear that the object of observation was a ship. The observer confirmed that the ship confidently goes straight to the scene, and this caused everyone's true joy and relief. Shalina reminded the captain with a smile that the ship had arrived surprisingly quickly, reaffirming his glory of a pet of a marine element. The characters were calling loudly and unanimously for help, trying to attract the attention of the approaching team, and were already ready to share all the details of their misfortune. Suddenly, Mura faded. She gained her gaze into the distance and said that the approaching ship looked strange and abandoned. Shalina confirmed the fears of her girlfriend, noting that the appearance of the ship caused her serious suspicions. In her opinion, he looked even worse than their own ship. Himli engulfed fear when he realized, behind the movement of the old ship, which was rapidly approaching them, there was some supernatural force. This phenomenon did not obey the laws of physics, as if someone from the other world intervened in the course of events. She exclaimed with horror that it was a ghost ship. There is an old sign, to meet a mysterious ship that floats forward, even having serious damage to the core, to the disaster. It is said that this appearance heralds big troubles and possible misfortunes. Gail's words were peeled by the girls with cool fear. Their hearts were killed faster, and the young man, passionate about the story of the details, did not notice how a tense and frightening atmosphere was growing around him. Feeling sharp anxiety, the sailors rushed to the ship's bell and began to beat him crazy, raising anxiety throughout the ship. Panic spread quickly among the crew. The voices of men and women merged into the only alarming hum. Everyone warned each other that after the victory over Kraken, they were moving a terrible ghost border, which hides an invisible threat and promises a new pain and test. Gimli suddenly noticed a familiar symbol of the Empire, which visible vividly on the mast of the ship. It was the official flag of the Imperial Army, which immediately caused him contradictory feelings and memories. Remembering the previous conversations, she realized that those warships who drove Kraken belonged to the Imperial fleet. And this meant only one thing. Before them was a real ghost border, which came to life after the death of their team and now wandered the seas as a phantom. Captain Nick watched the events closely and noticed how the mysterious ship turned his nose. He hoped that the mode ropes would help you to meet without any danger to the crew and the ship. Bosson said that the ram's attack is a reception when the ship crashes with its nose, similar to a horn, into an enemy ship. Shooting, ballast, and catapult, as well as boarding, are well known to all the ways of conducting naval battles. Captain Nick added that if they are rammed, a huge hole will certainly appear on the ship's building. Gimli realized that now the ghost ship really wants to ram their trade schooner. He immediately remembered the proverb about how enemies attack from all sides, not giving a moment of rest. She realized that it was impossible to escape on the damaged ship. The pursuers would not be behind. The forces for protection were exhausted after the battle with Kraken, so the only chance to escape is to try to negotiate with the attackers and persuade them to stop the attack. The Dark Elfian suggested that the souls of whom Kraken had already absorbed on the ghost ship. So these souls have already been paid to the offender, and there is no point in revenge again. But the captain just smiled and asked her not to invent, because with ghosts, in his opinion, it is still impossible to communicate. He advised her to look more closely at the figures on the deck of the ghostly ship, explaining that it is important to make sure that the reality of what was happening and to understand who they may have to deal with. The captain said that the consciousness of these people had completely extinguished because of the horrific events they had to endure. These creatures are only pleased when they bring to others suffering, sadness, and failure. They are no longer living people. It is the embodiment of death itself, the incorporeal spirits of the drowners, which in this world holds only the thirst for sowing destruction and unfolding chaos. The man, and no idea, did not have that he would have to meet with the undead in the middle of the sea. Bootman announced that time before the collision is the last minute donated by God. He decided to write a letter to his wife and daughter, who remained in the port, put a message into the bottle and threw it into the sea, sincerely praying for his words to his family. From fear and tension, the man barely held the handle in his hands, and his lines turned out to be curves and almost unreadable. Seeing his despair, Shaylin with irony said that since there was no way out, they were left for the last time. Gimli mentally turned to Lady Minerva, complaining of the hopelessness of the situation, and Moira, agreeing with him, realized that the drowners are guided only by envy to the living and the desire to punish them for existing. Suddenly, the illumination came to her. The girls said that they have a person who is able to talk to the dead. Gail could not hide astonishment, because none of them could think that he would meet the runny nose in the middle of the sea. The dark elf sighed loudly, emphasizing that everyone was only repeating the same thing, although only one person was able to look at the problem from a different angle. Shalina turned to the young man in surprise, asking if he was really able to talk even with the inhabitants of the dead. "Lave heavy rain." The girl turned to the boy in the black raincoat. "She seems to be so worried that she didn't even notice the showers." The girl suggested that the boy talk to the ghost crew on that mysterious ship. Perhaps if they are all inanimate, the guy will be able to remove the curse. She recalls that she had already seen him once did something like that. She clenched her lips, watching her face. She was looking forward to answering. Gail quickly agreed, saying it was a good idea. He looked too happy as for such a difficult situation. The girl thoughtfully noted that the battles against so many enemies will look quite different than the fighting in the dungeon. When Gila asked if he had a plan, the guy did not hesitate. He immediately replied that yes. Fortunately, he still had time to install charming artifacts. The young man concentrated 3 amulets in different corners of the ship, which had a strange appearance and resembled an inverted skull. Having accomplished this important task, Gail, with a light smile on his face, headed for the captain of the ship. He stood on the deck and, covered with horror and anxiety, watched the ominous ghost ship, which was constantly approaching them. The man in the hat, understanding the seriousness of the situation, noted that during the ram's injury, not only the ship on which the strike, but also the attacker himself receives, and these injuries can be very serious. He noted that in the worst case, their own ship can go to the bottom with the enemy, and this would be a real catastrophe for the whole team. His gaze was concentrated, the pupils narrowed. He continued the story, explaining that this primitive way of fighting gradually disappeared, because the ships were too valuable to make it easy to risk them. However, the ghostly ship, which was rapidly approaching them, did not take care of such little things. He confidently cut the waves and his torn sails trembled crazy in the wind. Gail tried to reassure the captain, who was not abandoned about the ram, and assured that the captain should be near if the ship faces something. It is at this moment that the young man will be able to convey the strongest magical influence of artifacts. When the guy finished, the girl asked if he really wanted to repeat what he always did with the cold, but this time, with a whole ship. Without restraining smiles, Gail stated that this is how he was going to remove the curse from all over the ship and all crew members. The girl with long ears did not immediately believe the young man, so she asked if it was really possible. The guy replied that theoretically, but they would not know for sure until they try themselves. The elfish, immersed in her thoughts, thoughtfully lifted her gaze to the endless sky. In her voice, she was anxious when she said that if their desperate plan was not successful, this place would inevitably become their nameless grave, which no one ever mentioned. So, they have a choice: to accept the inevitable death, or to try to remove the curse that gravitated over them like a dark darkness. The ships were confidently approaching every minute, bringing with them an inevitable finale. The whole detachment gathered in a circle and repeated this anxious phrase several times, strengthening a sense of unity and determination. After that, the girl with glasses on her head looked at the sorcerer and said the words of support, emphasizing that now everything depends on him. Their fate is in his hands. A girl with long hair, realizing that it was time to act, called Gaila to herself. She put her hands on her chest, as if she were going to do something extremely important, and in her eyes she had sincere intention to help and support him at this crucial moment. In a moment the girl said the spell of adaptation to the environment, and a light magical circle broke out between them. The guy did not hide the surprise from what he saw. Moira assured that even if their shopping ship is rocking on the waves when the ghost border approaches, she will still help the boy keep his balance. Gail answered her grateful, good smile. The girl exclaimed that she chooses a ladder between death and the curse. Her words, full of confidence and hope, quickly flew through the whole ship. The sea thought that the leader was still lacking time with Gail, although she did not sound this opinion. The man agreed with her words and confidently moved towards the ghost ship. The hero lifted his eyes up when the ship swam to them. This vessel was very old. Wooden boards and almost all the parts of the ship looked trimmed, as if it had left their traces on them. Weapons on board also covered with rust and lost its luster for a long time. A whole team of dead sailors watched from the ship to the boy. Their skin is already rotten, and most of them are left without eyes. But despite their terrible appearance, they were still dressed in the same form. As it looks like an Imperial ship, it was much larger than a conventional ship. The crew was quietly talking to each other. They say, "If we are touched, we are ending." They also joked that it was as difficult to communicate with the team of this ship as with a giant squid. The captain, holding on the handrail of the ship, ordered everyone to prepare for the blow, because the collision soon had. Everyone obeyed the order. Everyone grabbed something to survive this moment. The magician mowed his hands to the sides and looked seriously at the ship. In his gaze, confidence shone. Gail speaks a great curse spell, and under both ships on the water, huge magical circles light up, lightly illuminating the sea surface. The young man tense, tapping the full. It was evident that he was exhausted and worried about the fate of all who rely on him. Moira, with her eyes wide open at Gail, and mentally begged him to save not only people from their ship, but also passengers of a ghostly vessel. Everything shone brightly around, and the space seemed empty. Only sometimes strange glare flashed in the air. Gail stood right in front of the captain of the ghostly ship, and behind the leader was silently lining in one row of several dozen sailors. The dead man in the captain's hat with empty sockets looked at the guy silently. The young man, without waiting for such a meeting, kept his breath and was surprised in response, as if trying to understand what was really going on. The sorcerer's magician smiled warmly, his lips stretched in a soft, friendly smile. He barely nodded, as if he had confirmed something important for himself. His gaze remained calm and compassionate. He had neither fear nor neglect. It was not at all like how people normally react when they meet the dead. A huge ship that almost crashed into a small trading ship at the last moment changed direction and began to turn around in front of him. The girls, holding on board their boat, watched what was happening. One of them, without being able to restrain curiosity and surprise, asked loudly what was really doing. Two ships stood close to each other that it seemed that it would be possible to simply jump from one to the other without any insurance. This strange neighborhood gave rise to both a sense of closeness and a hidden tension between them. The shopping ship was twice smaller than the majestic ghost, but looked much more attractive. Its sails glittered under the sun, and the body was in the patch, but without a clear hole. The waves also calmed down, and a strange, almost alarming silence was hanging over this strange place. The dark-haired Elle noted that the ship stopped immediately as soon as it touched their transport. The captain added that it seemed that the ship was cautious near them. They looked over surprised, and at the same time began to explain what it means. The whole team rejoiced that they managed to evade a ram and escape at the last moment. The sailors even cursed with happiness, and Moore, lifting his gaze to heaven, understood. On this adventures do not end. The strong, heavy wind, which recently erupted completely fierce, gradually squeezed and changed to a light, almost insensitive breath. The flag, which was proud of Mayor's on the mast of the ship, was now calmly flipped under the influence of this gentle breeze, as if greeted the world. The girl with glasses on her head stared at the surface of the water and suddenly noticed that the crazy waves, which recently raged, suddenly died down and turned into ordinary light mesentery. The changes were so unexpected that she simply could not resist and shared her discovery. Lifting her gaze to the high sky, she quietly added that the gloomy and dark sky slowly began to clearly in their eyes, as if the weather had decided to give them a little light and hope. Meanwhile, a man in a striped shirt that leaned on the table and stood his knees in one of the cabins noticed how quiet and calm. He realized the storm outside the window finally subsided. Raising his head, the man began to listen carefully to all the sounds around. However, having overcome his inner doubts and deciding to leave the cabin, he carefully opened the door and came out, looking carefully at the deck of the ship. His gaze slid with space, and stopping on a huge ship, he finally realized what happened as a result of this strange journey. On board the ghost ship, the captain, along with their sailors, silently watched the people below. Their faces remained indifferent, as if everyone was waiting for the next order. The look of the dead who wore the captain casket forced Gail to attract the attention of the whole team of the merchant vessel to himself. He stayed on a wooden bar, putting his hand to his head in a military greeting. After that, he ordered all his people to repeat this gesture. His subordinates were looked around, a little confused. However, in a moment, everyone on a small ship, repeating the actions of that guy, also gave the honor of the ghostly vessel and his crew. The souls of the dead began to climb up, dissolving in the sky. The transparent figure of the captain suddenly appeared over the body, covered with a soft glow. He was honored in response to the guy's gestures, and a light smile glowed on his face, and his eyes were closed. The magician smiled in response. There was a real understanding and an invisible thread of communication. The spirit, with extraordinary ease and great dignity, slowly pulled out your vaginal sword. His movement was so confident and accurate that it seemed that he really was holding a real weapon in his hands, although his appearance was only a reflection of ancient memories. The captain, demonstrating respect and gratitude, drew a mysterious symbol in the air and bowed a little, sincerely thanking the young man for everything he did for him. Gail kept his breath, watching the silhouette of the liberated soul gradually dissolves in the air, disappearing in endless spaces. The rays of the sun carefully broke through the clouds, gently illuminating everything around and giving a feeling of a new beginning. A girl with long ears and dark skin wondered if it was a really incredible picture. Mora, with a smile, replied that she could still not believe what she sees. When Gila asked if it was really the souls of all the inanimate ships, the guy only shook his head and closed his eyes. The girls immediately turned their back to the back, looking on the sides anxiously, and asked the sorcerer whether the dead were still dead. The guy stood a little aside with a calm but exhausted expression. He scratched his back as if apologizing, and confessed that, on the contrary, the impulse was so powerful that even the souls that were tightened to the bottom of the sea were able to break free. Both girls thought that such force is too great. The dark-skinned elf stepped on board the ship, hesitating what to do next. She explained that although the dead were kicked out of the ship, she could not move on this merchant ship, so in her opinion the situation remained hopeless. The girl looked thoughtfully into the sky. Mura, talking to a seagull that landed on her ship, smiled slightly and admitted that she would envy the birds in their ability to fly freely. Looking at a team that tried not to lose optimism, Gail with confidence suggested them a common decision that could be useful for everyone. Smiling sincerely and kindly, he desperately advised, just move to another ship. The girls, when he heard his proposal, asked with anxiety what he was in mind, talking about such a strange idea. Mora could not be confused. What kind of transport the guy speaks of? Elf, realizing that it was a ghost ship, first began to deny this idea, but later, realizing the seriousness of the situation, he acknowledged that there was really no other way out. Gail, with an avid glitter in his eyes, cheerfully pointed to a ghostly ship, which only a few minutes ago almost drove their ship. The girls looked at the guy with disgust and obvious disapproval, not understanding how generally it is possible to seriously perceive such a dangerous offer. Smiling even wider, the young man had fun saying that when they would go to the ghost ship, they would be able to continue the trip by the sea. The ship creaks terrifying from old age. The semi-folded boards did not in any way confidence, as well as torn sails. It seemed that the ship was about to fall apart, but the sorcerer was quite seriously suggested to move on. Before the team went to a new ship, Gail shared with them a story that he heard from the souls of the dead. The former crew of the ship was grateful to the heroes for winning Kraken, and therefore decided to give them his precious ship. Hearing this story, the girls were stunned. The sailors doubted whether the decision was made correctly, and they discussed whether they really had to switch to this terrible ship. The girl with glasses on her head quietly repeated the words, hoping to force the ghost to disappear. Suddenly Gail called her. Shalina explained that even after repair, the merchant ship did not save. The damage was too serious, and it would inevitably sink. The guy realized her words perfectly. One of the sailors stated that there was no other way out and ordered everyone to restart things immediately. At that moment, the captain of the merchant ship lay straight on the deck, hugging his ship firmly. He was anger and tears. He could not put up with the idea that he would have to part with his dear friend. Once upon a time, the majestic sails of a giant ship, which were proud of their power under the gusts of wind, were now torn and worn, filled with strong gusts and fluttered as if they emphasized the power of this vessel. The next day, the team gathered all the necessary things and was ready to move on. The girls looked sadly at the sails ship that sailed with them a lot of miles. The ship slowly plunged into the marine abyss, as if he said that his mission was completed here. A good-natured sailor with a smile on his face explained that the weight of the cargo increased the sediment of the ship, and this is what helps the vessel to remain stable even in stormy waters. The sea once again thanked the ship for all the help and support that he gave them in difficult time. The girls stopped for a moment and cast their gaze on their previous transport, barely smiling, as if saying goodbye to his former grandeur. In the next moment, they heard the familiar sound of their new ship again, and their faces immediately became gloomy and anxious. The realization of all the dangers that await them ahead came. Both girls leaned over the board of the ship and saw it all covered with various shellfish that grew up to the tree. Looking at each other, they thoughtfully noted that their new ship really looks mystical, given all this marine vegetation and marine inhabitants who settled on it. The sea noted that it seems that now all the difficulties of the maritime trip were finally behind. The elf only praised Gail because he immediately solved two problems, both the attack of the ghost ship and their own stagnation on the spot. The dark-skinned girl added that even the most experienced heroes are not able to handle it. Only the one who truly mastered the damn weapons can handle it. It was at this point that Shalina approached them and reported that she found many interesting things. A girl with an incredibly cute and happy smile brought with her a military crossbow and an Imperial combat axe. She hugged them as if they were her favorite toys. Singing melodically under her nose, Shalina noted that even after seawater, these things could be cleaned, and then they would serve for a very long time. Gail, meanwhile, approached the girls and was genuinely surprised to see how much she gathered on board. The guy brought 2 bags with him, calling them the contents of fresh trophies from the dead. He was a little dirty, but a smile did not disappear on his face. The girls began to move away from him gradually, stealing for his pranks. The wall did not resist, and asked how such a dish could be fresh if it is inanimate, because everything in it has been rotting for a long time. In addition, the smell was not pleasant. The captain gathered all the team members and gladly announced that thanks to Gail and others, they could finally return to their former route. The grateful team exploded with applause, sincerely thanking the savior. The magician, scratching the nape of the nape, admitted that instead of help with the load, he imposed a spell all night to strengthen the ghost ship. Now, thanks to his magic, this ship will be able to ahead any other ship. The girls looked at the young man with real condemnation. They closed their faces with their hands and whispered quietly. To get a ghost ship already seemed incredible, and to turn it into a magical artifact came to be beyond the imagination. Together with the ghost border, they also got gold ingots, which did not belong to anyone. Seeing such a treasure, one of the sailors decided to check if they could really pick up all this wealth. The dark-skinned girl with long ears confirmed that it was really the case, but instead the ship had to visit the ports that the sailor would indicate, and keeping in a certain order. A man nodded with a joyful smile and said that it was a trifle for him, if they could thank the characters. The captain said that he had already explained to all whom they were able to get this ship and who helped defeat Kraken. Therefore, there was no person on this vessel who would deny the savior's request. Gail cooked as if he were preparing to declare something solemnly, and seriously said that now, as the creator, he would tell everyone about the peculiarities of this magical artifact created from a real ghost ship. He raised his hands proudly in joy, making it so loud that everyone around was ready to hear about his extraordinary abilities. The command of the ship looked at the guy with surprise, not understanding what features it was about. In their eyes, a complete misunderstanding of his words was read. The girls with no faces listened to the young man and whispered towards each other that it all started again. However, remembering him yesterday's incredible act, they saw nothing wrong with it. Telling his story, Castor began with the past artifact. It was once a huge Imperial ship. He described how the ship changed and defended when it turned into an inanimate monster. Now this ship has incredible properties. It is extremely fast and does not burn at all. Everyone was delighted with such transportation opportunities, and one of the crew members even admitted that for every sailor it was a real dream. Gail proudly showed another invention, assuring that even in the event of an attack, the judge would be completely safe. A powerful catapult appeared in front of the team, generously decorated with sharp fangs and bones. The young man, with sparks of curiosity in his eyes, lifted one of the skulls lying on the deck, and with a smile said that these skulls, incidentally, served something like shells. The eyes of the sailors lit up with delight. They sincerely liked his unusual appearance. They believed that it could be a great protection against pirates that often happened on their way. And the elf, having become discovering, quietly noted that in this case, everyone would just close their eyes so as not to see this terrible taste. The guy moved on, climbing the upper deck. He was burning with the desire to share with the team with his new invention, an advanced control system which he created on his own. This innovation was to make their swimming much safer and more efficient. As he climbed the stairs, he spoke an impressive phrase that was even more interested in the sailor. Gail confidently stated that something incredible is waiting for them, what goes far beyond the usual understanding and notion of navigation. About the steering wheel that was spinning, as if he lived, the guy proudly reported that he was now in the automatic mode. Everyone who was on the deck could not believe their eyes, and watched with admiration for this unusual phenomenon. However, the sea looked carefully at the steering wheel, as if noticing something strange there, and surprised, trying to understand what was happening. At the wheel stood the spirit that controlled the ship. At first glance, it was difficult to see, but the girl almost immediately guessed what the trick was here. She began to shout at the sorcerer, saying that it was not an autopilot at all, but a real ghost at the wheel. In these words, Gail, a little embarrassed, replied that there is almost no difference. It is only necessary to show the direction, to name the destination, and the ghost ship himself will go there. The captain, whose face was reading joy and some embarrassment, said that it was just incredible. Now he looked eagerly at the caster team, waiting for their decision. Where does the ship go? The elf immediately answered, smiling lightly. Casting his right hand in the distance, she announced that they should now be tracked to the northeast to get to the next purpose. Mora, Shalina, and Gail looked at her approvingly and smiled. Everyone felt they were about to expect a new adventure. The next moment, as if by someone's order, the boys decided in one voice that they should go to the mysterious dark forest which lured them with their secrets. The powerful wind rocked the torn sails, and everyone felt as a ghost ship, as if they came to life, slowly moved in the right direction, leaving behind all the fears and doubts behind. The captain was genuinely impressed by the fact that the ship really left the place and could not hide its joy. The guy, wanting to complete the tour with his creations and summarize all that said earlier, decided to express another important idea about this unusual ship. However, the girls' faces changed dramatically. They have been disconnected. They immediately guessed what the guy was going to say, and what a terrible secret can hide his words. But the captain and sailors, on the contrary, just stood, stunned and confused. There were no emotions on their faces, just a deep surprise from what is happening. Gail, still smiling and lifting his index finger, cheerfully stated that, of course, the ship was cursed. Three girls sighed hard, because they felt something is wrong here. They understood that the guy was too fond of such things, even a little obsessed with them, so everything went exactly as he planned. Still confused, crew members tried to understand what kind of curse was discussed on their beautiful new ship. The guy happily spread his hands and announced with a smile that as soon as he was stepping on this ship, he would never be able to get out of him again. His words were struck by everyone who was near. No one expected such a statement. The captain grabbed his head and wept bitterly, realizing what difficulty they were in. A girl with long ears, covering part of her face with his right hand, quietly asked what they should do when they got their destination, because in this case they could no longer get off the ship. Gail cheerfully replied that this problem could be solved by simply removing the curse. Mora explained to the boy that he could only do it himself. At this point, one of the sailors, as well as the captain, squeezed his bandage and began to sob. The girl reproachfully accused the boy of arrogance, as if he offered the poor instead of bread to eat cakes. His words really sounded self-confident. At this point, the young man got some charms to remove the curse, and stretched out their captain and sailor. Gail also noted that if they still need charms, they can always visit her magical things on the outskirts of Pharma. The magician also explained that catapult skulls are consumable material. The team took the mascots, and then confessed that they would not cope without them. They looked confused, as if they were just deceived. A girl with glasses on her head threw a guy. It seems that you are already beginning to understand this craft. The Elfian lowered her gaze, and in her eyes the sadness died. The mention of the store of magic artifacts forced her to immerse in deep reflections. She decided to gather her friends, Gaila, Si, and Shalin. All three, when she heard her call, immediately turned her gaze to the Elfewa, full of curiosity and expectations, what she would say next. a little trembling and uncertain voice of Gimli, confessed that all this time she could not dare to express that she had not been resting for a long time, but now she sincerely asks her friends for forgiveness. The guy, hearing such words from her, was surprised by this surprise and seriousness of her request. She began to mention the events that had recently happened to them, a strong blow, a pursuit of a ghost ship. The girl said with annoyance that they have to look death again and again. She realized that she was dangerous not only for herself but all her friends. Gimli accused herself of all troubles, believing that everything could have happened differently if she had not drawn her comrades into the problems of the clan of Dark Elves. She tried again to apologize for her actions, but she was interrupted in half a word. Moira and Gail tried in every possible way to reassure her, convincing that there was nothing to worry about. Everything was over, everything was gone, and most importantly, they all remained alive. In addition, everyone here unanimously decided to go with the elf in her next adventures, and to manage the ship Greek is a matter that you will not try on land, and will not feel that special brown emotions. The guy finished the conversation, agreeing that their journey was really difficult, but added that I was glad to explore the unknown and overcome the difficulties side by side. Shalina thoughtfully scratched her head and joined the conversation. She is convinced that if the demon, Lord, is completely revived, it will be a problem not only for the clan of Dark Elves. She laughed immediately and said that she did not want to be in a situation where he was not even able to drink quietly. Gimli, however, cast a confused look at his girlfriend. Gail, Moira, and Shalina looked with a smile at the Elfian. She also smiled, wiping her tears with her eyes carefully, and as he was ashamed of her emotions, explained that she just had a salty wind forced her eyes to tear. While the heroes continued their journey, the elf with long ears and dark skin suddenly turned to the sea, as if it had suddenly remembered. She asked if the girl said something Gail, and did she forget her promise. The girl with long hair was confused and tried to avoid a direct answer. Morris confessed that she never found the right moment to say something to this indifferent boy. The elf asked if the girl was still going to remain silent. A light smile appeared on her face, and the blonde noted that the sea just cheated everyone, and joked that she should be retrained in a fraud. In response, the girl gave her cheeks in soap, but with an insult, she asked not to catch her. She tried to justify, they say, the guy constantly collected in the undead some materials, then spent the whole at night over the artifacts, and it all looked like he was obsessed. Mora continued that this young man would never be the first to say, "I love," or "I hate," because he is only interested in obsession and curse. Elf with sarcasm added that it was a special talent for a girl, to avoid love, which the Mora again asked not to catch her. The girl with long hair bowed her head on her palm and closed her eyes. She seems to have resigned to her difficult situation and decided to no longer justify himself for her actions or for her experiences. Her girlfriend, watching it, was genuinely surprised by such a change. Moira was quietly recognized that she was really just afraid that she would push her away. The long-haired elf looked at her carefully and listened patiently without interrupting. Moira confessed that now, when she is near Gail, she feels true happiness, stronger than ever before. And if she begins to look for happiness more than she has now, and as a result, nothing will change. She will be afraid of the fear of losing everything she already has. It was at that moment that she watched the guy who discussed various materials and their possible use. Mora further confessed that he may have been so inconvenient between them that she would no longer be able to work with him in one team, and that would be a real tragedy for her. The elf reflected on the words of a girlfriend, and a serious focus appeared on her face. For the first time, she realized the depth of her own feelings. Then the elfie quietly said that everyone thinks in their own way, because everyone looks at the world through the prism of their own emotions and fears. She added that as long as Moira was hesitant with thoughts, some other woman could win Gail's heart. A girl with long hair put her cheeks, and tears shouted in her eyes. The Elfian again rolled up a funny, sweet grimace and, pointing on herself, said she was just from those women. Moore only exclaimed that this Elfian is only engaged in teasing her. While Gail with the team completed their sea journey, important events were also unfolding on land. Two men in cloaks and with masks that closed the bottom of the face arrived in the farm town of Farmonic. One of them noticed a sign at the artifacts shop where it was written, "Master of Cursed Gail." He said in surprise that he had not heard anything earlier, and asked his brother what they should do next. The second man replied that once they got so far away, they just had no choice. "We need to act." One by one, the brothers crossed the threshold of the store. At the entrance, they were welcomed by a smiling maid, who politely congratulated the guests. However, men did not even raise their eyes. The expression of this girl's face immediately changed. In her gaze, disdained, and harshly, almost dry, She stated that these two were clearly not clients. Men had a conversation, realizing that she noticed their equipment, and now they had only one way out. One of them was relieved that it is good that there is no witnesses here, so it will be possible to calmly inspect the product as soon as they deal with the girl. At the same time, while he spoke these words, the man sharply threw the dagger towards the maid. She shattered and exhaled when she suddenly saw a whole hail of metal knives flying in her direction. Immediately reacting, she lifted the stand she hid and used it to protect against an unexpected blow. Men were surprised to ask how she managed to use the tabletop as a shield from their coordinated brother's attack. The girl disdainfully called them dirty robbers and said that she prepared traps specifically for such cases. She cast an oblique look at them, as if she did not take seriously at all. She quickly turned to the tabletop. The brothers enthusiastically noted her reaction and agility, joking that an ordinary person in her place would have long been a sieve. A smile appeared on the face of the maid. She said that, unfortunately, she is not an ordinary person. The dark-haired girl calmly stated that she comes from the dark. Her words responded with fear in men's hearts. It was easily read on their tense faces. The maid called them pathetic and added that, whether she was in a good form, she would effortlessly catch at least one knife and discarded him back, ending with their lives. One of the men shouted that she did not suffer, because there are two of them, and she is here. And the girl only crushed with her fingers and answered that she would be like that. Brothers said that in such a suffering state, she had no chance of winning, and moved to the girl, trying to jump and grab her. But in response, the girl just smiled and said confidently that the melee was her element. Virtually jumping over the attacker's line and causing a few blows, Lisette easily turned on one leg. The other girl struck a powerful blow, coping with it in just a moment. She grabbed another man by her head and looked at him with contempt. In a moment, the maid jumped and struck the knee, from which the attacker immediately gave up. He took a breath, and the red fluid began to flow from under the mask. As soon as the second man tried to approach her from behind, she jumped sharply again, turned in the air and was already ready to strike a new blow. The untwisted elbow hit the man directly in the face, almost knocking him out with his senses. Continuing the battle, the girl noted that knees and elbows are the strongest parts of the body, regardless of physical shape or physique. They can be considered a natural weapon that is endowed with the human body. So trying to attack her with his bare hands when she has martial arts is just funny. As soon as two brothers settled on the floor, the maid, laughing at them, wondered what happened. Did they really not have any weapons left? She clarified, referring to those of their throwing knives with a poor trajectory. She continued to insist that how many times they would throw their weapons, the girl would not even harm. At the same moment, one of the attackers stopped on the sword of an interesting shape that hung on the wall. The man grabbed the sword and laughed. Here she is. His weapon is already in his hands. The second man put his shoulder immediately. Suddenly, one of the brothers cast his gaze on the other, noticing that he had been left without weapons. The sword suddenly became black, and it seemed that on the blade you could see someone's soul. The unarmed man called on his brother to stop, warning that the sword could be cursed. However, it was too late. The man, under the action of the curse, immediately rushed at his friend. The other, without having time to be taken, was injured in the hand. He was surprised at what had just happened. Horror was frozen in his eyes. The man, sitting on the floor and leaning his back against the wall, tried to reach his brother. He told that he was not accustomed to the weapon and asked what he was doing at all. The attacker tried to stop the cursed weapon with his second hand, but his body was not obtained. He could not just throw a sword. He was forced to watch everything that was happening. Her face illuminated the disaster smile. She looked at them with open pleasure and disdain. Turning to the attackers, she noted that when a person loses self-control, she begins to make mistakes that seem incredible in his usual situation. For example, she grabbed this damn thing without even thinking. At the same moment, she lost the ability to think soberly. The men looked at the girl with horror. Lise said she was constantly teasing them to get out of the track and get a psychological advantage. The girl remembered that then she was confused in front of the crowd of the undead. It was because of this, and won by Gail, who kept peace in that terrible situation. The girl turned to her brother again with her sword and said he made the right choice. He cautiously took the sword in his hands. A thick red drop flowed along the sword's blade. Lisnet explained further. This artifact has the property of vampirism. It turns all the damage caused to the health owner. It is a real masterpiece that allows you to attack and be treated at the same time. Turning into memories, the girl scrolled again and again in thoughts with a sorcerer on how vampirism operates. Without hesitation of a second, she answered Gail's questions. The girl explained that this ability makes it possible to heal herself at the cost of the damage received. The guy was completely satisfied with such an answer. Further, carefully considering this sword, the young man proudly stated that these weapons had the property of vampirism. and, as he emphasized, with the highest factor. Liznet thoughtfully put her finger on her chin and said that even 20%, it would be amazing. She turned to the sorcerer and asked if he would call it all 50-50. He asked the number and, smiling confidently, replied that there was no such equality. The girl closed her eyes and said a little disappointed that she was waiting for it. Hearing this, Gail immediately fell in response that the sword was in fact 100% real. This unexpected statement was a lot of stunning the maid. She grabbed the boy by her shoulders and exclaimed that it is simply impossible, because such does not happen in real life. But the sorcerer with a smile replied that everything was in the material. That's what the true charm of cursed artifacts. Liznet looked at him. Her gaze was full of distrust and misunderstanding. It is a bloody holy sword. His blade is wavy, and a small skull is visible in the arms. In one country, during the struggle for inheritance, a man deprived the life of his brothers with his own hands. They say that it was this sword that he took his life. Now these weapons are stored in the artifact store, just hanging on the wall. Lizette said that this sword already has a gloomy past. But if he gets to the first-class master of cursed artifacts, Gail, then even the most incredible spells can become a reality. The guy agreed with her words. Raising the index finger, he added that from the very beginning he had one interesting property. He dissects everyone who is nearby and does not pay attention to whose freedom, even his owner. The girl servant wondered how it could be used, and the guy immediately replied that, for example, such a feature would be useful when passing solo tasks. The girl thought and agreed. In such a situation, she would not have to worry that she could accidentally attack the allies. She also added that although individual tasks sometimes feel loneliness, during the battle, this feeling can be the impetus for the growth of morale. Gail thoughtfully rubbed his chin and continued the list. He cited the example of organizing a rebellion. It is in such situations where the nerves can fail. This sword will help to complete the task without hesitation. The girl confirmed that among the hired killers, this happens often. When the hand shudders, it can cost the miss or breakdown of the whole operation. She thought about these words. Even if the master is hesitant, this sword will still fulfill its purpose. It is a unique ability that even the best artifacts do not have. It has similar properties that distinguish cursed objects born of darkness from all others. They are much deeper than it seems at first glance. Liznet looked carefully at the young man. She was not surprised at all that Gail Hamilton was so fond of damn things. Returning from the memories of reality, the girl noted that this species seems particularly attracted by the blood of siblings. As soon as this thing is dressed, it is no longer possible to remove it. Even when the forces are completely left by the owner, it forces him to continue the battle. At that moment, the faces of both men are full of true horror. The maid continued her story as if trying to scare the disobedient children with a terrible history. She said that the owner did not release this sword from his hands until his death. Brothers with tears in their eyes cried with fear, like small children. The girl could calmly watch the spectacle, but stated that it is too painful to remove blood from the floor. At the same moment, Liznine turned out of the murderer's face to the maid. The brothers tried to look away from her. The girl threw a piece of paper with symbols directly on the forehead of a man with a sword, and immediately a magical circle was lit above him. Her partner added that as a gift for the first visit, they give him an amulet, which will remove the curse. Finally, the sword slipped out of his bandage. Liznet scratched her head and said that if you start treatment immediately, he may still have a chance to survive. The next moment, in her look, the rage broke out again, and she rigidly ordered them to get away. Swearing and betraying on the move, brothers jumped out of the artifacts at a frantic speed. Lizette remained in the store alone. Proud and unbreakable, she watched the men in a hurry. She laughed and said confidently that she was not scared of worthless robbers. After all, the girl has already gone through a lot of dangerous battles in her life, and her heart has long become strong as steel. Moreover, his veins flow the power of the king of demons himself. She put her palm on her chest. The maid lowered her gaze on the damned sword lying in front of her. She said that even if he was not there, Gail Hamilton would easily cope with the villains. He was truly incredible. The girl hugged herself, as if feeling warm and care that she had enveloped her with an invisible circle, and said that the sorcerer always protects her home, even if he is far away. With the thought of Gail, Liznet promised to do everything for the guy's shop to stay safe until his return. Meanwhile, the team of the young Nanda was approaching their goal. They have already left the ship to a small boat. In absolute silence, the boat slid forward, and at the oars worked one of the ghosts, which Gail called. The girls shared their thoughts. Automatic control is, of course, convenient, but still causes light fear. The Elfian, slightly lowering her ears, the first noticed how the forest emerged on the horizon. She warned others that they had almost reached the place. The magician's magician asked his driving force to stop, And from that, all the girls thought again that he was a little strange because the guy turned to the ghost. The boat stopped slowly. A dark girl with a joyful smile stepped into the water and confidently stated that she would go first. Her words were given to all courage, and the rest began to leave the boat after her. The heroes discussed that they finally got to this creepy, gloomy forest. They knew it is only necessary to step inside, as everything would change around, and a completely different world would open before them. Leaving the shore behind, they confidently headed for thick trees. The group made its way through a thick forest where the crown of trees were so wide that sunlight broke into the ground only in some places. When the characters made their way through the high grass, Gail noted that the forest is very thick here. Wherever you look, everywhere. Morris replied that, in her opinion, the goal is quite close, and it will not be easy to go through this virgin nature. The girl with glasses on her head breathed heavily, and then said she would clear their way. She got her new axe, which was very proud of, and advised Gala with the sea to stay closer, and Jibimbi to go ahead and show the road. They moved faster than before, and thanks to the axe they managed to cut most of the thick grass that prevented it from moving on. Shalina from time to time heard from different sides around her in the grass something rustles and noisy. The girl warned others, and the sea replied that they should not relax. Shalina exhaled and closed her eyes. Sighing with relief, she stretched. How good she managed to get a first-class axe from a ghost ship. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide from the unexpected sound and looked. Creatures similar to dragons flew over the forest from time to time, mowing with powerful wings. The girls looked up. Shalina wondered if it was not turning out. But suddenly a loud roar came. These were giant steps. Gail also lifted his head and was surprised by the huge size of this creature. He did not resist and asked what it was for the creation. The man nearby suggested that it was probably the troll, but said it too loud. The dark-skinned Elphika firmly grabbed her friends and at the same moment drove them to the grass, ordering them to remain silent. The troll turned to the sound, but did not see anyone where the characters just stood. Himli whispered to his comrades quietly so that they behave carefully and not attract extra attention. Fortunately, they were so small that these creatures almost did not notice them. Therefore, if you go and not to go, it was possible to go unnoticed. For a few seconds, the troll lingered in this place, and then slowly moved on its usual road. Frightened, Morris said that the forest seems much safer than the sea, because at least it is possible to hide or escape, unlike endless waves. Lying on the grass, the elf reminded that even at rest, it should not be lost. She began to tell how it seems easy to move directly through the forest or mountains. However, people involuntarily choose the most convenient way for themselves. It depends on the shift of the center of gravity, leading foot, or other personal habits. So it can happen that you will start moving in a circle without even realizing it. It seems that you go straight to the goal, but in fact you just wander in the same place. The words of the elf scared me even harder. When she finished her story, a sweet smile appeared on her face. She raised her finger and explained that such a phenomenon is called annular wandering. The girl with long hair sat on the ground, covered with horror, and did not even daze to move. Moira hesitated, then confessed that she had not had to treat this forest so lightly. But Gimli tried to cheer her up, they say, every time she was mistaken. The Elfian pulled the old map of the terrain, carefully unfolded it in front of her, and confessed with a smile that she did so. Shalina asked what a girl's dark skin was leading. Gimli smiled widely in response to her friend. After a short pause, the girl confessed that she got lost. Her words frightened the whole company, and girlfriends were asked once again whether they had properly understood the Elfian. Gimli immediately forced everyone to silence so as not to attract the attention of the monster. Shilin and Mora noted that the Elfian would have to know these places well, because she was the local and once lived here. However, Gimli recently mentioned that she had not been here for a long time. The girl who wore glasses on her hair asked what to do next, because the forest had already plunged into full darkness. The dark elf noted that in the dark forest, twilight came faster, so she suggested to stop and break the camp right here. Standing in the middle of green grass, the characters looked around suspicion. They were not sure that they did not threaten anything here. Shalina approached Gimli with a trembling voice, and wondered if everything was fine with the forest, because she did not like it here. The Elfian was offended a little jokingly and in response asked if the girl trusted her. At this point, Gail joined the conversation and proposed persistently to stop the dispute, as it was necessary to find a place for the camp as soon as possible. Everyone agreed with this. The guy was the first to step into high forest grass. The sorcerer announced that he would go in front and advised the girls to stay behind and follow him. Shalina jokingly asked if he knew the way, to which the guy immediately replied that he was not, but he added that he had already been used to walking in the dark. He boldly stepped forward, making his way through the high Osokir. The girls who followed the boy were surprised how thickets and uneven soil did not prevent Gala from moving forward. Crazy suggested that he has long been accustomed to overcoming such complex paths, because they barely managed to keep up with the boy. Moira agreed with the assumption of her girlfriend, confirming, "Gail really knows how to explore ruins, old cemeteries and other places where the dead tears." Gimli added that for Gila, the darkness and monotonous landscapes is a common matter. In such neighborhoods, bones are lying everywhere. It seemed to the girls that for the witch's witchcraft was a common adventure, just another option for the usual travel. The group carefully moved through a fallen giant tree. They then approached the beautiful fruits of the plants that glow in the dark, like small flashlights. Finally, Gail called the girl behind, thinking that there should be a reservoir somewhere ahead. Shalina decided to ask Gimli whether it was true. However, the elf just shrugged and confessed that she was not at all oriented in the area. They began to argue again, but this time others intervened with their quarrel, and the tension quickly dispelled. She assured that even a girl with long ears could not know all the secrets of the dark forest from beginning to end. Gimli assured that if they were in a place familiar to her, she would immediately guess where the boys were. There was an awkward silence, which was broken only by single sounds of the forest. Shalina, with a dissatisfied expression, sarcastically noted that they got lost precisely because they could not find such a place. Gimli, with sadness, he apologized. He intervened again in a conversation as soon as something noticed. He called everyone to listen carefully. The girls listened to him immediately. The guy explained that many plants with fruits grow around, which may mean that there is a source of water somewhere nearby. As soon as the silence came and everyone focused, they suddenly heard something dripping on a nearby leaf. Subsequently, the noise becomes more expressive, and no doubt can be understood that there is really a reservoir. Mora exclaimed with enthusiasm that she was hearing the murmur of water, and Shalina praised Gail for his skillful work. Gimli went a little to look around. When she found a small stream that disappeared underground in several places and turned into groundwater, the girl immediately told her friends. The guy looked out of another bush, and this time his gaze came on a pond. A wide smile appeared on the face, and her eyes played again with joy. They opened a picturesque picture. A small beach is located in the middle of the forest. The water reflected the rays, and it seemed that this place was glowing with its own radiance. The guy with a big tourist backpack smiled behind his shoulders and looked at the surrounding landscape. Both large and small trees grew here, among which it was possible to place the camp. The girls exclaimed enthusiastically. This place was really incredibly beautiful. Above the water, the crown of trees drew up, letting the rays of light on the ground. The water was transparent and was easy to approach. In adjacent trees, even mushrooms grew. Gail asked his comrades if they liked this place. One by one they all agreed. For the camp it is just the perfect choice. The guy asked if it was a unanimous decision. On his face, he played a branded smile. Lifting his right fist up, he strongly announced that it was here that they would stop camping. The girls at that moment unanimously supported his decision. When the alien squeeze came, everyone immediately dropped their things, clearly following the agreement. Gimli looked around carefully, trying to recognize some familiar places, but did not go far so as not to get lost. The owner of the new axe was hardly collecting firewood for the campfire. Meanwhile, Mora and Gail went nearby in search of food. The girls seriously noted that it was a matter of life and death, because none of them knew how much to stay in this place. The guy looked at this pond in which the fish clapped, and with a smile noted that there were really many here. Clean water is always a good sign. Therefore, having removed everything from the backpack, the young man suggested to build a cold fishing rod. The Mora was interested in what exactly he wanted to do it. Gail noted that in this forest is full of insects that would be great for bait. The girl immediately agreed with him, confirming his words. As a hook, the guy decided to use the bone, to which the seas immediately noted that he was only used to carrying bones with him. He suggested that this girl closely monitor his actions. The guy took one of the bones and broke her through his knee. He took one of the debris and said that when you take a dried thick bone, a fibrous bone marrow was contained inside. If you get this brain carefully, it is so strong and sharp that it can be replaced by a fishing hook. Gail demonstrated his skills. He carefully put the bait on the line, while skillfully hid the curved hook. To make the Mora understand, he explained to her every step. Then the guy threw the fishing rod into a quiet lake, hoping to catch the fish for dinner. The bait with a plug fell into the water. The guy and the girl closely followed the fishing rod, and for a moment their patience was rewarded. The pecking began. The young man sharply lifted the fishing rod up, trying to touch the fish. The shimmering scales first appeared on the surface of the water, and a whole fish came out of the water. Gail asked the girl how she managed to catch the fish. The sea was surprised that it worked at all. It was only a few seconds from the moment it threw the bait, and the fish had already pecked. The guy began to say that in the depths of the forest, fish are much larger than in the sea or river. The girl was increasingly surprised by his ability to survive in wild conditions. She was even more convinced that Gail was really able to surpass all human boundaries. After another throw, they managed to catch the second fish quickly. The girl could not restrain her surprise and admiration from what she saw, and sincerely rejoiced in her catch. She watched so closely the actions of the boys that he immediately noticed her look, full of sparks and decisive desires. Gail suggested that the sea try to fish together. To his surprise, he saw the girl embarrassing and asks shyly as if she can try, well, just in case. The guy gave the girl a fishing rod, and she asked how to use it. The young man explained, "It is enough to plant the worm and throw the tackle. If you feel the pecking, wait a little. The hook is fragile, so it is better for the fish to swallow it well. Then it will be easier to pull." More participants are involved in the discussion, and all gradually begin to wait for the further development of events. Almost immediately, the hook was caught. Gail ordered a little wait and then allowed to pull out the prey. The girl exclaimed with surprise and quickly pulled the bait out of the water. At the end of the hairline, a broken hook was tacked. Anger boiled inside the sea, and she shook out of indignation. She was very upset, although she first achieved a really good result. The girl was tears in her eyes, so Gail stretched her already prepared bait. The girl asked timidly if she could continue. Feeling that she was disturbing, she was upset, but the guy calmly reassured her and asked not to worry. The bait fell into the water with a characteristic plush. The young man suggested trying to extract the fish again. This time, having made a little effort, the sea was able to catch beautiful fish. In her eyes, happiness glowed from the first catch. Gil was surprised and praised the sea for catching such a large fish. The girl quietly began to speak something under her nose. The young man, holding the fish in the arms and trying not to let her go, he looked at his girlfriend nervously, as if looking for her support or answering what to do next. The girl happily hugged Gail and exclaimed that she managed to catch fish. The guy almost dropped the prey from his hands. Hearing the loud cry, Shalina immediately decided that something serious had happened and hurried to the scene. She saw Gail and Mora hugging. As it turned out, these two simply enjoyed ordinary fishing. So the girl, sighing lightly, hurried to leave this couple. It has passed for some time, and igniting the fire, our heroes began to cook the fish just caught. The fried fish smelled so delicious that Moira immediately paid attention to it. The guy suggested that she start eating. There was a loud clash. Gimli and Shalina are happy to taste the dish, discussing what a delicious and simple baked fish. The guy adds that the meat is still a lot so girls can eat without shy. The sea asked the elves, as the observation was. The girl mysteriously replied that she did not know herself. The approximate direction was clear, but to determine the exact place, especially in the dark, was extremely difficult. The girl lifted her eyes up. Gail smiled slightly and said that he would change anything, because as soon as they were milking, they would be engaged in the camp. First of all, they decided to distribute the alternation so that no one had to stand on guard alone. Gimli noticed that although everyone was driving well, the journey was exhausted well. She was sieve and satisfied. Gail suggested that it would be better to place traps so that no one had to stand on guard. The girls looked at him with interest and question in his eyes. Gail, instant traps are a spell of paralysis created by a sample of the ghost ship, as well as a freezing spell that uses the icy temperature of the seabed. After he completed his installation, the guy was proudly scratching his nose. There were many skeletons around the camp, which had hats and cloaks soaked in charms. The girls froze with surprise, breaking their mouths from what they saw. The guy explained that these traps work immediately, as they are approaching a hostile monster, and thus paralyzes him. The young man confessed that he has been in a hurry, so all the traps would last only one night. Thanks to Gail that night, they were not attacked by monsters, and they could have a little rest. However, the night spent among the creepy scarecrows seemed very strange to them. At night, around the camp of our group appeared eerie scarecrows with glowing yellow eyes. These scarecrows monitored the outskirts without giving any monsters sneaking to the heroes. After a hard day, all the adventurers were finally able to relax. This time no one was left to alternate, so everyone slept quietly and carelessly. At that moment, the Mora which rest in the tent saw a dream. Gimli stood on one knee, while others looked forward with a confusion, sitting on stone blocks. In front of the characters stood an elf with dark skin and long hair, gathered in a beautiful tail. She met guests with a friendly smile. Finally, they reached the village of dark elves. Mora felt that she was welcome, though she could not understand a word. But she drew attention. Elf had the same skin tone and the shape of the ears as in Gimli. The Elfian looked at her guests with a friendly smile. As soon as the morning, the boys immediately began to share their dreams. One by one, They told about an unexpected meeting in a dream, and over time it turned out that everyone saw the same thing. Gimli answered the uninhabited question that this woman was their conductor. Her name is Lady Minerva. At the same moment, the sea caught where it draws its sophistication. The place that appeared in their dream is called the Hill. When travelers were in the dark forest, they heard greetings in a dream. Shalina was a little surprised and noted that, if you become a leader, even such things are under your control. Gimli confirmed her words and added that they are very close to Lady Minerva. The girl with glasses on her head continued to ask and wondered with interest. Is their leader not only wonderful but also attentive to everyone? The boys thought that if they managed to get this hill, they would really meet, so she just had to appear in their sleep. At that moment, Gimli swayed a little and plunged into her own thoughts, as if trying to hide something important. Sleeping a sip of hot drink from her cup, the Elfian agreed. In general, the group was right. Travelers are immersed in a thick forest. Gimli tries to navigate, and Gail is confidently leading girls. The more I thought, the more noticeable that the stalks remained less, and fatigue, on the contrary, increased every day. Although the camp was cozy, it became obvious. It was time to go on. Even if they were still not sure they were in the right direction. The characters folded all the sticks and fish bones that remained from lunch, and thus completed their meal. Shalina complained that they have been eating the same for 3 days in a row. Gimli supported the girl, confessing that he could no longer eat this fried fish. The girl with glasses on her head confessed that she was also tired of this fish, but she worried completely differently. Something much more scary worried her. Shalina burst into tears and screamed in all her voice that her sake's stocks were completely over. There were 2 empty bottles of alcohol in front of the boys. Moria tried to reassure the girl, explaining that she understands her feelings, but you should not shout. Gail proposed to understand the situation together. Since they broke the camp, they have repeatedly tried to find the way forward. Gimli confessed that he did not recognize these places, and the characters went in a circle every time, returning again and again to where they started. The Elfian lowered her ears as if apologizing. Moira supported the boy, agreeing that everything was calm in the camp, but the characters never moved from their place. Shalina, through tears, screamed that all this was a solid nonsense in the forest. Gimli looked at the map carefully. She said they tried to shorten the path, but all these attempts were in vain. Gail tried to reassure the Elfian, assuring that no one was blaming her, but Shalina was only indignant, as it was possible to get lost in her own native forest. Gimli justified, explaining that she did not take into account how huge this dark forest was. The guy looked at the lake and noted that they had enough water, but there were problems with food. There are not many fish in the river, so you will not be able to constantly catch it and eat it. The young man finished his opinion, saying that it was time to move on, and Shalina supported him, adding that she could not rest forever. The guy explained that the girl is the head of the blacksmith guild, and he cannot leave all the work only on Liz. At this time, Liz will be dozing right in the store because the visitors were not here for a very long time. The team realized that it was time to collect things and move on. The girls said it would be great to find a leader who would show them the way, but they did not understand where to find it in such a depth. The next moment, the sorcerer noticed something among the trees. He stopped to look better. Was it really someone's shadow that hid behind one of the massive trunks? He shared with the girls his discovery, and then Moira noted that his ability to see well in the dark would be useful to them, because even in the afternoon the darkness prevails here, and the sky is constantly drawn by clouds. The girls were delighted and hurried to get to their goal as soon as possible, so they rushed forward to the silhouette. The guy tried to stop them, noting that running was only speaking forces. Gimli, Moira, and Shalina suddenly walked out of the bushes. They noticed several figures in black cloaks and tried to attract their attention. Going down along the roots of the tree, the characters decided to approach closer. Gimli, standing behind the silhouette in the cloak, confessed that they got lost. Looking closer to the feet of the figure they were approaching, they suddenly noticed that these were bones where there were pieces of spicy meat left. The girl tried to shout to her girlfriend, but the networks had already turned and looked angry at Gimli. The hood broke out of his head, and under him everyone saw a naked skull. The girl screamed with horror when she saw a runny nose. Judging by the skeletons, it was possible to determine that these people were once part of the royal detachment dissolved. Shalina exclaimed that if everything is, then it is a completely different matter and we need to retreat immediately. But at the same moment, one of the dead already hung over her. The girl screamed with horror and surprise. Gimli, Moira, and Shalina noticed the insidious actions of evil spirits too late, so they were in a full environment. From the ground slowly crawled bright red skeletons. They were already a flock, and every minute appeared more and more. They seemed to endlessly climb out of the soil. Somewhere behind there was a knock of a hoof. Instantly, as if from the air, a rider with a spear appeared on a dead horse. He looked at Gimli and immediately tried to hit her just sideways. At the last moment, Gail ran to the Ellen, hugged her, and put a curse. A large, bright, magical circle flashed before them, which even the dead illuminated. In Gimli, her legs suddenly jumped and she fell to the ground. The guy immediately rushed to her with the question of whether it happened, but the girl assured that everything was fine with her. Meanwhile, Shalina hurried to them. The Elfian looked at the young man and remembered how he hugged her with a warm smile. Her heart was shaking, and her cheeks flashed with a flush. She was confused, because she still fully hid her true feelings for the boy. However, Gail has fully focused on the damned skeletons, because to meet such creatures is extremely rare. The runny nose rushed at him, and he, smiling, was preparing to accept this invasion without fear. Gimli lifted his head and watched the purified souls liberated by Gail, climbed into the sky with a bright glow. Morris said she had already seen it several times earlier, but could not be surprised. Shalina also noted that the sorcerer remained suspiciously calm. He was moving among the enemies so easily and sophisticatedly danced waltz right in the middle of the battle. The young man, having dealt with the attackers, thought and looked around. Turning to the girls, he explained that mostly the runny nose sleeps during the day. But in this dense forest on the wet earth, soaked in magic, under the clouds, everything was different. The girl with glasses on her head looked at the boy and noted that he seems to be even glad. Gail, holding something in her hands, asked what she expected. Mora, noticing that the guy was holding, wondered what it was. The sorcerer explained that the cursed skeleton left the nucleus of the undead. This is a concentrated form of curse that can be extremely rare. Shalina asked Gimli if she had heard something like that. The girl shook her head. It was for her for the first time. Usually, non-residential materials are not particularly popular. If they are not used in alchemy, then this prey is sometimes redeemed by the guild. However, on the market, such materials are much cheaper than those received from ordinary monsters. However, the elf has never heard of such a nucleus before, so he was very interested in the desire to learn more about him. Holding the prey in his hands, Gail explained that these things are used to apply charm to different objects. For example, on equipment or magical scrolls. The nucleus can be installed even in ordinary weapons or armor. Thanks to this, the subject becomes new and turns into a true magic artifact. Of course, this material is no different from the usual material, just something every day. But it is thanks to him that the guy will be able to improve the girl's gear. The sea asked whether the curse was imposed on the core. She had almost no doubt that she was, but decided to ask. The guy got out of the language stinging. The girl answered consent, but at the same time proudly stated that she was able to control this curse. The girls looked at him with disapproval. The guy lifted his index finger and said he could take this curse on himself. However, if it crosses the border, the curse will immediately return. Shalina was surprised that the curse could return. She looked at the boy with fear and said that he was able to do horrible and dangerous things. Moran, without surprise, said, "It seems that this is how the guy improved the equipment of Cash and others." She also believed that it was because of this that no one even suspected that it was a curse. Gimli smiled slightly and said that probably all that they could get. Although for the boy, these kernels were a true rarity. Gail interrupted Elf's reflections, suddenly reporting that another rare object had actually fallen. He wondered if the girls remembered what the guy said about the runny nose. They appear when someone has unfulfilled desires in life. When he looked at the skeletons, composed by each other, he continued to say that these unhappy many times tried to escape from the dark forest, but eventually died in despair and became captured forever. It lasted for a very long time, perhaps even hundreds of years. The guy was about to talk about his long journey through the forest, but suddenly stopped and turned to Elf from the app. He showed his finger towards the place where their company was now. The girls watched closely at each of his movements. Smiling again, the young man squeezed something in his right hand and joyfully said that this find could bring them to the right way. In his palm on the metal chain hung a small suspension. It was a pendulum of the clock, the tiers of royal suits that wandered in the dark forest in the crystal. Gail said that this path leads to the village of Dark Elves, showing the pendant directly above the map. In a few seconds, the suspension suddenly began to move. Everyone monitored the artifact that Gail won. Shalina noticed that, along with the muted crying, the artifact pendulum suddenly began to swing. The pendant suddenly froze, clearly pointing to a certain direction. The guy showed his finger to the way where the artifact was shaking, and shouted that there was a village of Dark Elves. The girls were enthusiastically commented that it was just incredible, and were happy to finally leave the forest. At the same time, they were very interested in the mysterious subject itself. The young man did not forget about 2 combat horses. Meanwhile, the runny nose stood next to the tree. Mora and Shalina were glad that they did not have to spend unnecessary strength, and Gimli felt a real relief. Now they will be able to get to the village quietly without any difficulty. But when she approached the skeletons of the horses, there are anxious doubts in her head, and the confidence she felt before was a little shaky. When they saddled their horses and moved on, Mora noted that there was an expression, horse bones, but she was curious about what value listened according to bone horses. Listening to a quiet but creepy hum that spilled the forest, the girl turned to the boy focused and said harder. Then they both turned to the trees from where the strange noise came from. The next moment, the earth under their feet unexpectedly trembled. The boys did not expect such a strong swing, so they were not ready for it. After a while, the earthquake finally subsided, and the group decided to move on. The heroes discussed why the royal army was in such a deaf area. It turned out that after the destruction of the demonic seal, the kingdom decided to seize the Forest of Darkness and sent its troops there. However, they attacked an ancient dragon, and they themselves became his prey. Gimli reminded everyone that they had already talked about it earlier, still in a carriage. The next moment was evident that the most unpleasant thought she tried to convey to her girlfriend got to Shalina. The girl understood everything and quickly stopped the Elfian, explaining that they just found themselves in the place where the remains of the royal army turned into a runny nose. Gimli's face was skewed. In his gaze, both fear and a sudden awareness were mixed. The earth trembled again, and the frightened horses came to the wild. In the air, such a roar came that the earth shuddered. The girl with long ears anxiously admitted that she was too relaxed, feeling safe. Suddenly, a huge paw with sharp claws has broken one of the trees. The Gail team was just on the lands of the majestic ancient dragon. They were engulfed by true fear. The horses were racing in a breath, trying to escape, and the dragon pulled out a long tongue and opened the mouth wide to catch those who dared to disturb his peace. The sorcerer shouted that the dragon noticed them. The throat of a gigantic ancient creature suddenly shook a bright blue flame. The characters immediately realized that the monster was preparing to exhale. Dragons of the breath are an extremely dangerous ability that burns everything that happens in its path. Gimli shouted in full voice, calling everyone to flee. The air near the dragon's throat was roasted, and the bright magical sparks flashed nearby, as if firefights were in night darkness. In a moment, a pillar of a blue flame escaped from the giant creature. The heroes managed to evade this powerful flow of magic, but the battle horse was burned to the ground, and because of this, the boys were forced to move much slower. The girls breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that the fire ray flew at all and did not touch them, but there were traces of incredible destruction around. The flames suddenly flashed around the heroes, gripping them on all sides. The team was at the epicenter of the flames and hit, to put it mildly, in a real difficulty. Shalina exclaimed that they could not stay here and die, and the sea supported it and urged everyone to prepare their weapons. Gimli believed that the real owner of this dangerous forest of the dragon made not so much his deadly breathing, capable of burning everything around in a moment. Its real power lies in a strong, scaly armor that covers the whole body. Mora loudly urged everyone to strike a dragon one strong blow. She stressed that only by combining all their strength, they will be able to defeat this powerful opponent. She said the magic spell, and other girls immediately illuminated the magical circle. The sea made their abilities to an unprecedented level. Shalina first rushed into the battle, wanting to impress the dragon with all her power, and powerfully jumped forward. The girl immediately hit the creature directly into the skull with a lightning attack. However, the dragon did not receive any scratches. He easily shook his head and threw the girl sideways. The warrior could not believe his eyes. It seemed impossible to him. Elf realized that even imperial weapons are powerless. Ordinary blows simply do not work on this opponent. Gimli raised her black dagger Aurek Alham to the face, who was amazed with dark elves and prepared for the attack. Full of animal agility and power, Gimli moved towards a huge dragon. She sincerely hoped that her plan was working, and the blade would at least harm this creature. She moved forward while preparing her orcive weapons called Alk. As the girl came to the monster, she immediately plunged the sword's blade into his strong scales. The Elfian was glad when her weapon punched the skin of the ancient dragon. She expected this result from the best steel, but was disappointed. The blade was too short. The monster tried to attack back, but the girl, quickly reacting, skillfully evaded his blow. Gimli barely resisted not to see herself, and thought that he was still far from a deadly wound, because she only scratched him slightly. Even more sad, she kneels and rests on her staff. She has exhausted all her forces and even drops of magical energy. Her calculations were suggested. To create so many good miracles, it took much more magic than she thought. Gail watched the elf elegantly evades the impact. Unfortunately, the guy was powerless and could not help them in this battle. Gimli shouted to the young man that everything was fine with her, and asked him to take care of the other two girls. The magician approached Shalina and the seas to help them get up. The girls kept on their feet with great effort. The dragon closely followed the despair group who dared to disturb his peace. He looked at them gloomy and scary, and from his body a sharp saber of the dark elf. The monster did not joke and quarreled so loud that his roar swept around, forcing everything to shudder around. Gimli said that ancient dragons were incredibly proud of creatures, and never suffered when someone violated the boundaries of their possessions. That is why the royal detachment was destroyed. That guy literally affected his most painful place. The elf gave the command to everyone to focus so that the monster could not choose one sacrifice. The warriors instantly fled in different directions. Even the oldest dragon is not able to follow the 4 opponents at the same time, so this feature should be used in favor of the whole team. However, Gimli understood that when a fire was raging around, such a maneuver will only help for a while. Shalina shouted the boys and pointed to them towards certain trees. The fire on the ground in that place has just gone out, and the heroes have the opportunity to escape from the monster that rode. Gail and Mora were immediately happy and offered to rush there. Gimli also believed that they were lucky. Watching 3 of her friends went in that direction. However, for some reason, the Elfian felt anxious, although she could not understand why. The girl knew well. The ancient dragon was not only incendiary, but also cold-blooded creatures. She did not rest with one question. How could he not notice such an obvious thing? At that moment, the girl suddenly stopped. Her legs trembled a little. She turned and looked with horror at a cunning, smug dragon. Only in a moment it came to her. All this was his plan. It dropped on an old dried fish trap. Only instead of a grid is a half, and instead of fish, they. Gimli screamed in his voice, trying to keep her friends from the ill-advised step. She explained that the giant monster was going to destroy them with one blow of dragon breathing while they ran into the ranks right in front of him. The monster's throat shone again with blue light. Gail tried to close the Morta and Shalina, protecting them from danger. In the meantime, Gimli hurried to his friends, trying to get to them as soon as possible. At that moment, it seemed to them that they were all doomed. Suddenly, an unknown figure came out of the forest. The characters heard the voice calling the princess. The shell with a roar flew towards the dragon and broke just over his head. This turned out to be enough to bring down a giant monster at least for a while. The heroes looked around confusedly, trying to somehow understand what happened. They could not understand why they remained alive, but Gail noticed. Something suddenly exploded from the dragon. After that, new figures in the cloak appeared on the Gail team on the battlefield. The girls looked around in confusion, not understanding what was happening and who these strangers are. The characters stood in the circle of armed strangers who tried to protect them from the ancient dragon. The man in the cloak explained that the crossbow with ignition shells in itself is not able to cause significant harm to this creation, but if the monster instinctively pulls, avoiding the explosion, it can be puzzled so that it will stop its breathing attack. A dozen strangers gathered near the team in the cloaks. They all watched the dragon's reaction closely.